generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every day. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. Come on. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock La Tigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots, I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus, they'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I contract myself out once and I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rap into my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, jiggler.
So Earth-like that many call it Earth 2.
Ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunk, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Megadel, cyberpunk technology such as cyberbots. Check the rhymes, I concoct private stock. While you jock, I set up ultra security for MC intelligence who wanna murder me. It's like the third degree, the way I question my sanity. I work on cybernetics as a form of vanity. To protect my circuitry, I stay under the canopy. I sent for special chips to finish my fantasy. To become a bionic commando. Monitor scandals, solar panels reflect, energy enters me. Empty synergy in the 21st century, soldering temporary leads. Fusible alloys like musical cowboys, strictly bomb raps, capable of alien contact. With bomb packs, create galactic soundtracks. Profound facts that were classified info for several decades by the CIA are now pedal death codes on the internet, the sinner's flesh. I smoke a mineral blessed and can't remember next. Transmission control, you better listen to your soul when the carbon-based creatures connect with technology. Brand new species devoid of ecology. Totally electronic, they monitor and follow me. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. And the microchip is missing. Oh my god. 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 Escape the cold flu, still down with kung fu. Back then they hung you, but now they fund you. I touch the escape key, a blue light envelops me, covers me with energy and sucks me in the screen. I met Tron, he said don't let on about the cyber universe, cause you the first human to discover us. Neon lasers, colorful photons, I felt like Voltron, my hands turned to silver, probably would've killed ya. I just lost my sanity, my brain was enhanced with super intelligence. True to the elements, bestowed with a charge beam. Victory was our theme, pack more silicon than sardines. Transform into a plane like Starscream. Cyberpunk rocking the mic with auto-targeting. Fifth element, the strength of 6 elephants. It was miraculous the way they patched me in. Equipped with electric grenades, tested my phaser. I melted some glaciers. Wow, this is great stuff. power with voltage, a technophile armed with explosives, missiles, a crystallizer to freeze them seas and then shatter them with super bass sits around, relentless pound hits the ground like an asteroid, a metal behemoth, more than you could dream of, a Marvel team up of both sides of the brain, transmuted to my physical form to ride the train. My eyes had a neon green glow, I seen foes, instruments of destruction meant for hunting. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is when I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is when I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Controlling cyberspace like a girl's private place. With a chastity belt, I has to be felt. Futuristic crucifixion, superdiction. With computer victims terminated due to symptoms from viruses. Sophisticated and bizarre, enthralling. I even serve smart drinks at the bar. Bonsai, mechanical tentacles hog-tied. The small fry who tried to hog the mic. You saw the light, took all the stripes. Stop the spine thieves that I perceive when my optics turn lime green. In this industrial environment, there's certain requirements. The mental training that helps you see the Leviathan. I'm piloting a giant mecha in my private sector. My invisible force fields of core shields, the inner sanctum. Better do the interface. Master programmers create aircraft that look like dinner plates. The Zen tried, you mob me. I did a concert on their planet for 5Gs. Space, the last frontier. Enough to make you pass on beer, weed, hallucinogenics, or speed. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Peace to the brothers out here. Thank you to Reddington. We got the return of Reddington. You know,
Yo,
the beast. What's up? We got the people in the chat here. Let me holler at these people before I get started. Here, Joe Mills. Thank you for being here. Leopard Print. Blessings. Thank you so much for being here with us. Virgo Moon, you know, beautiful, complex, you know, definitely. Neutral ground. Incredible. An incredible friend. Neutral ground. Thank you so much for being here. Davey Z. Nice to see you again, brother. The return of Davey Z. Ain't nothing but a G thing with Green Diesel. Peace, Green Diesel, man. What's up? Trippy Sippy. What's up, son? Doing okay? Peace to you, my friend. I hope everything's peace with you. Rethink Inc. Excellent. Good to see you, my friend. Tech Talk. Real shit. Lizard Tree. Blessings. Blessings. Peace be with you, madam. Lizard Tree. And I think that'll about wrap up the introductory shout outs. Thank you guys so much for coming out here. Obviously, Mr. Meow G. Blessings, friend. Thank you so much. Shadow Buddha. Thank you for being here, sir. You know, Saturday, we're going to get it popping with the Buddha series. Definitely going to send a link to the brother Shadow Buddha. You know, at the end here, we'll be promoting our series at NPC The Game. A continuation of the discussions that you'll find here, you know, at the end of the channel on a series we're doing called Psychedelic Elitism. You know, the connection between the counterculture, CIA operations, right? Different ideas covered there, right? And Excuse me. Smoking a lot of cannabis here. But yeah, you know, I drew this a long time ago. Let me show you guys this drawing I made before I even started writing my book, right? Okay. Okay. This drawing here, right? Oh wait, yeah. Yeah, this drawing here, right? You might not be able to see this motherfucking shit right here. It looks really stupid actually. Let me actually turn my camera off, right? And show you guys just the kind of craft and shit that goes in. You mean? Fix my hair there. There we go. Now it looks suave. You know what I'm saying? Look at this shit. See this shit? You see that drawing there? That shitty fucking drawing? Okay, where I put the spirit in outside of nature, right? And then emanating out of the human heart. And then nature as another barrier coming outside, right? So the spirit exists with, you know, nature exists within the spirit. Okay? The spirit exists within man. One completed cycle, right? Soon you get the soul placed inside the heart, right? That separates man from nature, right? The soul is inside man, and the soul connects to the transcendental realm through reason, right? Then you have the collectivized man, humanity, humanism, right? Now you have a collectivized soul amalgamated through all of the different people involved, right? Okay, you have the equality driven ethos. Then you have man programmed by society, right? And there is no essence, right? There is no such thing as the essence here, right? So there's different types of programming, right, in the system. So I drew this a very long time ago to explain these basic points that I'm making, right? So I hope you guys can appreciate that these ideas have been building up for a long time, okay? Okay. Okay, this series of presentations is just a culmination of many different ideas, okay? Now, let me break down what I just showed you guys on these shitty fucking drawings that I just said, right? Okay, I drew this over 2 or 3 years ago, right? Way long ago, right? That's why it's a shitty looking paper, crumpled up, right? You know. Oh, Mama Sue, blessings. Gary Baxter. Yeah, we got to help out Gary Baxter. Yeah, Gary Baxter, if you have a Cash App or something you want to drop here that I could put on the screen, you know, blessings. I definitely would like to help out. You know, no electricity. Okay. Yeah, it's good to see you. I'm glad to see that you're doing okay, my friend. You know, I would love to help out if you have something there. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace to Gary Baxter, longtime watcher and fan of this enterprise here and participator, right? The fans are participators, as you guys know, right? It's Project Mayhem, right? You decide your own level of involvement, definitely, right? Okay, here we go. So please help out Gary Baxter. I'll be definitely sending something your way to help out with the electricity problem, and we'll figure out what to do. Thank you guys so much. Blessings, you know. And yeah, let me leave that on the screen while I'm explaining this, all right? And yeah, essentially what I'm doing is giving a extension of all of those explanations that I gave yesterday. All right, so I provided a introductory opening sequence to what I'm going to present here, right? Next time as well, all right? Okay? So essentially what I'm trying to talk about is the way man developed a mechanistic view of nature, right? We started to compare, and observe nature as our own creations, right? Now, how did the median of creativity make it beyond nature into the capacity, okay, to reformulate nature itself into the evolutionary concept, right? And this evolutionary concept is really the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Religion had the notion of the end times, right? The apocalypse, right? The final judgment, right? The resurrection, right? Okay. Now, all these concepts link back to the concept of time, right? Right. And a final completion to the purpose of man. So if we get rid of these ideas of the purpose of humanity, what do we have left? Right. Well, we have man being propelled forward through his own creations, right? Through technological progress. Right. So they thought they thought our ability to go beyond nature has to do with our technological progress. Right. And in that sense, they started to compare man to his own creations. For example, right? We say nature is like a clock, nature is like a computer, etc., right? So you see time and nature combined. And there's also this concept of time versus nature, right? Now, the whole idea of progress and the idea of man going beyond nature, right? Right. First, reason has to be put above nature, right? This was the project of the sophists and the Promethean urge to man, right? In the Protagoras of Plato, we read, right, about the story of Prometheus inventing human beings, right? Prometheus is responsible for the creation of humanity, right? Right. I'm a fan of man. Remember Al Pacino in that movie, right? Well, you ever seen that movie, Red?
Remind me again. I forget the name. No, I haven't, but I've probably
It,
seen
I forget the name
previews.
too, but it's got Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino's the devil, and he's the devil's son, you know, or
Right.
you
Oh
know,
gosh, what is it? I'll
shit.
just look it up.
Somebody in the chat, you know, where Al Pacino's the devil in that movie, and he says, "I'm a fan of man." Right? They try to portray the devil as a humanist, right? You know, and that's not a accident. It's because humanism has a lot to do with Luciferianism. Thank you so much, madam. Peace be with you, madam. You know, thank you so much. Yeah, Devil's Advocate is the name of the movie. Yeah, right. So yeah, right.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has a famous line in the movie. He says, "I'm a fan of man." Right. And what did Protagoras say? He said, "Man is the measure of all things." This is right. The whole idea of Luciferianism has to do with this concept, right? Okay, that man can conquer nature. Right. You guys didn't know that, right? So what doesn't technology come front and center into that role, right? That's why it's always mentioned, right? Right through the Tower of Babel, right through all of these ideas, right? Technology has to do with the imagination of our thoughts, our ability of our creations to get away from us, right? Now, I talked about how technique and these ideas of technology, they supersede our notions of trying to enframe nature and try to create beyond nature and all of these ideas, right? Nature versus time. Okay. Now, how do we get into this predicament? That's what I've been trying to explain. Right? How did we get into this predicament? How do we get into this ideological bind, this trap, dualism, separation from nature, belief in the myth of progress, right? Belief in technological progress, right? Being the salvific, you know, having the salvific quality that it does today. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, it's as I read yesterday, right? In one of my writings here, right? Okay, these 4 stages, right? I said the world is now read to us by Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Descartes, and Newton. Okay. Out of these thinkers, the views of Plato are perhaps the most benign, but also the furthest removed from us. While Plato separated form and matter, okay, he separated form and matter, right? Okay. He changed our understanding of nature to matter. Okay. Okay. And he said the malleability of form. I'm sorry, the malleability of matter, the malleability of nature, which matter is reduced to, right? Okay. Bradenton's having problems connecting there. Right. Anyways, you know, the translation of nature into dead matter, right? Taking the intelligence out of nature and placing it into man, right? Or into the mind, right? Into the demiurge, right? And saying that that mind is immaterial. It's separate from nature, right? Okay. Separation of form from matter, right? Okay. Was from the transcendental world of Plato, right? Okay. Aristotle created the view of perfectibility and teleology, all right? Now, Aristotle, right? He got rid of the world of forms, right? And he said the form, right? The formal cause exists within the potentiality, right? So this idea of potentiality that's driven forward by telos, right? Putting telos in nature, right? Was the idea of Aristotle, right? Okay. Okay. So this is where the soul, right, becomes put within man, right? In the second stage that I was showing, right? Okay, he kind of invents the concept of a soul, right? All right. That corresponds with nature, right? So nature has a purpose, the soul has a purpose, right? When these two things are in balance with each other through temperance and change and perfectibility, right? They reach their true potential. Okay. This summarizes the metaphysical viewpoints of Aristotle. Okay. All right. So what was Plato's contributions to our views of nature? What was Aristotle's contributions to our views of nature? I just told you. Rewind the motherfucking tape. I've been studying this stuff for a long time. All right. Okay. All right. Aquinas separated faith from reason. All right. You go to the 11th century. And you go to the idea of Aquinas separating faith from reason. Right? Putting reason and faith in two separate spheres. Right? Putting heaven and earth in their separate spheres. Right? And he uses the philosophy of Aristotle to accomplish this. Right? So building off of Aristotle, you have the idea of Aquinas. Right? Okay? He takes God out of nature and places him in the transcendental realm. Right? He separates the church and state, the heavenly rule from the earthly rule. Right? Okay? Okay? Yeah. Yeah, don't you got some improv shows to watch? You know, in the chat there? And why don't you go watch your fake little improv shows where people don't share any of their name or their ideas and they want to LARP on the internet? Watch your improv comedy shows. This is too high up level for you, stupid little bitch. All right. Too high level for you. All right. Anyways, from Aristotle, we go to Descartes. Right now, Descartes separated mind from matter. Okay, Descartes separated mind from matter. Different stages. for different ages. Okay? Newton reduced nature to pure mechanism. Right? This happened around the same time, 16th century. All right? You have Descartes, you have Newton, you have Locke. Right? Locke creates the idea of the tabula rasa. Right? The blank slate. Okay? This supplies the idea of the mind, right, with the proper epistemological framework, right? Epistemology is a theory of knowledge, right? It supplies the empiricists, the empiricists with the proper theory of knowledge, right? This idea of the tabula rasa, the blank slate, right, that can imprint these and observe these mechanisms that happen in nature, right? Okay. Of course, the character of how the mind functions was also reduced to pure mechanism. Okay. Yeah, blessings, Lonnie. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for being here. You know, peace to you, sir. Okay. So to reiterate, right? All right. You have the separation of man from nature in Plato's philosophy. You have the separation of the soul from nature. Okay, and reason from nature with Aristotle's ideas, right? In his hierarchy of being. You have the separation and the introduction of telos in Aristotle, the idea of purpose within, right? All sorts of notions like Gnostic divine spark, right, come from this idea of this inner potential, right? Of this inner potential of man, right? Okay. Okay, of this inner potential of man, right? Now, Aquinas and the church, they use Aristotelian philosophy, and so does Maimonides, right? Right? To break down the concept of nature, right? Okay. And to further define how nature is separate from God and reason, right? Reason placed within man, the spirit placed within God, right? Okay. So nature is the malleable negative impulse, right? And it's usually conflated with the feminine, right? On the bottom of the whole thing, right? Then above it is man and reason, right? Then above that is God and spirit, right? This whole setup is a reflection of Plato's tripartite soul, right? That's why Protagoras said man is the measure of all things, right? And that's why the alchemist said as above, so below, right? Because the tripartite soul in Plato, right? Desire being placed on the bottom rung, the appetitive soul, right? The passionate soul, right? Containing courage and faith and love was placed within the heart, right? As the middle rung, right? And on the top was placed reason, right? In the spirit, right? In the immaterial realm. Okay. And this was reflected within the metaphysical ideas, right? Nature became malleable. Man became above nature, right? The spirit became separate from nature. All right. Three-tiered system emerged out of the tripartite soul. Okay. All right. Now we're up to Aquinas. Now they take this idea that nature is malleable, dead, to invent the idea of empiricism. Okay, and then they just cast away the transcendental realm, right? This happens with Locke's theories of mind and Descartes' theories of mind, Newton's theories of the mechanistic world view, right? Okay, the double-edged sword of Descartes and Newton in the 16th century, right? Totally cast away the transcendental world, right? It reduced nature to pure mechanism. All right. All right. Jessica Jane, peace. Peace be with you, madam. Chatbot. Somebody openly declares himself to be a chatbot. Don't know what that could mean. That's a new one. It's pretty funny, though. Pretty funny stuff. All right. So this is why I wrote this, right? Okay. Let me read this again, right? Okay, the world is now read to us by Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Descartes, and Newton. Out of these thinkers, the views of Plato are perhaps the most benign, but also the furthest removed from us. While Plato separated form from matter, Aristotle created the view of perfectibility and teleology. Aquinas separated faith from reason. Descartes separated mind from matter, and Newton and Galileo made nature into secondary category based on observable mechanisms, right? Okay. Now, what does that all have to do with these concepts I've been sharing? Right. I'm talking about, right, our level, our ideas about history, philosophy, theology, right? Okay, religion, history, philosophy, these things function on the level of the architectonic, right? Now, science used to be subservient to these modes, but now it's creating its own worldview. Right now, out of this worldview emerging, the scientific worldview emerging, and that's what this series of ideas have been about, right? Series of presentations, and now we're on the last one, has been about. Right? It's been the emergence of the scientific worldview. Okay, and the idea that they're going to create a mythos for mechanos. Now, mythos was the view that nature was peopled by spirits, right? Okay, in the realm of mythos, right? Nature was an allegory for man's inner experience, right? In the world of logos, nature, right, became subject to change, right? It no longer spoke to man, right? Man was driven by civilization and reason, right? So man separated himself from nature within the metaphysical realm, right? Okay. He placed reason in a transcendental realm apart from nature. Okay. This was the idea of logos, right? With logos came the conception that man is the measure of all things, as I stated, right? Now, furthermore, we have theos, right? God was taken out of nature and placed in the transcendental realm, right? Okay. Now, the immaterial transcendental realm could no longer speak to man, right? But it was God that had to come into the world, right? Okay. So God's entrance into history creates the notion of world history, right? The world historical framework, right, is still static for a long time, right? It doesn't have the idea of progress until it develops the idea through the scientific worldview, right? because the whole idea of the end of time and heaven and all these ideas had to be replaced with the notion of scientific progress. Okay. All right. Okay. So once God is taken out of nature and placed within the transcendental, which is called theos, we can reduce nature to pure mechanism or dead stuff, which is called mechanos. We now understand the scientific worldview. Where does its origins come from? It came from the notion of reducing nature to pure mechanism. Okay. Now we need a mythos of mechanos. Now, part of the mythos of mechanos is the view of progress. Right? Okay. Okay, the evolutionary worldview, right? And the connection between science and spirituality, right? As I explained on NPC, the game show, right? It was the alchemist that brought the scientific worldview, right? So science comes out of a type of spiritualism, right? A type of spiritualism that was syncretistic in its mode, right? Okay, it came from the Gnostic and alchemical traditions, right? That put man and his reason above nature, right? Put the creative impulse as the basis for all of nature, right? In the Hermetic ideal, God creates the world in order to know himself. Okay, this isn't a Hindu concept. Okay, this is a Hermetic ideal. Okay, that creation is fundamental to the experience of God. Creativity, right? Now, creativity itself, as we talked about many times, is the thing that melds the material and the immaterial. All right. Okay. Okay. It itself is a thing that involves our physical processes and our metaphysical ideas, right? Of the world, abstract ideas about the world, right? Okay. And this consisted of our presentation yesterday, right? So let me move on with this, with these ideas, okay, for a second here, and go to some of the readings, and I'll read for a little bit, and then I'll go ahead and show you guys some of these songs I made. I made some very interesting songs and music videos, and these people have sound equipment and video equipment, professional grade equipment. Okay. I have, obviously, you guys are able to contribute and be part of this experience of this show, right? But I don't know what else I need in terms of equipment. I have a microphone, I have a screen, I have a ticket to StreamYard's Worlds, right? They're fucking pay for 1 year or whatever, right? Right. But very low level operation. Just one man editing his own videos using whatever sound equipment and programs that I have at my disposal, right? I'm able to make songs, videos, produce lectures, produce material comparable to what is on the top level channels, right? And these people are playing pretend on the fucking internet with their improv shows. Doom scrolling. Go ahead, Red.
I was just gonna say, modern man must hustle.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah. Real talk. Yeah, that's one of me and Virgo Moon's favorite songs. Real talk. I mean, she knows what I'm talking about. But let me read some of this, and we'll understand how this view of scientific progress or the view of time comes into nature, right? All right. And hopefully I'll get into it, right? Let me put my hold on, guys. put these other glasses on real quick so I could see the book better. But yeah, thank you for joining us. So yeah, I'll read that again just so you guys have another thing. Okay, the world is now read to us by Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Descartes, and Newton. Okay, and Newton. All right. Okay. Out of these thinkers, the views of Plato, perhaps the most benign, but also the furthest removed from us. While Plato separated form from matter, Aristotle created the view of perfectibility and teleology. Aquinas separated faith from reason. Descartes separated mind from matter. And Newton and Galileo made nature into a secondary category based on observable mechanisms. The belief that man was separate from the world still has consequences from the way we view the world. Newton's portrayal of a mechanized universe of dead matter full of fixed and unchanging laws stultified our view of a living and changing world. Skolomowski writes, from Aristotle on, we have inherited the correspondence theory of truth, or the classical theory of truth, which claims that truth is correspondence between reality and its faithful descriptions. But this view, quote, presupposes the existence of an objective, unchanging reality out there, unquote. We should question these assumptions. Only the truth can sober us. The truth will set us free, yet the truth is nuanced, and the universe has a way of course correcting. Truth has to be adopted tentatively because we can no longer wait for all the information to come in. We must act on what we know. Don't ask why if you know it's wrong. Reality cannot be formed outside of us because we are active participants in truth. Truth must be a living truth and a quote-unquote happening. We can no longer believe with Wittgenstein that the limits of our language are the limits of our world. The view also presupposes that language we have can accurately judge our circumstances. However, each one of us possesses a unique understanding, and much of what we experience is simply beyond description. Reality is not transparent. If there is no consciousness, then there is no truth. If there is no consciousness, then there is no truth. Okay? See Mr. Anderson catching up. Della's dope, indeed. Blessings.
It's a very heavy statement there at the last. If there is no consciousness, there is no truth.
Yeah, that's Skolomowski. He's heavy like that, you know. He just hits that right there. He's just a bam. You know, forget about your truth without consciousness.
That would mean maybe it wouldn't debunk the materialist view, but I would think it would go against it in a sense that if we're only caged in by language, then truth, consciousness cannot be truth. Or how was it said again? If there is no consciousness, there is no truth. So language would get in the way of that, I would think.
Well, I think what it is that it goes back to this statement, and I hate Alan Watts. A lot of his ideas are complete trash. I do not support his views and all of that type of stuff. But yeah, he did say something very useful. He said they call these people materialists, but they hate matter. Right? You know, and that's so true. You know, that these people actually depreciate what matter actually is, what nature is. Right? Because they call it matter like as a diss. I'm saying, right? I mean, right? But matter is significant. It's these materialists that actually, and naturalists really, you know, that really depreciate our understanding of matter itself. Right? You know what I mean, right?
It goes to basically becoming, if Newton is correct, and the materialists would become the mechanists.
Exactly. You know, so they put mechanism above matter. You know, that's what I'm trying to describe as well. You know, that it's not only a reduction of nature to matter, but it's a reduction of matter to mechanism, right? Which then it's a sly move to try to bring it back under the guise of human reason, right? You know? And that's why I love Reddington being here, because he can actually engage with these concepts.
I had another thought, I think, but it's escaped me at the moment.
For sure. For sure. Well, chime in whenever you feel the need. Yeah. Yeah. It's a powerful statement. If there is no consciousness, there is no truth. Woo. Let's not get, yeah, that's a radical statement. Radical statement.
Or if it isn't truth, if there is no consciousness, then truth is irrelevant. Because, I mean, if we're not alive, if there is no consciousness, if we could equate being alive to just consciousness, then truth would be irrelevant.
Yeah, that's why I'm so tempted to do a whole nother thing where I read the participatory mind. I keep telling myself this is going to be the end of the presentation, but I'm tempted to do another. We could talk about these things obviously forever. But yeah, I'm tempted to do another where I just talk about the participatory mind, because yeah, truth is participation. It's found through participation, and these weirdos like John Vervaeke and these guys, they're now admitting that. They're now dumping their German phenomenology for this approach, right? Because it's just more practical. It's more all right. And I remember Vervaeke saying that truth is participatory, and he's not even citing Skolomowski as he says it. So they're just straight up plagiarists, right? But yeah,
That's unfortunate.
Yep. These big names, that are colluding with the, Jordan Peterson University and all this stuff, and they can't mention where they got these ideas from, Yeah.
It's usually a red flag.
Big time, They're repackaging these things in lieu of their own belief systems, so you could get it from the horse's mouth, by the primary and secondary sources like we cover on this show. Or you could just keep on going down the road with these people that are their pseudo philosophy, their pseudo antics, okay, and their fucking shenanigans, okay, with the fake drama shit. All right. As Skolomowski said, quote, "For our truths are only the distilled fragments of our own unfolding knowledge," unquote. Our truth cannot simply dwell up above, inert. It must come down to earth and participate. Okay. How about that? How about that as an interpretation of Christian epistemology? The truth's got to come down to earth.
Because at the very least, it's like a symbolic distance where you have, certain, like the movie Constantine, where it's like hell is only like a flick of a switch to a different dimension, where it's basically in the same location, but it's like a transcendental flip of a switch or something.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The church saw a fixed and unchanging universal law of God. Okay. And this was continued by the scientific laws. Okay. We actually have quite elegant examples of this with the whole ideas of this guy inspiring philosophy. We covered his stuff on this show, but he's openly saying all the time that the ideas of Christianity led to the scientific enlightenment, right? And he's not just saying the ideas of that Christian civilization made room for those ideas. No, he's saying it's the fundamental concepts within the Christian message that actually point to these concepts and ideas that allow them to happen. Right now, I don't fundamentally agree with those statements, as we've seen in the past. We've heavily challenged those statements and themes on our show, right? But he's able to note that this is the view of most of the specialists, right, who regard themselves as promoters of the scientific worldview, right? They'll even go so far as to say that Islam is the last civilization on earth to not reach the Enlightenment, right? Because it doesn't have these notions of science and technological progress, right? And the secular society, right? So yeah, but yeah, and if this is above you guys' head, above you guys' pay grade, I've restyled this here presentation and presented the words of Skolmowski and all of these ideas in about 100 different ways. Okay, go look at the previous episodes of this. If you need more explanations of this, if you need more explanations of the architectonic realm, if you need more explanations of the ideas of progress and the scientific worldview, right? Okay, I've given now over 30 hours of presentations on these ideas, right? So I can only say that what I've done has been pretty significant so far, and blessings so much. I'm so proud to have people listening, listening in, cooking dinner, listening to smart philosophize above my head. Blessings. Truth is everything that was, that is, and that will be. Blessings. 100%. 100%. I'm proud to have this intelligent individual, Mr. Meowg, in the chat here. You know what I mean? Yeah, blessings. Thank you guys so much. All right. I'm just going to read for a little bit more and then I'll go ahead and play the remix songs that I made and we'll get this thing going. We're going to be a party up in here. Please turn the music up as loud as you can. And also please get some cannabis sativa if you have it, right? And burn that shit, right? Thank you guys so much. But yeah, although we do not agree with the evolutionary mindset, okay, or the philosophy of being and becoming as we presently demonstrated, okay, we look at Skolmowski's work, Eco-Theology, to gain a positive view of the direction we could take. We cannot be stuck in the past, nor can we rely on a messianic expectation, which abuse with frail-minded faith in the future that waits for change. Still, we have to consider the aims of Christianity in the context of Western civilization, where they have a unique development. The work begins with an important question. To what degree has traditional, right? Newtonian science undermined our quest for spirituality? In what sense is new physics encouraging us to consider spirituality in our religious quests? Right. He also asks us to consider, quote, what is the structure of wholeness? How can it be justified in humans' terms? Okay, unquote. We can no longer believe in the, quote, narrow-minded scientists and technologists who have promised us salvation through material gratification, unquote, or the arrogance and anthropocentrism of the secular humanists. The question of the wholeness of meaning of life must be addressed by the ultimate frame of reference for which only religion is suited. This comes with a recognition of the fallibility of human knowledge, and the realization of the scope of what we know changes the way we perceive the world around us that is not separate from ourselves. Okay, Skolmowski writes, quote, Newtonian physics is the image of Jehovah of the Old Testament, okay? Protestant ethics is an extension of both, right? Okay, Newtonian physics was reborn, reconstituted through the views of the church, right? Okay, now the Christian worldview, right, is inundated with the mechanistic worldview, and so is true for the Islamic, right? It's true for every religious worldview. It's true for religion in general, right? Right. I didn't say any particular religion. I'm talking about religion, right? Okay. Okay. Every religion has been reconstituted according to the Protestant worldview, right? Okay, every religion in the world has been reconstituted according to the scientific worldview. Every religion in the world has been reconstituted, right, according to the view of the secular humanists, right? Okay, and all of these changes, okay, were promulgated by European society, right? These are the facts, right? All right. Now, stand-in word for that is called "quote unquote" Judeo-Christian, a farcical term. Okay, totally fake. The combination of these three layers of development adequately encapsulates our spiritual malaise. This consisted, in a matrix of separation between our inner and outer realms of the physical from the human. And if we are to convey a broader vision, then our imagination, conception, and perception must be brought back into one channel of connectivity, without which communication becomes impossible. Skolmowski wants a shift from the redemption-driven mindset to one that focuses on creation, or the creative elements of divine nature, which are also nurturing elements, not interested in saving man from himself. Akin to his vision of the participatory mind, Skolmowski states that, quote, the process of frame making is the process of mind making, unquote. And, quote, only when the world is given to us and is brutish and nasty and we are helpless in it, only then must we be saved from it. We must be redeemed, unquote. It is perhaps all too true, as Skolmowski states, quote, creativity is a gift, but it's also a curse. Also a curse, unquote. The tools we use shape and mold reality. And these are the concepts and processes which are transient and can often, all too easily, end up redefining what we set out to build and create. Skolmowski criticizes Marx, quote, if the root of man is man himself, then our roots are not very deep, unquote. As man thinks, so he becomes. There are no static notions, no realm of thoughts. As Paul Tillich argues for the ontic self-affirmation by abolishing fatalism as a rule of contingency, neither the resignation of the Stoics or the not too dissimilar contemplation of Aristotle can suffice. Tillich argues in his Courage to Be, quote unquote, that one must view faith as courage. One must view faith as courage. Skolmowski declares that we have built an ethic around the frugality. We have to build an ethic around the frugality of grace without waste and friendship. Grace radiates harmony and hope and imbues us with an individual responsibility, unlike futurism and utilitarianism. Okay, which present to us that garbage ethos that we previously described, right, here on this show, right? As Skolmowski puts it, grace is like a flower. If the entire point of existence were the creation of the most marvelous and beautiful and unique flower, then who could object to it? The joy would not be found in waiting for such a marvel, but in the moment one takes to experience it. Right? All right. Skolmowski discusses how neither the mending of contradictory eschatology, that is both Christian and evolutionary, seen in Teilhard de Chardin, or an outright dismissal and scapegoating of the Bible in our own worldview, seen in thinkers like Lynn White, seem to be a solution, because the Western culture itself is intricately developed and held up through Christian values. What we need instead is a reappraisal of these Christian themes that have been ignored for others in a battle between revelation and salvation mindsets that have removed the personal and participatory realm in religious ethics. Okay? We need an 11th commandment, he says, right? Thou shalt not despoil the earth nor destroy life thereon. For the earth is the Lord's, and is a fullness unto itself, in which all life shares. All right. Okay. Okay. Viewers dropping. Funny. We must ask ourselves, as Dr. Scribina asks an audience at South by Southwest, how much technology is necessary to have a good life? Okay. Our ethic must include oikos as it relates to theos. Oikos is a Greek word for family, economics, and environment. From a religious standpoint, all three are inextricably linked. As Skolomowski so eloquently states, wholeness is this place within which connects us to the sacred, but at the same time attunes us perfectly to our own body. Thus, as the existential and theological are mixed, so are the environmental and the theological. Eco-theology is part of eco-cosmology, right? Right. Okay. Anyways, say peace to all these people here. See what's going on. Thank you guys for joining us. We got the same people here. Lonnie, Mama Sue Lee. We got Look Within out here. Blessings. Yeah. Sativa in the day and indica at night. Exactly. About to light some things up and play some music. Bless up. Bless up, Ragamuffin. Good to see you, brother. That's a real one out there. Ragamuffin Vision. Yeah. Yeah. Much love, brother. Technique. Yeah. Blessings. Technique. Ecology and technique. Woo. See? We reformulating things. We moving things. We crafting our own symbols. We are engaged in the architectonic. Okay? This is how it works. This is how it is. A day in the life. A life in the day. Picture is worth 1,000 words. A moment is worth 1,000 pictures. Okay. Okay. Every enclosure creates infinite divisions, right? Okay. To close things off is to be infinite. Right? All forms of separation contain infinity within. All right. Okay. That's why we can get stuck in a loop. All right. All right. It's better to focus on the structure of wholeness, to realize we're not separate from the world around us. Okay. This is a sane epistemology, not one that will bring you to mental ruin. This is why we presented these things, to get you out of those boxes, cubicles, rooms, blocks, way of perceiving reality. All right. Okay. Stultification of the mind, externalization of the ego. Okay. I don't play games. I wish I had a video to play. I mean, right now, that could fill the space, fill the void, or somebody could come up and give a monologue. Does anybody have a monologue in them? Come on. Little 10-minute monologue. Let's do this. You know, drop the link. Anybody's got a fucking juicy motherfucking monologue in their motherfucking back pocket, little speech they'd like to give. Come up here and give that speech. I'll allow it to happen before I play some music, right? Anybody's welcome. Anybody's welcome. We're taking anybody. Reel them in. Fishing for fucking souls. Reel them in. Come on. Give me the souls, God. Reeling them in. Going fishing. I'm trying to break down some trees, all right? And I'm going to play some remixes, all right? And then I'm going to continue with my presentations, all right? So stay tuned, folks. Okay. Let me play this song while I do that, all right? Let me play a little song while I do that, all right? How about this?
Campers are that are he to the sticks, tearing up tears, the proclamation of to the sticks, campers are that are he to the sticks, tearing up tears, the proclamation of to the sticks, fortress of forever, been forsaken, and made from this polluted with blue dye, air, water, is life, man made from this polluted with blue dye. Temper, we have gained outer space, the hearing of the ears, the devastation of outer space, temper, we have gained outer space, blast not true, the human race, fortress of forever, is forsaken, all is polluted with blue dye, water, fortress of forever been mistaken. Man-made bombs polluting of the skies. Fortress of forever been mistaken. Man-made bombs polluting of the skies. The fortress of forever been forsaken. Man-made bombs polluted with blue dye.
That's right. Autodidact. You know what I mean? Self-taught, self-learned out here. All right. I challenge my professors. Okay. This is what it is. I brought this challenge right to them. Okay. It ain't no motherfucking game out here. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and play these remix songs I made. Thank you guys so much for showing up. The first one is a metal mix of Cool Keith. You know what I mean? The second one is Cool G Rap. And I've also mixed them with some notable videos, such as How to Control Your Brain by Timothy Leary, and also Machinic Desire by Nick Land. Okay? these psychedelic works of art that contain information about the cybertech phenomenon, right? So they're talking about the mediation of the world through technology, right? Technology is a median, right? The songs are not about that. The songs are just cool, right? Hip hop and electronic music I put together, for a new aesthetic. We're trying to build not only a new way to understand the world, but also a new aesthetic appreciation for what is going on around us, right? So it is what it is. That's my secret, intention by presenting this music. It's to upgrade the format of the sounds that we're allowed to hear, right? Because there's only certain sounds we're allowed to hear, right? Warning, the sounds you're about to hear could be hazardous.
Sound is vibration.
Exactly.
Little something. I gotta focus. Screen actor skill is overcrowded with nothing right now. Everybody's bluffing right now, wasting film and camera time, trying to expose yourself to the masses with a camera rhyme. New York and Hollywood don't need you there. Better people than you coming from North, South Carolina. You just a shipmate, ready for me to eliminate, cancel your network, feed the canaries. That's right, y'all. Now you're officially over, independent, doing pet work like Mike Jock and Jams. At the BET Awards, your tight butt fan base, give me the applause like you a hype man. For one more than walking out the arena doors. I don't care about bragging in the radio game. It's all about the radio flame. You could be seen and dealt with security guards and so-called tough guys, black eyes, put an arrowhead water with ice packs on your jaws. Super supreme, super skin, super supreme. The sperm blaster, mic controller, urinary faster, shit on you bastards. Walking skip sail at Sony Studios, best room, piss on your masters. Leave the Neumann wet press conference, major not minor with turds on the table. Clive Davis into the room, pissy diapers on top of the bagels. Shock Donnie Einer, you can't get past flex, secretaries try to front. Leave the lobbies full of shit worse than anthrax. At the Atlantic Records colon cleaner on your desk. Your asshole clogged up, niggas talking shit with hemorrhoids and gas X. You fucking with the superhero nigga, Bronx Detention Center, AK Mass X. Fuck Exxon with 4 soda-offs in his trunk. Fuck y'all, I'm skipping everybody, I'm getting gas next. Super supreme, super skin.
Yeah, and this is also a song I made called Can't Stop the Shine of Illuminated Screens. It's Can't Stop the Shine, Cool G Rap, mixed with Illuminated Screens by ARPANET. Enjoy.
Cow tuck, gearbox, got the 45 cow tuck, Giovanni style tuck, see the Cristalli rock, big box, got the 45 cow tuck, Giovanni style tuck, see the Cristalli rock, be up at the bar, what, time is carbon cut, the sluts get starstruck, wonder if the car's what, the new BM ripped up, the navigator truck, feet be light skinned up, but only gator stuff, for fly, mommy get hemmed up, she got the jada touch, this cash pushing they lens up, they can't hate enough. They counting what I spend up, already made enough to live plush. You want to see that a fat plate of mush? Got what you lust, the vocabulary smothered with slush. Yours covered with rust, down and studded with dust. Mine flooded with crush, boss big as a bus, 32 plus. What can you and your crew do to us? But look and discuss, plot to seize the Sodom seed from copping the VT, WE, LVEs. And stop the cheese, but we don't believe in knocking knees. We cock and squeeze, at least some shit shot and breeze. Attracting these chicks mix black and Japanese. facts, stacks of G's. Back your ass, she shellac, rapping the back of threes. On her knees, semen on all the 7 C's. She gold mining, looking for new fashion designing. Rings with rocks blinding, cause my world started shining, Down to the beaches in the West D's with jet skis, only sex T's, but that's C's, the Lex G, S3's T's, the blessed G, baguettes be the ice, making my neck and chest freeze, Vietnamese, Tibetan G's with whack P's, the sets of threes, press the 3D, the slept with me, the sexy, beauty of the week of the jet G's, Bangladesh G's, on the other side of the Red Sea, the lefty, sipping Remy inside the Pepsi, Jewel shining, holding down what you saw behind it. Make shit with silk lining. Penetrate right through your hymen. Handle a 9 like I'm Lake's Diamond. Organized criming. Bank rolls, yeah, we get those. Fly close, flip those. Pop foes, then we hit those. The whole click flow. Click the sickos with the chick goes. Get the ones with the 6-0s. Hollow top, spit those. Let the dope pal. Leave no profile. Drama wow. Leave your lane Castellano style. With fifth llama cows. Whole clip be kinda wild. On a mission. Get the death kiss, end up missing. What you got? Tell the
There you go. And we're going to continue on here. That shit's crazy, right? Definitely smoked out. All right. So we're going to get up in some shit. And I'm going to combine eschatology with these whole trips that we've been having, right? So I'm going to do that with a work by Pannenberg. And it's not that long, so I'll just go ahead and read this whole section, right? And then I'll go ahead and go to the ideas of nihilism and the death urge, the apocalyptic urge that we're talking about, right? So we'll expand to that, and so I could put these books away, right? We can move to something else, and I'm so tempted to do a presentation on Friday night, try to figure out an expansion of some of these themes. If I do that, then I'll cut the Saturday show short, give myself a little break, but yeah, we'll be here, okay, for at least 9 hours here, right? And no promises after that, right? Okay, perhaps only 8 hours, right? Okay, anywhere between 7 to 9 hours, I'll cut it off, right? And I'll keep saying, okay, the idea is that I did an extra presentation yesterday where I introduced these topics and themes, right? Okay, so we did a 3-hour show yesterday where we introduced these topics and themes, okay? So add that to the pile, all right? Please view if you haven't yet. We've put forward lots of extra content. Okay, we even made a little attack video for this dude refused to debate, right? So he made lots of extra content and material, right? Okay. And don't know who this is in the back here. Please cam up and wave so I can let you on the panel, you know, or state who you are in the back here in the private chat. You know what I mean? Okay. Or else we're not going to go ahead and do that, right? Cam up, wave. Yeah. Yeah, no way. No way you're getting let on the show without camming up and waving. No fucking way. Like, there's no way. Like, you know, I've never seen you before, you know. I don't know who that is. I don't recognize the name. Right. So, yeah, cam up, wave. You know, actor. All right. Yeah, you can go take your acting LARPing somewhere else, sir. All right. Okay, this is your last opportunity to cam up and wave. I'm going to go to reading now. I'm not going to be able to see you in the back here. All right. All right. Looks like they don't want to cam up and wave. There's no way to authenticate this person. All right. Here. And they've decided to leave the backstage. So whatever they were planning on doing, pretty sure it's not good. All right.
Fool me once.
Yeah. Sam Worthington was his name-o.
That's Sam Worthington was in one of the Terminator movies, I believe. The fourth one.
Yeah, they're trying to pretend to be an actor or something like that. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, you're not a real person. I don't want to talk to you. Right. I put my name and you know, my real name. Okay. And even so far I've put almost everything behind what I'm doing, you know. You know, people are aware of, you know, my family members and my address. All right. So I have no fear of anyone. Okay, whatsoever. All right. Okay. So you know, let that be known. Anyways, the opposite range of thoughts, okay, is one found in Christians that support pseudo-eschatology arrived at through Western progress, which suggests that the kingdom of God or the salvation of mankind will be brought about through the universal values reflected in democratic thinking, which are brought to us by the advancements in learning. All right. I'm gonna cam down for a second just because this cam is glitching out anyways, and I want to concentrate on the reading. All right. Okay. Okay. In the ideas and thinkers of Wolfhard Pannenberg, we see the view of both conditioned by Protestant ethics and the supranational tendency found in democratic modes and classical liberalism that were erected in Europe. All right. This idea closely related to the Kabbalistic idea of Zimzum, the idea of God coming to know himself in the Hermetic tradition, the birth of a new man in Paul, and the singularity of the transhumanists. The idea is brought out in the work by Pannenberg entitled, quote, Faith and Reality, unquote. While we agree that this development of European Christianity, okay, as founding the secular tradition is essential in understanding the eschatological scope, we do not agree that this development has been to the greater benefit of humankind. Like Buber, Pannenberg, okay, this is Martin Buber I'm talking about. Pannenberg brings out the most stunning claims, okay, that those are adherents of the soteriological and eschatological scope, right, of the Pauline style of Christian teaching, right, that force the conclusion that the European Christians are the central components in a scheme that promises salvation for the entire world through a utopian style model that would be too ideal for even the dreams of Plato. Okay. Too ideal even for the dreams of Plato. Right. Who is perhaps often seen as the head of all utopian thought. Right. All right. Could have been, could have been one of Zephyr's friends. Greetings.
Yo,
What's
No.
up?
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm like, can anybody verify who this is? But yeah, maybe, but yeah, some random guy. Yeah, this brings us to the political significance, right? Pandenberg follows Hegel in claiming that, quote, reality is the unity of the essential being and existence, unquote. Okay. He also gives special importance to the thoughts of St. Paul, who put an emphasis on the end of the world and the coming of a new earth. This emphasis is not seen as much in the Gospels and the Johannine writings, right? That's John, right? All right. Yet and still, there is God's entrance into history, right? And the playing out of this drama on the stage of world history. The interpretation of the world or spirit of God moves through history, right, has been blended with Aristotelian teleology to suggest that God is moving everything to its particular end through the process of history. Hence, Teilhard de Chardin represents a perfect blend of Aristotelian, okay, of Aristotle and Aquinas, essentially, right? Okay. As reflected in the current European thought, okay, that has come to influence modern scientific ideas and dreams of technological singularity, right? While the Jewish God represents the ultimate reality, the Greek God represents the ground of being or the cosmic order. Okay. Okay. So thinkers like St. Paul, they synthesize these two forms, right? The Greek and the Jewish. Okay. They're the culmination of these ideas, right? And also the spread of the ideas to Europe, right? Actually, all of that could actually be seen through the guise of one pivotal figure in history, which is St. Paul, right? I argue literally St. Paul is just as much important of a figure to Western and European learning that than Plato is, right? Because he's the one who spread the Christian teaching to Europe, right? Being the apostle of the Gentiles, right? So in a way, he started all of Western learning on his project, right? By the unification of the European tribes and the spread of this, you know, Platonic view of things, right? Because they melded the Greek and the Jewish understanding, right? But this didn't become popular. It didn't become entrenched throughout the European world until, there was a popular figure like St. Paul, right? So, I mean, people like these Protestant thinkers, they certainly think that is one of the most important instances, right? They think that's a pivotal instance in history, right? Okay. This also understood through the messianic expectation of Jews and the eschatology of national restoration, right? That will bring peace to the entire world by restoring faith in Jerusalem, which is seen as the heart and center of world events. Okay. Okay. In St. Paul, it says creation, quote unquote. Okay, quote unquote, that creation was subjected to futility, not of its own will, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that creation itself will be set free from bondage to decay. Okay. Basically, the metaphysics of suffering and grace, right there, right? Grace through suffering, right? Okay. And the idea of progress that comes in through that, right? Hence, all of creation was to be renewed, right? And reflects the fact that the eschatological scheme views evil to be a part of the very fabric of existence, especially in the world which is now ruled by the devil, which is also incidentally the reason why people are subjected to sin. Okay? Okay? So this notion of fatalism from the Stoic tradition comes in here, right? We contest that it matters not whether man is chained to fate or linked to the process of contingency that is open to the future, when one is no longer free to affirm what is there now in the fullness of creation, right? Okay? It means God's left something out of the project of creation, right? Something's missing, right? Okay, then there's the view of the new man, right? Man becomes a new man as a second Adam, right? This view is seen in 1 Corinthians 15:45, right? That the first man was given a living soul that was wasted on sin, but the new man will be a life-giving spirit responsible for the salvation of the entire world in the age to come. All right? It's a basic concept, right? Okay? Basic concept. Nature was subjected to futility, right? Pannenberg, but all but proves that this is not a radical interpretation in his own synthesis, but the life-giving spirit, which is the breath of life, quote unquote, which God breathes into human beings, seen as the pneuma, right? The quickening elements that give form and house spirit, seen as the soma, are to be linked through the ephemeral and ethereal stages of world history. Okay. Pannenberg cites both Anaximenes and the Psalms. Okay. It ties to the realization of life, everlasting, the bestowal of an immortal soul in the life to come, which stresses a unity with God above other three Western religious traditions and right? Okay, there's versions of Christian message that don't include Paul's teachings. Right, obviously. And they're very rare. Okay. Some of them are ancient, right? Going back to the 1st century, right? We covered some of that on our show, but the video was taken down. We'll have to represent that video on the Ebionites. Anyways, Pannenberg chooses a historical view of spirit in the Hegelian sense that contrasts it into the subjectivist trend of spirit seen in Descartes. We object that while the idealist and subjectivist experience-based mode of spirit, as apart from matter, leave one in a detached higher realm, the view of world history eclipses the human element and individual responsibility by making man temporally dislodged and having to seek salvation in the future or in modes that are outside of himself. All right. Okay. And we're just trucking along in this motherfucker, right? Hence, we feel that thinkers like Pannenberg set up a false dialectic, right? That is the perpetual fault line, okay, of this whole Western schema, right? Christian, Judeo-Christian, whatever, however you want to phrase this. Modern, right? Of course, they're conflating all of these things together, okay, which is the first goddamn issue, right? Okay. But the dialectic between self-determination and collective salvation. Like Skolmowski, Pannenberg puts the dialectic in terms of disagreement between the respective philosophies of Paul Tillich and Teilhard de Chardin. Right? Okay. The ecstatic and the evolutionary views. Right? Okay. Oh, shit. I say that later. Okay, here we go. He further explicates the problem in terms of the relation between ecology and genetics, quote unquote. Such strange terminology. Ecology and genetics. Okay. Link between ecology and genetics. Okay. Wonder what that could mean, right? Basically, evolutionary theory, right? Linked with Tillich's ideas of ecstatic nature and Teilhard's omega point, which is a moment of main thrust of the culmination of the entirety of existence in which becoming realizes its final goal. Becoming, quote unquote, realizes its final goal. Another issue is the notion of man overcoming his sinful nature through self-transcendence, but also being paradoxically made in the image of God. Pannenberg feels that being made in the image of God reflects man's ability to master the forces of nature. However, being made in an image does not convey capacity or end, but merely constitutes similarity of shape and form with none of the actual meaning or status of being like a god. Okay, this interpretation, right, is kind of heretical, right, because it led to a gross materialism and anthropocentrism, which treats nature as a secondary category in the experiences of man, even though man originates from and is part of the natural world, right? Also ties into the fundamentally Greek conception, right, of prosopone or persona. All right, in order for there to be self-transcendence, there must first be a conception of a self. Which is primary tool used in the medium between the symbolic world, which emanates from the spiritual backbone, and the cultural and political world, which for Hegelian world historical map is a stage of primary importance for the supposed self-actualization of man and God. We note that it has been observed by many intelligent folks okay, that the institutions of man harbor man's darkest element, and the true necessity of these social implements is often all too easily evaded by the practice of mutual trust. This is hard to come to when these very same institutions are imbued with the divine decree and the mandate of heaven. Okay, the conception of a new man, reborn to fit a new age and the world to come. Right? Okay, these are the ideas we're talking about, all right? All right. Okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Trumping. Tardian. Trumping and tardying.
I believe you said trudging through this, if I remember correctly.
We be trudging. Trucking and trudging. Oh, I think when I said trucking, I think he's thought I said trumping. You tell me what's going on. Yeah, thank you for all the people. Blessings.
Be like Lil Jon. Okay.
Okay. And thank you to the 29 people watching this. Blessings to you guys. You know what I mean? You know, we're talking about the evolutionary view of man, how it entered into the view of progress, and how it's tied to the whole scientific worldview, the schema of the scientific worldview, right? The development of all those things, right? You know, and I've given lengthy presentations on all this, right? The view of progress, right? The evolutionary view of humans, right? All that shit. But now I'm going to give just a little more reading of this, right? And then we'll move on to some presentations here, right? In terms of, we're going to continue reading the end of an article, right, about Dr. K. Last time we looked at some of Dr. K's horrific acts, right? We don't want to deprive the audience of taking a good look at the crimes that he committed, right? We don't just want to. So and we also looked at some of his historical background, right? We never did that when we were reading the manifesto, right? And some people might think that it's irresponsible to cover those ideas without giving a general explanation of the crimes he committed, right? Although generally, right, we separate the ideas, okay, because the ideas can be separated quite clearly, right, from those violent acts, right, because the ideas are about the problems with technological society, right, that are mentioned by many thinkers, as we mentioned last time, right? Okay. So, we're not excusing the crimes in any sense, right? Then they're horrific acts, right? So we want to make that clear, right? But definitely we're looking at the ideas there, right, that are mentioned in other writings as well, right, by lots of thinkers throughout history. Okay. All right. Anyways, I'm going to continue on with some of these thinkers, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, the Greek conception of man as a rational animal is closely tied and is especially as represented in the philosophy of Boethius, right? Boethius. Vandenberg talks of the significance of God's entrance into history in terms of man and says, quote, God has united himself with humanity as a whole because by his unity with God, this one human being has manifested true human perfection, unquote. And says, quote, the goal of this history of man's becoming has already appeared in Jesus, unquote. Pannenberg notes that the point of futurism in Paul is already made by 15th century Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, who defined man's likeness to God in terms of creative production, especially of technical products, much like Plato, who called logos, or quote-unquote creative reason, the firstborn son of God. Okay, Philo, right? Okay. Philo said logos is the firstborn son of God, right? The creative reason, right? Even the dialogue of becoming or self-improvement in Nietzsche too readily offers itself to the Christian scope. As Pannenberg says, quote, the longing and struggle for this coming to be of man as man from the hidden theme of history of religion, unquote. Okay? Okay, Nietzsche himself succumbed to this, right? He notes that the main link between Jewish and Greek conception of God was born of a humanism which reasons from God's actions and activities on or in the world. This is brought out especially by Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, whereby in Jesus' resurrection, man's future is already fulfilled. The resurrection, in short, is fully symbolized in the end of history, depicted in Jesus' resurrection from the dead, which is a promise made of eternal life in the future kingdom. This is also the Hermetic notion of self-transformation and self-revelation. Finally, there's a doctrine of universality of Christ addressed in every man's conscience, 2 Corinthians 4:2, and also apparent in the mission of the Gentiles. We have focused on two critical stages. One is the championing of Greek philosophy, okay, which is used to prove the existence of God. And the other is the Kantian severing of the metaphysical domain and the function of the external laws. Okay. Pannenberg makes the emphatic statement that, quote, faith has to do with the future, unquote. However, we feel it is precisely this type of faith in the future and justification, right? That is really the crux of the issue. This is because it presents man with a temporally dislodged horizontal dualism that matches the vertical dualism of being removed from the ascended realm. This temporal dualism of Hegel does not solve the separation of form and content seen in Kant, because it paradoxically assigns value to the present only in what it is to be made for, and eventually must surpass. All of reality becomes nothing more than a transient phase. Okay. Okay. Terminology of collective salvation, right? Arriving in the future. Okay. Thank you guys. You know, there's like 22 people that hung on through that. Hung on to their seats. Yeah, thank you. And we're almost done with the reading portion of this, right? And these readings are a culmination of ideas and thoughts and presentations that I've given over, dozens of these shows, right? So, this is definitely the cream of the crop in terms of some of those ideas, right? Where they led to, right? What is the culmination of them, right? And how they challenge the views of the modern world, right? Right. So if you need to, right, go back, slow down the tape, listen to it again, right? Highlight words, names, go look up these themes and ideas for yourself. See if it corresponds with your own understanding. Listen to everything, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself, right? Right? Okay, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. Start a well-intentioned fight. See the lies fly out in defense, okay?
Be don't trust, verify, then critically think about.
Exactly. Analyze the key principles, the key problems, and then try to present solutions. If you don't like what's being shown, right, you have two choices, right? Build your own model, right, or turn it off, right? You have no right to sit there and criticize the creations that you are not part of, that you don't participate in, right? Okay. If you don't like what's on the table, then you should have been in the kitchen helping make the meal, right? Otherwise, you have no right complaining about a free meal. Okay. If you don't like what's on the TV, make your own show or turn it off. Okay. Right. Creativity. Right. Okay. That's what the focus is here. Man's creative impulse. Okay. Don't be driven by what other people force you to make. Right. But take charge of your own creative impulse. If there's any freedom, it exists on that level and that level alone. Okay. I understand what I'm saying. I want you guys to understand what I'm saying, right? Because I consider all you people my friends. Okay. That's what's going on. We're going to take another little musical break in a minute, and I'm going to drop the link for everyone to hop on the panel and go ahead and pin the link. We'll see if we can get some friends to join us. So far, there's been nobody, so we'll see what happens. Other than Reddington and Zephyr, who are always here, and I greatly appreciate them.
As long as hurricanes don't have any say in it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the, obviously the great need to spend this time together, because we don't know how much time we will have, right? And by then, all our words and thoughts will be gone. Only the ones we share together and we remember, right? Those fond memories we shared. That's all we'll have left, folks. We come into this world with open hands, and we're going to leave with open hands. Everything we have will be given away, right? Okay. All right. And everything we have now came from somewhere else, if you'll notice. It is true. Okay. Trust is better than gold. And we're only placed here for a short time. Anyways, that's why the futurism is a trap, right? Let me proceed here for a second. And then I'll go ahead and present some music. We'll take a little break. And also the link is pinned for the people here. Okay. Yeah, I've said so many things in these 2 hours. I mean, it's quite a marvel, to be honest. I wonder who's listening. So many people in the chat, but it doesn't reflect the number of viewers at all. And now 28 viewers again. 29 viewers at some point. So thank you guys. Furthermore, it has become apparent to us that the knowledge of Christ's resurrection is not available to the laymen, scientists, or historians. That is part due to a lack of evidence from an event dating back to ancient times, and partly due to the ideological and dogmatic restraints that bind experts in any field that we have taken great care to describe. It is also suggested to us that in a quite contradictory fashion, that knowledge is not the same as faith. Okay? Suffice it to say, we neither regard this an adequate definition of faith, nor do we succumb to the doctrines of salvation by faith alone, which we consider thoroughly irreligious. It is perhaps not hard to see how collective salvation of the future that is to be awaited, and the doctrine of salvation by faith alone seems to put no emphasis, on either the nature of man's responsibility and the greater ecology, which represents the vital currents of the existence, that appear to us now and sustain us fully. This removes God from nature and man from his present mode of existence, okay, which he has chosen to live. All right. As history begins with Israel, the meaning of salvation of the entire world coming through Israel is exchanged for the physical reign of Jesus, as Pannenberg declares that the central motif of Christ as truly man, okay, figures into the greater picture and says, quote, the God of Israel is not tied to the world order, but confronts the world in freedom, unquote. But here Pannenberg makes an important proclamation, quote, all Western historical thinking stems from biblical understanding of the world as history, unquote. This is not only this not only accounts for the particularity of European society, but also for the modern period of secularization. Right. In this world historical view that was perhaps best explained in the second part of our book, the main intellectual and spiritual force began with the Middle East and the Jewish kingdom, and then passed to the Persians and the Greeks, which morphed into the Hellenistic and Alexandrian structures, which are at the crux of the spread of Christian and European thought. Okay, after the fall of Jerusalem, writes Pannenberg, after the fall of Jerusalem, the mandate of the world dominion formerly linked to the Davidic kingdom first of all passed to Babylon. Later, it was assigned to the Persians, then to the Greek and the Hellenistic structures. This succession of world kingdoms, however, according to Daniel, forms a merely transitional period which will soon be superseded by a final kingdom. He goes on to say, quote, unlike the land once promised to Israel, the salvation which took place in Jesus has to reach all men, unquote. Okay, this idea of universalism is born there, right? And almost racially motivated, right, passage, right? Okay, he finally comes out with it. He says a world historical movement, okay, in Europe plays a special role. According to Hegel and Pannenberg, right, the salvation of man as derived from the Jews, right, brought through the preeminence of European, right, is brought through the preeminence of European society, right? Okay. Okay. Quote, Europe was preserved as a spiritual unity despite denominational conflicts. Western civilization, right, and the Christian heresy of communism have spread more successfully throughout the world than the mission of the churches. Here, too, there are opportunities for a Christianization of their mission. God preserved his aim of universal Christian mission through the West, and it is from Europe, particularly in modern times, that the world has grown into a unity, unquote. Okay. Okay. It's through Europe, right? All right. He admits that this has not been accomplished directly by the church efforts, but indirectly by the spread of science and technology. Okay, we object to the notion that everything is moving towards an ultimate or divine purpose, not because we find it irreligious, but because it discounts for the fact that every act of the all-powerful God is self-sufficient. In our view, suffice it to say, God does not have to do something for something else to happen. This doctrine also holds that God is distinct from the world. Quite plainly, okay, this notion denies God as the ultimate source and that God is the sole basis of reality. Instead of God being the totality of existence, God has manufactured becoming through the void. That's Aristotle, right? God manufactures becoming through the void. Okay? Okay. That's Aristotle. Okay. Which is where we pretty much started, right? Finally, the notion of universality figures heavily in the Pauline message and in Greek thought. The division of the churches and the separation of national and religious spheres supported the rise of secularism, as Pannenberg notes. Quote, total equalization of reciprocal human relations would dissolve all community, unquote. The supranational tendency of democratic ideas seemed to match with the two kingdoms approach of Christianity, which represents one rule preparing for the rule to come in a new earth and another earthly rule. Pannenberg points that both Eusebius and Origen felt that the ending of all national division would lead to the spread of Christian doctrine, instead of a Stoic ideal of equality in terms of the constitution and essential nature of man. The Christian equality is an equality in regards to the tenets of faithfulness and preparation for the coming of the future of the kingdom of God. Okay. Okay. To sum it up, Pannenberg writes, quote, the individualism of the holy, private piety and traditional Christian authoritarian morality consciously or unconsciously help to maintain existing structures of dominion, unquote. This is coupled with the fact that Jesus seems to reject the political messianism of his people that was exchanged for the Pauline notion of collective salvation. A nominal agreement arises between us and Pannenberg in discovering the fact that eschatological interpretation of the Christian message bears much significance, right? Focused in the personalized experience, right, which was individual and direct, but was manifesting through the coming of a universal and collective salvation available to each person. It was an ethic of transformation, right? of becoming and of change. Okay? Enter transhumanist ideals. Transformation, becoming, and change. Okay? The foundations of political theology in the New Age, of the scientific worldview, and of universalism. The end. Come on the panel, have a conversation. Or don't. And watch me continue.
Is that an invitation to speak? How's my mic, by the way?
Yeah, of course.
It's good.
Is it better? Because I got a new one. Mm.
Is that a TV in the background?
Yes, it is. Thank you for noticing. I'm going to go shut it off.
That was funny. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, and thanks to everyone for being here. And I noticed I stopped reading. Now there's more people watching. Squirrely motherfuckers.
Squirrely trombone.
Yeah. I'm going to play some music. We'll be back. Okay. With some more presentations on different topics, themes, insights, reflections, right? And we'll move to some of the notions of the nihilistic death urge, right? We're going beyond sin and salvation now. We're going into the dark depths of the Freudo-Marxian cyber world. Okay. Dark cyber, right? It is what it is. You know.
Dark cyber with the dark ciphers.
Exactly. Precisely. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you guys for joining us. And please hop on the panel if you want to join the discussion.
One time I was chilling with these rastas in Belize, South America, and these cats had run out of rolling papers, so son just pulled out his Bible and started reading the first chapter of Genesis, right? The first page of the Bible, front and back. And we was all just quiet, listening, you know. When he was done, he ripped the page straight out the Bible and rolled the fattest spliff I ever saw. Straight up. But yo, straight up. But that's when it struck me, you know, in the beginning was the Word, you know what I'm saying? And God said, let there be. And then there was, you know what I'm saying? Said it. And that's the power of creation. That's the power of MC. And we call things into existence.
Oh, yo, what's up? Yo, this is my man Wood, who I was telling you about. Yo, this is Oracle Divine. Yeah, Wood. Wood is the nigga who just played the role of Jimi Hendrix in the Jimi Hendrix flips. Straight up. Amazing acting. Another form of self-mastery, like I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's like, it's cool, you know, when you're creating and stuff like that. The way I was looking at it as an artist, it's like you're like a little god in a way, because you're creating, you know what I'm saying? So if you create, you're doing what God did. You just create all of something. Whether it's something in the studio, or even if it's in the sun, that you have the swords pigeons.
Yo, I got a daughter and son. That's like a Bible and gun. Peacock and ready, aim as steady as a ray of the sun. My ammunition, intuition fully clips in my lungs. So you can never guess what planet I'm from. My MC name is my birth name. My first name, alias is all of us. All of us, the full of us will surely come when we deny it. Loudest nigga gets quiet. His inner peace is a riot. Sell your soul if you wanna, but that don't mean I'ma buy it. See, I've been contemplating not to stay in pins and be quiet. And I ain't gonna lie it. Be too hard to deny it. I ain't from your block and never had to deal with your shit. Never had a Glock, never kept a rear with no bid. And when I saw a nigga like you, son, I practically hid. Cause you did what you did, and I wasn't the kid. Don't give a fuck now, I'll be the first one to play. I hate the eye of the needle, set the record straight. And I retire late, retaliate, and I be fishing on that same star you be wishing on. Make your move, son, you know the mission's on. And I retire late, retaliate. Breaks some U-tanks, kick snare, sharp as shanks. Mothership got pussy whipped, now we closing in ranks. My penmanship straight from the hip, got niggas jumping off planes. We bout to send these platinum rappers running back to their banks.
Circle my orbit, damn it, now see if the planet change random colors and shifts and times be phantoms. Seas and lakes and oceans of people who evil. The Atlantic star might shine where you are. Ultra sheen, a synonym for a star. Fourth dimension really ain't that far. What's next? You gon' flex a platinum ass car? Oh, look at him over there, man. You got a platinum ass car. Walk with me, son. Keep yourself tight. I'm about to show you all the fire in sight. Son. Old folks can choke the surface of earth is so blood soaked. See yourself with the midst of gun smoke, so provoked by disagreeable sorts. Who often find winter time is the time to rock shorts. Of course, see through my window like the Brooklyn time ports. The future holder gentrification of Brooklyn is Brooklyn. Forever getting took, man. History will have it all up in their books, man. That's where they will find you. You will be looking like some fat, nasty chef standing over pork cooking. And I know what planet you from, but you don't really know the planet I'm from. Oh my God, man, if I told you, you would laugh at me. Like, don't even ask me, motherfucker. I know what planet you from, but you don't really know the planet I'm from. Oh my God, man, if I told you, you would laugh at me. Like, don't even ask me, motherfucker. In the cypher session, I feel like I'm anointed. Quality flow star, my lyric content pointed. Hush now, and let the groove lesson be essence for me to bust now. Look in the mirror and tell me, what do you see now? Are you the man or the woman you supposed to be now? It's okay if you are not. Just use the mind that you have got. Fill out this form, now go ahead and sign on the dotted. Petition MCs just out there acting retarded. Shooting their mouth when they know they shouldn't have shot it. But that's how it goes when the lyric flows be garbage. Stop! Would you an unwed father? The passion that you and Carmen is hotter than lava. Ishmael is the gift and the angel of our karma. But I got questions to ask my father.
Yo, I'm probably the darkest MC between me and Willie D. They say complexion yields complexity. And
it's cool. You nod your head when the beat swells. Feathers and ink wells. My word is bird. Yo, you can either go down in history or go up in flames. I ain't calling no names, but your cats sound the same. Excuse me, dogs, that's how y'all refer to yourselves. Rhymes refer to your experience, then defer to your wells. Dreams defer cause cream's preferred. Rap race through the streets. Theme songs like ping pong. Ignorance over beats. You nod your head when the beat swells. Feathers and ink wells. My word is bird, purple pigeon of a street tell. Sleep well and eat well. Not to the beat, hell, not to the beat. Yo DJ, put this on repeat. You nod your head when the beat swells. Feathers and ink wells. My word is bird, purple pigeon of a street tell. Sleep well and eat well. Not to the beat, hell. The soar and swell of purple pigeon. One time I was chilling with these rastas in Belize, South America, and these cats had run out of rolling papers, so son just pulled out his Bible and started reading the first chapter of Genesis, right the first page of the Bible front and back. And we was all just quiet.
ragtag rebel armies of alarming proportions. Grenade launching, fearless little orphans. Fully dipped clerics who throw the wind caution. Intel operatives who instigate holy wars in. Tiptoeing at Fort Detrick on an each and no basis. With derelict new contagious enzymes to play with. Cause a well-educated, prosperous nation is dangerous. Walt Disney Kingdom, where history comes in two flavors. Blood soaked and the blood stains cleaned up with detergent later. Excuse me, Miss Liberty, I don't mean to be misogynist, but put some lipstick on a green lip, cause the truth ain't a pretty bitch. In the US, even Martin Luther King kept a gun in the crib. So whether you a clueless bastard with no relations, or more tonight with genealogy of King David, you witnessing the logistics of a gun-running operation by big mama policy makers. Intricate surveillance next to the crib placed by proxy administration, funded by drug money pushed out of US air bases. S&B time, hollow mountain shadow ops, nanobots who make remote control parts of global heart. Double, triple agents who leave how to fly books in glove box. And drunken moments left holy Korans and titty strip spots. Lone CNS, the phenomenon of albatross. Heavy burden around the neck, depending what side the coin fall. And I'm my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always draw hard. Lone CNS, the phenomenon of albatross. Heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the coin fall. I'm my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always try hard. Mountains of atrocities, as high as the Acropolis. I fold your wretched skeletal wingspan screaming, no one is stopping me. Legions of minions ready to mar themselves for college money. Republican dummies, besieged with banana cherub Enochs at the coronation of King James pontificating. Sistine Chapel look like Quranic boss paintings, where if you look closely, you can see ghostly images of Norval on 9/11 wargaming. Cold heartless killers, you like tear ducts in a broken mirror. Haunted face appears as Judas in the form of Zell Miller quoting Hitler, who once said the bigger the lie, the more people likely to believe it. So nowadays these rappers spit vagina monologues, cause most of them are way too pussy to say shit. Pale man, you can never ever ever be God. No matter how intricate you paint yourself in his image, you're just waging advanced forms of barbaric tribalism. That's the stupidity war that man is never winning. So gather the women and children, prophets, priests, and Eman from the forgotten books of Eden. Born treachery which stem from the presidency and all the kingsmen. So close your eyes if you're squeamish. It's about to get sick, free to warrior here, meaning it's good tiger eating. So G-man, start the deprogramming sequence. Lone CNS, the phenomenon of albatross. Heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the coin fall. On my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always try hard.
Some feel the excitement of boredom, and some don't. But one day you will step outside, and you will feel the heat. You will hear the sirens of death, and they sound afraid. We're back where we were 10 years ago, and I'm feeling like I'm starting my whole life from new. This is your last chance.
What's on your mind? Nothing. I'm gonna die for nothing. Nothing else that matters but what you want from me. Anti-fashion seems to be fashion too by now. I don't need stupid policemen taking care about me. I don't need anyone. I take it all by myself. Myself. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Tell me the truth, you fuckface. Gonna kill anyone for more. Suck me up for a better reason. I'm gonna cut you short. If only technology keeps moving you forward, and you're not prepared for the future, you become a nice child, left in an information overload unit. What's holding us back is time. World leaders choose world leaders, not us, not democracy, not a revolution. Time to stop the Germanization of the planet. I have a fear of a white planet. I redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. I have to redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. worth having is worth fighting for. It's important that the future's on our side. On my side. On my side. White House and white snow.
The final moment has come. It's all over. It seems that you still have power in reserve, but we're winning. Are you praying in your despair? I redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. We got to redefine the enemy.
Here I come! Don't bother me! There's nothing we can do! It's not my style to just wait to be killed. I'll wipe you all out. Now is the chance. I'm covered by a blue shadow. I fear no longer. I fear no longer. I fear no longer. I redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. I redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. I've got to redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy. Redefine the enemy.
Yeah. Anybody want to come up and have a serious discussion and not try to bomb my stream with all the profanities and all the nonsense, creating drama around and then creating situations, trying to set me up with these fucking losers, sanity machine, and all these cocksuckers. All right. All of that drama nonsense will perish. All you're doing is filling air with noise. Okay. You reach out to me privately and we'll have a discussion about it. Right? The direction you're going in on these platforms is the wrong direction. You're going the wrong way. Okay. And you know who you are. Won't be bringing attention to your miserable causes here. Or your shenanigans. Yeah, I've had enough of trying to ruin my platform with all of your profanities. I've had enough of it. I've had enough of it. LARPing. Man, this isn't your fucking internet improv show. Go take that nonsense to somewhere else. Lying, constantly lying. All right. The lies are on record. Okay. All right. The lies are on record. We got the lies on record. All right. So open your fat fucking mouth if you dare. Make sure you private your videos after you're done doing them. Right? Because we will be watching that fucking shit and exposing your motherfucking lies. All you LARPer fags. All right? Trying to strike this shit with your nonsense. Trying to make sure I don't get... and they're making money off their videos. They're constantly alluding to the fact that they're making money off their videos. Okay? All these LARPer queers. All right? Okay? That's why they're constantly chasing the clout. Right? Trying to associate themselves with all these names. Constant name dropping. Okay? The only names we drop here are those names of the people who caused the ideological strife that inhabits our present age. Okay? I'm tired. Okay? I've graduated way above your simpleton ways. All right? Your attention-seeking behavior. Right? Graduated way beyond that. Okay? Big time. Big time. Reach out to me privately. I already told you. Anybody else who wants to have a serious discussion, go ahead and join. I mean, okay. but I've had enough of Illuminati, all right, for sure, right? Okay. All right, I'll see you on Jack Talcott. You know, he'll let you up. You know, I can only deal with one of these guys at a time. I got Snafu in the loop right now, right? So, you know, before we had King Stephen in the loop, right? Before that, we had Illumatami in the loop, all right? So we deal with one of you loopers at a time, right? Okay. Let's go to this. Let me try to open up this page I found and try to explain some of these ideas with you guys. Now, this is going to be interesting. Let me try to find this real quick for you guys. Okay. And certain concepts of the Bible and time are mentioned here. And then we'll proceed to some other issues. So obviously Nick Land is expounding on accelerationist ideas, and he's linking some of them to those biblical concepts, right? Let's check out what he says, right? And it's also linked to the birth of nihilism. Okay. All right. Okay. Which is the dark side of Nietzsche's theories, right? Anyways. Let's figure this shit out.
Chapter 1. The Death of Sound Philosophy. Kant's great discovery, but one that he never admitted to, was that apodictic reason is incompatible with knowledge. Such reason must be transcendental. This is a word that has been propagated with enthusiasm, but only because Kant simultaneously provided a method of misreading it. To be transcendental is to be free of reality. This is surely the most elegant euphemism in the history.
Okay. To be transcendental is to be free of reality, right? Okay. Because reality is actually just limited to its descriptions. Okay. That's with the birth of correspondence theory, right? Now, Kant reaffirmed this, right? He placed reason in the transcendental. Okay. Okay. But he placed knowledge in the realm of experience. All right. This is the compromise he made. All right. We were covering that before when we were covering Kantian philosophy, his notions of the transcendental world, and so on and so forth. All right. Now I'm going to go on a little bit. All right.
History of Western philosophy. The critical philosophy exposes the truths of reason as fictions, but cunning ones, for they can never be exposed. They are big lies to the scale of infinity, stories about an irreal world beyond all possibility of sensation, one which is absolutely incapable of entering into material communication with the human nervous system, however indirectly, a separated realm, a divine kingdom. This is the ghost landscape of metaphysics, crowded with divinities, souls, agents, perjurant subjectivities, entities with a zero potentiality for triggering excitations, and then the whole Gothic confessional of guilt, responsibility, moral judgment, punishments, and rewards, the sprawling priestly apparatus of psychological manipulation and subterranean power. The only...
Okay. The subterranean power that's coming from the priestly class, right? Which Nietzsche, remember, he calls it the vampire of the Imperium Romanum, right? All right, hold on.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, Hank?
So in short, he's talking about Nietzsche's critique of sin, right? And how that figures into Kant's critique of nature, separating reason from knowledge, right? And morals from, our ability to gain knowledge and experience, right? Okay. And the birth of, or I guess the melding of the transcendental with the universal, right? Scope. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyways, let's go on a little bit. And thank you, Hank, for joining us. No, buddy. I'm keeping you in the back because you'd like to bomb the stream with profanities so that other people will strike the channel. And this happened on a number of instances. Perhaps you can approach me privately and try to explain to me why you're trying to disturb my presentations with profanities and your LARPer games online.
And we don't even have to go by other days. We go by just the day on Talcott.
Yeah, exactly. I could readily provide examples of you doing this today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're talking about okay, repeating lies about other things that people have said, all right? Which I'm not even going to repeat. I'm not going to repeat the lies because I'm not going to indulge this nonsense, okay? About the lies you told or anybody's lies, all right? I don't have time for you people. You see, time is of the essence. Okay, people who want to come here and talk about nature versus time, this is what I'm presenting here. Okay? Okay? All right? Okay, how did time replace nature? Right?
Yeah, and you can little duplicitous. I have that open the debate challenge waiting for you on Free Will. So go ahead and talk to TML in private since we can't trust you in public right now.
Yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot I said that'll happen. But yeah, we'll go ahead and do that on another channel or maybe a day where we could private the stream. But I've already done too many important presentations for him to come up here and say N-word, 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 K-word, K-word, K-word. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, we could do it on a smaller channel. We could do it on my channel. I don't really care.
Yeah, because there's other people and there's a lot of triggered activity. There's a lot of strikeable activity going on, and there's lots of people looming around my channel trying to take it down right now. So we're not going to indulge that. We just received a strike on our other channel, so we're not trying to go ahead and indulge this nonsense games today. So yeah, we have other channels where we're posting extra information, but now we're unable to use those mediums because of the current restrictions, right? So we're being very careful today, right?
The problem for the metaphysicians is that this web of gloomy fictions is uncoordinated and comes into conflict with itself. Once the fervent irrationalism of Inquisition and the stake begins to crumble, and the dogmatic authority of the Church weakens to the point that it can no longer wholly constrain philosophy within the mold of theology, violent disputes, antinomies begin to flourish. Due to the internecine strife of the metaphysicians, polyglot forces begin to be sucked into conflict, at first mobilized against particular systems of reason, fighting under the banner of another. But eventually a more generalized antagonism begins to emerge. Various elements begin to throw off the authority of metaphysics as such. Skepticism spreads, and the nomads begin to drift back with renewed élan. Kant's critical philosophy is the most elaborate fit of panic in the history of the earth. Its more brutish and even more consequential ancestor was Luther's hysterical reaction to the disintegration of Christendom. a kind of intellectual paralysis, the basic symptom of which was a demand for rigorous and consistent austerity, was common to both. Like Luther, Kant was forced into conflict with an institution steeped in tradition.
Okay, so here he is pointing out the link between political theology, right, and also the link between German metaphysics, right? So, you know, Kant was impossible without Martin Luther, right? He's just pointing out the obvious, right? That it was a reformation on the religious concept, the destruction of the rule of the church, right, that had brought about this existential crisis, this need to question everything, right? So he's saying Kantian philosophy is a panic-stricken philosophy. It's talking about moral decay, the separation of morality, right, from our notions of science. Okay? Okay. Yeah, peace. Yeah, peace to Prime. Thank you. And this culminates in the nihilistic urge. You know what I mean? Let's go on.
With which he would have been happier to conform, if only it was strong enough to keep the barbarians at bay. But whilst atheists, such as Hume, threatened to wash everything away, the Pope spawned bastards and Christian Wolfe pontificated absurdities. There was only one answer: revolt in the service of the establishment, and the revolt, once begun, was carried through with a steel dedication. What was also common to both of these reluctant rebels...
Revolt in service of the establishment. Why? That sounds exactly like liberalism, doesn't it?
Yeah, right now, it used to be that the establishment was the aristocracy, but yeah, the liberalism does serve the establishment at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, because of course that's what he's describing, is that because of Martin Luther, that aristocracy had been replaced, right?
was the renewed vitality that they breathed into the antique institutions they engaged. Within a few years of Luther, the Jesuits, after Kant, Hegel. Catholicism and metaphysics both reborn. After all, fear is the passionate enthusiasm for the same. In speaking of modernity, we acknowledge that an insatiable historicization has befallen the earth. A shockwave of obsolescence has swept away all perpetuities. Far from escaping the frenzy of abolition, thought has been sublimed in the white heat of its outer edge, functioning as the very catalyst of history. What is new to modernity is a rate of the obsolescence of truth, although it is still, as I write, possible for a good idea to last longer than an automobile. It is natural enough, therefore, that critique is an instrument of dissolution, a regression to conditions, to the magmic power of presupposition upon which all order floats. Cultures that become critical are rapidly intoxicated by lavish metamorphic forces. Reality becomes soluble in the madness of invention, such that it seems as though critique were luring nature into our dreams.
Okay. Okay, let me go back to that line, because I think that's such a significant line right there, right? We hit pay dirt with that line, all right?
Metamorphic forces. Reality becomes soluble in the madness of invention, such that it seems as though critique were luring nature into our dreams.
Okay. Let's go back again.
It becomes soluble in the madness of forces. Reality becomes soluble in the madness of invention, such that it seems as though critique were luring nature into our dreams.
Okay, reality becomes soluble in the madness of invention, so it seems like critique were luring nature into our dreams. Okay? Now, when nature gets put into the realm of the imagination, right? out pops nature versus time, and through that, the idea of progress and futurism. Okay. Okay, futurism comes from our ability to create our own time as a response to nature. Okay? Create our own holidays, our own seasons, right? Okay, the ability to hack time, right? By superseding nature and its processes through the process of invention and reflection, right? Okay? These are the main ideas and concepts that are at play here. All right?
Anything is allowable eventually, as long as it is extravagant enough, and nothing.
Anything is allowable as long as it is extravagant enough, right? Okay, complexity, right? Complexification of means, right? Yields compensatory mechanisms, and pretty soon those compensatory mechanisms become replaced, right? The status of invention becomes the effects, right? Okay. And that is the also a link between the split between the subjective and the objective, right? Okay. Where subject becomes more like the object, right? Of course, the whole idea of nature becoming mechanized, right, or being reduced to mechanism and materialism is a substantial element of this process as well. Okay. Let's go on. And I guess now you're beginning to see how much of that was my commentary and how much of that was my reading and stuff. And obviously, what I read was also written by me. Okay, we're doing some presentations on some ideas that I've had my eye on for a minute here, right?
Yep.
The thirst for annihilation, futurism, the apocalyptic paradox, right? And how religious ideas figure into the technocratic worldview. And thank you to the 34 people joining us. Blessings. Thank you, JG, for being here. Also Square Peg Round Hole, and also Creek Mary. Thank you so much. Huh? Also Prime. Blessings. Yeah, Juan. Yeah, Juan on Juan. We need to get them on this show. Straight up. They be covering some deep shit as well. Honestly.
Nothing that is allowable may any longer be avoided. A critique only dates in the way capital does, cunningly. Both are names for metamorphosis as such, reproduced in their own substitution. To describe Kant and capital as two sides of a coin is as necessary as it is ridiculous. A strange coin indeed that can synthesize a humble citizen of Königsberg with the runaway reconstruction of a planet. Yet any attempt to render such an absurdity intelligible enmeshes us in the critical machinery that will always be associated with Kant. If counterbalance...
Yeah, and the link between Kant and British philosophy is also linked to, the link between the birth of empiricism and capitalism, right? And Kant's support for both of these concepts, Right? Okay. Anyways.
Balancing the dominant mass of the real with transcendental philosophy is deeply unjust. To which tribunal shall we appeal? To one that is more universal, a transcendental move, or one that is more ontologically profound, a theological idiocy? Hegel sought to treat Kant with a sense of proportion, and his failure in this regard is also ours. This is why every variant of modern thought exhibits a complexion of retardation, critique, and aberration, since if it does not inertially resist the seduction of modernity's critical resources, it is torn between the twin lures of harmonizing with them or venturing into the expansive obscurities beyond. Philosophy, comprehending all theory, has no socio-historical pertinence for us other than its relation to Kant. In the case of Bataille, such a relation is superficially obscured by the prevalence of references to a Koyevian Hegel. But two obvious points can be made here. Firstly, the Hegelian text is nothing other than a response to the predicament of transcendental philosophy, so that all of its terminology is operative from the start within a Kantian register. And secondly, Bataille's philosophical vocabulary, regardless of first appearances, is in fact, and independently of Hegelian mediation, fated to address a Kantian inheritance. A preliminary sample might include sovereignty, a Kantian problematic before becoming a Hegelian one, the thoughts of limit, the unknown, possibility, objectivity, and end, as well as, and above all, the crucial difference between immanence and transcendence, along with its critical usage. The importance of Hegel to Bataille is not immediate. It stems from the character of Hegelian thinking as a redemption of Kantianism, its attempt to save transcendental philosophy from the lethal spasms welling up.
Okay, now there we have a key thing as well. The split between immanence and transcendence, right, in Kant and Hegel. Right now, immanence, right, and we were talking about this in Tillich and Teilhard de Chardin as well. You could also look at it between those two philosophers, right? The ecstatic and the evolutionary, right, is another two ways of looking at the same dialectic. Right, and they finally clash and merge in this idea, this Gnostic concept almost of immanentizing the eschaton, right? Immanence and transcendence merge in this concept, right? And it also has to do with the merging of these other two concepts, being and becoming, right? Now, this constitutes a total loss of meaning, right? When these two conceptions merge, you know, everything goes out the window.
From within. Irrespective of his own immensely confused intellectual project, Bataille's reading of Hegel is a regression into the nihilistic momentum of critique, into a thanatropism which Kant largely misconceived, and which Hegel attempted to speculatively excise.
Okay, now he's going to move from Kant to Hegel to Bataille, right? Okay, now after you have eminence, okay, and then transcendence of eminence coming out with becoming, right? Hegel's whole idea of progress and the world history, right? Where nature is subjected to time, right? Then this whole thing implodes, right? And it becomes man being driven into the future helplessly, being pulled along, right? And you have Bataille's nihilism, right? Okay? So three steps to the thirst for annihilation coming out of the evolutionary ethos, right? It's fucked up. It's how they fucked up your mind.
Hegel's philosophy is the life support machine of Kantianism, the medical apparatus responding to a crisis. When Bataille explores this machine, it is not primarily in order to understand its inherent potentiality for malfunction, but to excavate the euthanasia it prohibits. Hegel's reading of Kant is complex and multifaceted, but also of an unprecedented coherence. Its intelligibility is, in the end, coterminous with the possibility of a system of reason or actual infinity. Hegel realized that the Kantian conception of infinity, which abstractly opposes itself to finitude rather than subsuming it, indefinitely perpetuated a dangerous tension, insofar as it ascetically suspends the moment of resolution. This bad infinity, the endless task of perpetual growth, capital, is incapable of ever diminishing the prospect of utter collapse. Kantian infinity is deprived of any possibility of intervening in developmental series, leaving them vulnerable throughout their length to the catastrophic collision with a limit, loss of faith, war, the eruption of an incomprehensible death. Kantian infinity is given, whereas Hegel sets to work. It is only a banal claim of Hegel's own thinking that history has no greater objection to offer than the profound immersion in his work. Unlike the expedition such Knechtschaft receives within Hegelian self-understanding, however, this is not primarily because there is no depth of servility or wretchedness to which the spirit of the system refuses to descend, but is rather due to the fact that the comprehensive voyage of experience that traverses such depths has, as its condition of existence, the uttermost abandonment of real independence. The
Yeah, there's a
filthiness and
workaround for this.
ignobility of Bataille's writing follows immediately from its being
Yeah, there's a workaround for this unending infinity. It's called it's a concept called arbitrarily large numbers proposed by finitists like Norman Wildberger. So instead of having an unending infinity, you just have a really, really, really big number, and you substitute that for infinity.
Because it would practically be the same thing.
Yes.
You're saying.
Yeah, practically.
Because we can't conceptualize infinity.
Yeah, but it's a close enough per application.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they've done with 4 billion years anyways. You know, where they're just like, it's long enough for things to work out to where they get to where they are today.
Or
you know?
or $34 trillion.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, I mean when confronted with, you know, not just the infinite, but the extremely large or the extremely long spaces, right?
The seemingly vast universe.
Yeah, seemingly vast universe. You know, this idea of the, you know, Newtonian and you know, reinforced by Kant, obviously, you know, in his empiricism. It really draws forward this understanding. And the notion of, you know, immanence and transcendence being melded together through this, right? It really puts one at a loss of meaning, right? To the whole enterprise of man, right? He's just being pulled along to the future, right? So it's not only that there's, you know, the infinity doesn't quite exist in the past either. It mostly exists in the future, right? You know,
in a sense, perhaps even the concept future is not very conceptualized, in the sense that you never arrive at the future. You're always in the present.
Right.
Yeah, and the infinity in the past falls out because the Big Bang wasn't necessarily the start. It's just a horizon where we can't see further back.
An inflection point.
A boundary.
Yeah, it's a boundary. It's a temporal boundary to the limit where we could see backwards in time. Because backwards in time is backwards in space as well, the way we look at it.
Yeah, the way we look at it.
Viewpoint.
Yeah, the way we look at it is a very important caveat to that statement.
Very important, yes.
But yeah, essentially, infinity can't be traversed, right? So, to get to where we are now through infinity, they've determined that to be impossible, right? They've given examples of this.
Well, it depends on what you have to be more specific. So there's some conditions where infinity can be traversed, such as Zeno's paradox, but you have to be specific on how we define it. It makes a difference.
Yeah, of course, he was a firm believer in monism, Zeno, because he was a follower of Parmenides. But there's forms of monism that, appropriate the concept of infinity, right?
Yes.
So you could have both, and then furthermore, infinity existing in the future. Well, that works for both the religious schema, and also for the futurist, because the futurist wants to live forever, right? And the religious person, they want, the eternal gifts of heaven, right? So both of them have this idea of the new world, right?
Yeah.
Is what I was trying to paint in the entire, Pannenberg, piece there.
But yeah, Isaac Newton just knew the problems with infinity and infinitesimals, which is why he invented calculus to distinguish the kind of infinities from each other.
Yes, but of course, the infinitesimal calculus is still there with Leibniz, so he didn't disprove it, right? So
yeah.
So there's a problem. It's that they just chose Newton over Leibniz, So
yeah. Well, we could choose both now, so it's not
right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We have to choose both now because we already have Gödels and all these people. Hilbert, Gödels.
Yep.
Cantor. I gave a presentation on this in the past. Hilbert and Gödels and Cantor and how they, what the philosophy of math has to do with the development of programming systems.
Affirmative.
Yep.
Steeped in Hegel. This is not to suggest that such baseness is coherent with Hegelianism in any of its variants, for however immense the powers of reflexive self-comprehension exhibited by such thinking, the supremely vicious character of intimacy with the Hegelian text cannot be grasped within it. Investment in the system is not itself a relation internal to the system, and to make it so is merely to offer a hypercritical apologia for its degradation. If Hegel's prostitution to the Prussian state can become speculatively intelligible, this is only at the cost of etherealization, which, in itself, is consummate objection, deceit, and travesty, or, put succinctly, definitive humanity. This is not to provide the justification for a dismissal of Hegel. Hegel remains strictly unintelligible to us, and any claims to the contrary are anemic tokens of bourgeois apologetic. Insofar as Bataille depends upon the overcoming of Hegel, he is an inanity. That Hegelianism is a sad farce of the Academy decides nothing as to its eventual sense, and if postmodernity depends upon a decision in respect of Hegel, it is a culture of accommodation analogous to Hegel's own crude response to Schelling, or to the even more devastating oblivion of Schopenhauer's thinking within the formative phase of 19th century German metaphysics. The internecine conflict between germinal possibilities of post-Kantian thought is appropriately judged by a laughter whose measure is the preponderance of capital within modernity. It is as comic as the hatred Trotskyite sects bear for each other as they squabble over the management of a future whose probability slides asymptotically towards zero. A dialectical illusion is the error exposed by transcendental critique, through which reason pretends to the transcendence of itself. It is associated, on the one hand, with an objectivistic interpretation of the intellectual forms of a representation as independently existing structures of things in themselves, and, on the other hand, with an attempt to grasp the subject as if it were an entity separable from its own operations, the latter being a mistake that Kant entitles paralogism. Descartes' ontology of extended and thinking substance exemplifies both of these errors. Such dialect.
Okay. So there it is, right? The separation of the of objective from subjective, right? And the collapse of the subject into its own operations, right? So there's all these concepts that link in, right, to the mechanistic view of the world, right, and also the view of progress, right, which here has been redefined as nature versus time, right? Right. Okay. I think Hegel puts it in his so-called philosophy pretty succinctly when he says that the mind is the antithesis of nature, of which man is the result, right? Okay, so man himself is a synthesis between nature and mind, right? And this is quite an embarrassing conclusion because it totally reduces man, right? Being prodded along, right? And not in control of his own world, right? Anyways. In other words, it strips man from his will, right? And they had to do this because they had to get rid of the ecstatic and replace it with the transcendental anyways, right?
Is the object of critique, and is always a confusion between conditions of possibility and their products. Kant describes this confusion as one between conditions of objectivity and objects, which in Marx's case are producers, labor power, and commodities. In Heidegger's, being and beings. In Derrida's, writing and the sign, etc. Such confusions misconceive the transcendental as the transcendent, performing a gesture that can be described as metaphysics, fetishism, ontotheology, logocentrism. For Bataille, it is the effaced difference between utilization, expenditure, and utility which bears the brunt of critical aggression, engaging an error to which he gives the uncompromising label reason. Profane thought, reason, interprets making use of in terms of usefulness. It thus loses all sense of absolute end, the transcendental condition of value. To repeat Kantianism, modern thought, is to perpetuate the exacerbative displacement of critique, but to exceed it is to cross the line which divides representation from the real, and thus to depart both from philosophy and from the world that has expelled it into its isolation. Critique is a matter of boundaries, or the delimitation of domains of application for concepts. It is inherent to critique that a terrain of unthinkability is delineated, or that limits are set to the exercise of theoretical endeavor. The Kantian name for the items within the legitimate field of theoretical cognition is phenomena, whilst the extraterritorial items are called noumena, or things in themselves.
Okay. So this constitutes a total split, right, between technique, right, the processes used to describe nature, right, and those ideas that are basically fundamental to man himself, right? So man being pulled along by these processes had to come about through this mode here. Let me go back a little bit because this is a very, very important point that he just raised, and I want to make sure we're getting this in its full depth.
Cross the line which divides representation from the real, and thus to depart both from philosophy and from the world that has expelled it into its isolation. Critique is a matter.
Okay, so critique is going on without realizing where it was sourced from, essentially, right? So critique is kind of like technique, right? Which it used to be about defining boundaries, but now it's about deconstruction, right? It doesn't know why it started out in the first place, right? And it's kind of just going beyond itself,
and
right?
It's been about deconstruction for a really long time. Even Lacan pretty much did the first deconstruction critique. So, and that's why our critical theory is based on a lot of Lacan.
Yeah, and I think the transcendental modes collapsing into the on what he's saying, that it's been replaced by something that's transient, in a way, and it's been replaced with the notion of transcendence, right? The transcendental has been replaced by transcendence, and I would argue maybe the whole notion of transcendence has been replaced by the transient through the idea of technique and processes, right? What he's calling critique, okay, has also calcified into technique, right? Okay, but of course he's an accelerationist, right?
Of boundaries, or the delimitation of domains of application for concepts. It is inherent to critique that a terrain of unthinkability is delineated, or that limits are set to the exercise of theoretical endeavor. The Kantian name for the items within the legitimate field of theoretical cognition.
Okay, so it's within critique, okay, that the realm of unthinkability is constructed itself, right? Now there's two items here, right? One is the world of experientiality, where knowledge comes from, and then is the world of the unknowable, right? Which is inherent, right? That is the noumena, the thing in itself, right? So there's things that are developing definition, and there's things that are well defined, according to Kant, right?
Yeah.
Is phenomena, whilst the extraterritorial items are called noumena.
Phenomena is the realm of experience. Noumena is the realm of things in themselves. The a priori realm, that's where morals and the whole, not the thoughts, but the apparatus that's used to have the thoughts, right? Which is the cognition of space and time, right?
Yeah, the organs behind the thoughts.
Yeah, the ordering of the thoughts,
Mhm.
is where it comes from, and that's where the notion of space and time, simultaneity, motion, and all of these things originate. That are, Kant argues mental frameworks used to basically have the experiences that we have, right? So those don't really change. Those are beyond perception, right, and beyond reason.
Or things in themselves. Because the noumenon escapes the categories of the understanding, which include modality, we can neither say that it is possible nor that it is impossible. Noumena are what escape the competence of theory, being those things which are unknowable in principle. That, therefore, which we entitle noumenon must be understood as being such only in a negative sense. The most influential attempt to establish a new coherence between conception and its outside is Hegel's, in particular his phenomenological solution to the delineation of experience. Hegel argues that the boundary of experience is produced by the inherently self-transcending character of reason, so that the discursive excess which is exhibited, for instance, in the word noumenon, expresses the negativity or freedom of spirit in relation to its content. Spirit is not confined by the difference which restricts or determines phenomenality, since it is itself its auto-differentiation. The outside of spirit at any moment of history is merely its own unreclaimed, alienated work. This is not merely to collapse Kant's thing in itself back into the phenomenal world, because Hegel does not think of spirit as...
Okay, so spirit, again, placed in the noumenal world, right, with all this other activity going on, right, with the mechanistic worldview, right, okay, the subjective world, right, being torn apart from the whole physical realm, right? This is, it's not hard to see that this is where the thirst for annihilation, the separation from nature, all these concepts actually originate, right? And it's not hard to see why Bataille gets extremely virulent with this nihilism.
Yeah. Yeah, when I model it, I put spirit mostly in the phenomenal realm. Otherwise, we couldn't know about it. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
The difference between dualist and monist.
yeah, I'm a
Yeah,
monist.
almost across the board.
Monist, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a monist. So that's why we put most of its spirit in this phenomenal realm.
Yeah, and then this is like this third compromise where they neither put it in nature or the phenomenal realm, nature with a capital N, or in the phenomenal realm, you know, but they place it in the realm of time, which they claim is a melding of both of them. You know, that now this is very, very, you know, dicey move, you know.
Yeah, it's a dicey move, especially since the people at Wolfram is finding out what time is right now. We actually know what time is. It's, but nah, we're not quite there. We're almost there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hold my breath, but yeah, but definitely.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. Keep breathing, please.
Yeah, for them to find out what this time thing is, because time is a mystery unlike any other, you know, and the notion of progress being introduced into this whole schema is just a, you know, just a total fumbling the whole thing, you know.
Time is a rope snake.
Yeah.
They say time. Oh, no, I won't go there.
Yeah. Yeah, when I heard this video, I was like, "Oh my god, this is exactly the things I've been talking about on my show." You know, laid out in a very, very you know, palatable format, you know, for the masses.
As a timeless, transcendentally pre-given system of cognitive faculties in Kantian fashion, but as a historical auto-production in which the self is really, and not merely reflectively, determined by the logically orchestrated content of thinking as and through time. Hegelian theory is not formal but speculative, which means that the subject is developed, and not merely expressed, through the series of predicates by which it...
Okay? Okay, the self is made subject to the critiques, right? As well as the notion of time and progress. Right? So these dual ways of limiting man, right? Okay? Okay, and also putting man as the final extension of nature itself. All right?
is thought. Hegel considered Kant's basic failing to be an inability to see that the limits of reason are self-legislated, so that when intelligibility is absolutely consummated, the ethical order is recognized as commanding for nature. Spirit must abandon itself to its noumenal extinction in the confidence that it cannot be identified with its perishable pupal stages, but instead finds eternal life in the thinkability of death. Finitude is only possible through a spiritual production transcending and comprehending it as a necessary moment of itself. Humanity becomes God in the mode of a return by expiating its finitude on the cross of history, whereby alterity is neutralized into the reconciliatory phenomenology of absolute spirit equals God.
Okay? So God's entrance into history, okay, the creation of history, okay, the relation between man and history itself, right? Okay, now the coming of the new world and the coming of the kingdom of God was totally related to this process, right? Obviously, right? Okay, and we already talked about why that's significant in terms of geography, right? But yeah.
So much for the novelty of the Hegelian imagination. Since Hegel, the word phenomenology has fallen even further into disrepute. Compared to the majestic pomp of the Hegelian system, the philosophy of Edmund Husserl, with which the word phenomenology is now inextricably tangled, is a mere neo-Kantian eccentricity. There is something profoundly infantile about the egocentric obsession of Husserlian thought. One is reminded of Fichte. It is only worth mentioning at all because, primarily for socio-political reasons, it has not been without defenders. If in the Hegelian mode of philosophizing, alterity is reduced into a collective, auto-generative knowing, in the Husserlian mode, it is reduced into a monadic, transcendental ego, at the limit a petit bourgeois parody of Hegel's absolute, God in the guise of a minor state employee, for which the Kantian noumenon is bracketed as a transcendent or naturalistic postulate. The transcendence of the object is reconstituted on the side of the subject as the intentionality or inherently outward-oriented character of experience. Experience is intrinsically transcended, i.e., to experience something as an experience of something beyond the experience itself is simply what experience is in itself. That thought concerns something outside itself is a transcendental structure of thought. Rigorous phenomenology of the Husserlian type, whereby all questions of reference are replaced by an analytic of intentionality, leads straight to idealism and solipsism, and thus, as Schopenhauer persuasively suggests, to the madhouse, although it is an insipid insanity they offer us. An altogether richer vein of thought is that initiated by Schelling, provoking Hegel's famous remark concerning a night in which all
Yeah, of course, Schopenhauer famously said that Hegel's verses were reserved for people in the madhouse, right? And then he focused on theosophy instead. He thought that the spiritual modes, the Vedic philosophy, pantheism, Buddhism, these things were much more closer to ideas of mind, the ideas of the world as will and representation that he came up with, right? He came up with a pretty interesting philosophy of mind, right? That was a response to this sort of idea of phenomenology, right?
cows are black. Like Hegel, Schelling saw the weak spot of Kantianism to lie in the impossibility of a rigorous determination of the transcendental ground of knowing, since what is transcendental has to remain immanent to its own disjunction. What differentiates these two philosophical modes is that where Hegel's Aufhebung, or assimilatory negation, passes through the other, appropriating it as a mediating pause of absolute reason, Schelling's indifferens undercuts the articulated terms, exacerbating the critical gesture, since one of the transcendentally subverted terms is, in each case, the simulacrum of the transcendental. Hegelian thought is guided by the exigency of comprehension, which, at the limit, grounds itself. Schelling's by that of transcendental grounding, which, at the limit, comprehends all difference. In their early 19th century systematic forms, these types of thinking can seem very similar, but as they divergently concretize themselves into contemporary philosophies of critical theory and deconstruction respectively, their difference becomes more stark. The most important rhetorical symptom of this difference is the contrast between an ever more nostalgic discourse on the failure of totality on the one hand, and an ever more complacently impotent discourse on the impossibility of radical subversion on the other. In their recent forms, both discourses make frequent and preposterous claims to a Nietzschean inspiration. It is not Hegel or Schelling who provide Nietzsche with a philosophical taproot, but rather Schopenhauer. With Schopenhauer, the approach to the noumenon as an energetic unconscious begins to be assembled, and interpreting...
See, I called it. Right. Right.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, see, the whole thing goes towards Schopenhauer and his pessimism, right, that Nietzsche chose above Hegel, right? And then basically that's where you get Bataille from, right? From this, you know, from the corpse of Nietzsche, right? Emerges Bataille, you know, with this gay Nazi poetry.
The noumenon as will generates a discourse that is not speculative, phenomenological, or meditative, but diagnostic. It is this type of thinking that resources Nietzsche's genealogy of inhuman desire, which feeds in turn into Bataille's base materialism, for which noumenon is addressed as impersonal death and an unconscious drive. Even though Bataille exhibits little interest in Schopenhauer, and even a measure of casual hostility, his location in relation to the history of philosophy cannot be pursued without attending to the meditation upon the will that Schopenhauer initiated. Kant's conception of the will, Wille, provides a certain baseline for the thought of desire because it is the sophisticated rendering of a crudity. The folk psychology of intentions finds a Baroque justification in Kant's philosophy, but scarcely even the most fleeting interrogation. Kant rationalizes willing into transcendental agency, the more or less lucid pursuit of ends, exhaustively mediated by the structures of individualized representational subjectivity. Humanism reaches its zenith in such thinking, where the will is conceived as the condition of possibility for the efficiency of concepts, the whole miraculous adaptation of transcendent reality to representation. With Schopenhauer,
Right. So the will being put in the realm of becoming, right? Man's own will being placed in the realm of becoming, right? After the becoming and the transcendental takes over the ecstatic completely, right? Okay. So will and inventiveness, the inventive spirit over nature, right? Time over nature, right?
However, this notion of will, inherited from Kant and early German idealism, undergoes a profound transformation. Such terms as will to power, libido, and orgone, for instance, can be seen to negotiate with the terminology of Kantianism only after their specifically Schopenhauerian modulation has been recognized.
Okay, orgone is the famous term invented by Wilhelm Reich. Okay, which is basically love rays or beams, emanations of love. Okay,
Or energy.
Sexual energy that exists as creative force throughout the cosmos. Okay, we're not playing with this. This is actually what he
Is
says.
that where a bunch of woo-woo stuff comes from? The
100%. Yeah, 100%.
All that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Orgone energy.
Schopenhauer no longer understands the spontaneity of will as a predicate serving to differentiate the transcendental subject from the inertia of matter, as Kant does. Rather, the terminology of the will, desire, is guided through its first faltering steps towards a notion of increate matter. Schopenhauer reserves the word matter, die Materie, for the fundamental determination of objectivity within representation, which he distinguishes from the will, whereas later thinkers, beginning with Nietzsche and including Freud as well as Bataille, shift the sense of matter towards the substratum of appearances, impersonal, unconscious, and real, that Schopenhauer calls will. Increate matter is a translation of will or noumenon, a designation for the anti-ontology basic to any positively atheistic materialism. To say the world was not created is to deny there is a God, writes Hobbes in his Leviathan. Such a thought is at variance with the most prevalent scientific conception of matter, only insofar as science has, despite many of its pronouncements, tended to be implicitly agnostic, or even theist, rather than virulently atheist.
Holy shite, holy shite, holy shite. Yeah, I was thinking I'm going to sit here and calmly listen to this, but then he brought that point up about Hobbes. Let's go back and listen to that again. We got to run a replay on this fucking shit. There's been a flag on the field.
Will. Increate matter is a translation of will or noumenon, a designation for the anti-ontology basic to any positively atheistic materialism. To say the world was not created is to deny there is a God, writes Hobbes in his Leviathan. Such a thought is at variance with the most prevalent scientific conception of matter, only positively atheistic materialism. To say the world was not created is to deny there is a God, writes Hobbes in his Leviathan. Such a thought is at variance with the most prevalent scientific conception of matter, only insofar as science has, despite many of its pronouncements, tended to be implicitly agnostic, or even theist, rather than virulently atheistic in tendency. Due to this
Okay. So this is a key link in the idea of how, matter became subject to the will, right? Once again, right, through the scientific impulse, right? Because they had the same conception of God. Actually, they're beginning to learn that they have to grant themselves an eternal universe instead of a God, and just presuppose matter, right, as a starting point, right, or else they can't have their theories anymore.
Exactly.
So they're starting to realize this. The game is up on that, and that they're gonna have to go back to Aristotle anyways, and just say, hey, matter's always been here, right now. So
yes, because they don't know how to get to matter without a miracle.
Because in reaction to wanting to at least some to disprove Christianity, since, as Nietzsche would put it, Christianity is metaphysics of a hangman.
Yeah, but they went about it the wrong way, so they couldn't do it.
Of course.
yeah, and as we discussed earlier, Hobbes' Leviathan is pregnant with thoughts of the religious schema. The very term Leviathan is one of the beasts that circled the throne of God in the Bible, right? Then, as well as this idea that he talks about the artificial man being as a godlike power on earth, right? Okay. And he says it's godlike in its extension, that this collective spirit molded into the artificial man that serves as a representation for humans, right, is the vicar of God on earth, right? And yeah. Totally disturbing concepts. Brought forward in one of the most atheistic conceptions, right, at the birth and the outset of the scientific worldview, right? Why are they using this lingo about God, right? Very strange.
dominant attitude, first systematized by Kant in his determination of theological ideas as postulates of practical reason, matter has continued to be implicitly conceived as ens creatum, distinguished from a creative being which is determined as an extrinsic spontaneity. Matter as ens creatum is essentially lawful, whilst increate matter is anarchic, even to the extent of evading the adoption of an essence. This is why Schopenhauer considers the principle of sufficient reason, or logicality of being, to have a merely superficial validity. Schopenhauer reverses the traditional relation between intellect and will, for which willing is the volitional act of a representing subject, and recasts the will as a pre-representational, blind impulse. His advance is nevertheless an extremely limited one in certain respects. He considers the anarchic
This explains these thinkers like Dawkins, who writes a book called The Blind Watchmaker, not realizing that this is a deistic conception. This is the reframing into a deistic conception, right?
Yeah.
So he's not painting an atheistic picture. He's just reframing it in a deistic worldview, right?
Yeah, and that's why I have the term peekaboo atheism too, because a lot of times when I debate atheists, they pretty much assume all of theism, but then use like a logical negation but it brings their whole argument apart. So
Yeah, that's why they'll dump this whole idea of materialism versus the Christian worldview, and they're gonna move to one of pantheism versus panentheism. You know, like that's what's coming up next.
yes,
Nothing new under the sun, it seems.
Yeah, yeah. The scientific worldview is gonna succumb to pantheism. Okay, and the Christian worldview is gonna succumb to panentheism. Okay, once it's done being harassed by logos theology, right?
exactly. Which means I'm ahead of the curve. Like I sometimes get too far ahead. So
Yeah, there's people that are moving faster. Right?
Hank is from the future.
Yeah, exactly. We better read between the tea leaves here. You know?
Character of the pre-ontological cosmic bedrock to be morally objectionable, and merely replaces its traditional theistic determination with an extrinsic moral principle of absolute negation, denial of the will. This anti-materialist dimension of his thinking can be seen as stemming from the requirement that unlawful being should retain the, idealistically grounded, juridical potentiality for the condemnation of itself. Without rigorously interrogating the basic values of his moral heritage, he continued to associate that which is not God with radical imperfection and sin, so that unregulated will is thought of not as irresponsibility, but as malice. Perhaps it should not surprise us to learn that Schopenhauer lent his opera glasses to a Prussian officer in 1848 in order, as Lukács tells us, that he should have a better view of the rioters at whom he was shooting.
we made to end up part whatever it is.
Part 1.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So, Nietzsche objected that, Schopenhauer played the flute after dinner. He said, can you imagine a pessimist playing the flute after dinner?
Yes.
Sad trombone. Play a sad trombone instead.
Yeah.
I feel impelled to go wah, wah, wah every time you say that.
Guess I'll have to limit how many times I say it then.
No, I have self-control. I just only do it sometimes.
This for you, homie. Enjoy. Definitely. Yeah. Paca the Plug. I love that channel. Dope shit. Thank you, Holmes. Yeah, that channel's got a lot of good hip hop music on it. How about this? This is a classic. Let's listen to some classics. Thank you guys for joining us. Then we'll read an article. Finish reading an article that we've been reading, right? Working on. Okay. And we'll move on to the ideas of Dr. K, Teddy K, right? We've now been talking for 4 hours about the scientific worldview. This is one of the more important presentations. If this one gets copyright struck, I would definitely have to re-premiere it again tomorrow. So if you don't see this video tomorrow morning, I'd definitely be putting it up, right?
My money would be on the System of a Down tune you played earlier.
No, I played it on the last show, so I don't think so. Yeah.
What was the song earlier from?
Because I've I think if you play songs from Steal This Album.
Oh, okay. That might. Right.
Yeah.
We might dodge a bullet with that one. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I have in the past. All right. So, with System of a Down, right? But
I think Atmosphere had a similar album, if I remember right. Strictly Leakage. It was basically for free.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think there's 2 versions of the song, and then one of them's unreleased. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. But usually you don't get struck for playing that. But if we do, I'll have to repost this presentation. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely. You can find it again. Tomorrow playing all day on my other laptop because I don't give a fuck. But or I'll get struck for some of this. But either way, it doesn't matter, because as I said, we'll just repost the material, the relevant material, and cut the songs out, no problem. But yeah, thank you. We'll be going and looking at some more material in a minute here, and I hope you guys appreciated that explanation. But yeah, blessings.
Yo, look towards the darkness. Nah, yo, look towards the light. Yo, what is that? It's a supernova. Nah, man, that's a black hole. Yo, it's
I leap over lies in a single pound. The Black Prophet, one day I got struck by knowledge of self. It gave me super scientific powers. Now I run through the ghetto, battling my arch nemesis, Mr. Ignorant. He's been trying to take me out since the days of my youth. He feared this day will come. I'm out on his trail, but sometimes he slips away because he has an army. They always give me trouble, mainly hatred, jealousy, and envy. They attack me, they think they got me, but I use my super science and I twist all 3. I see sparks over that building, they're shooting at me. I dip, do a backflip, then I hit him in the heart with sharp steel bookmarks. Ignorance hates when I drop it, but no matter what he do, he can't stop the prophet. Poison and knowledge will nourish. Ignorance is a poison and knowledge will nourish. Let's continue the saga, mad drama. I met this chick, she said she knew where ignorance was at. I said where? She said downtown. He had babies having babies, and young niggas selling crack. I think the bitch is lying, it's a setup, I can smell it, but ignorance is running rampant. Aight, baby, show me the exact spot. Meet me at Hoyt and Skimmerhorn at 3 on the dot. So I hops up on the A train, I'm being followed. My 7th sense is danger. I turn around, this anger, and he brought a marble on. It's the same old song. Despair and animosity got broke with the swiftness. I don't know what they think this is. I feel a sharp pain in my neck, now I can't see on my hem. They hit me with a dart filled with the pork chop sim. I tried to hold on, but before long I dropped. When I awoke, I was locked in the barber shop, trapped in the barber's chair. Oh no, they're gonna try and cut my hair, but that can't stop the prophet. Some of ignorance's boys. She said, prophet, we got you beat. By the way, I'm Mr. Ignorance's wife, the seat. But enough talk now for your haircut. When the clippers touched my hair, they blew the fuck up. After the explosion, there was no one left. Cause I know them mop poison hand, touch of death. My vision's still kinda blurry, but I see a clue. Ignorance is at the library. I hurry with lightning speed like the Flash. He's at the big one on Grand Army Plaza. When I get inside, the door shut and the lights go off. Damn, another trap. I hear a hissing sound. I smell a funny smell. I gasp, I can't breathe. Ignorance is laughing at me, waiting on my downfall. But he can't stop the prophet.
Well, Prophet, it seems like you're in a bit of a jam. I hope you can unstick yourself. Oh, and what you did to my wife, it was nothing. I have others. The saga continues.
Everyone, put away your boyish desires, your buoyant sighs, your rolling eyes, your lust for rolling rock, your lust for getting rocks off with others' follies. All your desires for couch and TV, pick up a book, pick up a shovel, put down the gun, throw the fist, throw intelligent words in this game of conversation. Try get to arrangement, dollars and sensibility, intelligence and ability, eloquence and nobility, delicatessens. Treat your girl like you treat your TV. How you should use your headphones and positive role models. Try staying home, stop trying to prove, stop trying to be, stop trying to do. Just be, prove, do and exist. Go to college, respect your mother, look out for your little sister. Respect no one except yourself. Treat all others how you expect. In return, exercise intellect. If you lack it, pretend. Call few people enemies and call fewer people friends. Don't do it for the wealth, do it all for the love. Love everything you do and do nothing half-heartedly. Be what you speak, man, never speak on what you be. Even if you're lost, front like you got a plan. It ain't that hard, but stand if you're ready to be a man.
I come to you with one heart, broken in two, gnashed hands and many flaws. A man. In return, I ask only an egoless, unbiased listen. For what I speak of offers freedom from mind, freedom from unfocused impulse, freedom, and not at all the spangled Yankee Doodle Union musket and compass sense of liberty which our forefathers in Hollywood have fed and sold us for scores. I'm alluding, and rightfully salvage clear-headedness, a composed, faded state of human being. No grand inquisitor myself, I pour forth a pensive, frown upon and frustrated, humble. However furious this reason for being here, this well you found is phenomenal alone. In the immortal words of Oliver Wendell Holmes, a mind that is stretched to a new idea never returns to its original dimension. Simplistically, topsoil is no seashell full of bitter ocean body, but it can be, changing for and from triumph to mystery. Every somehow has a place where you dare not set foot and can't see a thing. So weave those silver threads into soul-level bonds and be unbounded, no longer manipulative. Let it go, go. Let the wandering take it all in, generate, make you yours. My masters, my pupils, my equals. Drop, decorate. I implore you, just think.
Let me address you with two conflicting topics at this moment. To pass up attention to hit home with this discussion and make you ponder strength in your words. Not talking racial connotation, but loosely tied with bees and birds. Also loosely tied with opposites, the depths of negativity in your soul. Let it take control and you can see deeper into the hole of self-destruction. It's obstruction of the opposite feeling. My fellow men and women, it's It's love and hate with which we're dealing. I've experienced both words. Let's ponder my theory and thought on these two and the correlation that each other has brought. I've sought the answer and I found that hate is stronger than love. I love to hate you, I hate to love you. Hate always ends up above. It's much easier to say you hate than to say you love a person, but easier to say you love material or love currency when it's dispersing. I realized long ago that either word is a delicate topic, so hence the circle on my finger. IDO on that day was my flow. And although I see many problems in my fellow man, hatred of others is absolutely not my master plan. My other spiritual habits taught me much about my true feelings. I was slipping into mental remission, but was brought into the healing process. I consider myself blessed when I think. Floating up above the majority makes others look like they sink. Hating, you give up nothing. Love, you give it up all. So I smirk at all of y'all while you await my downfall.
Condescending, the lake dove into when you finally acknowledge that I'm not pretending. Follow the language, the direction, the dialect, the cadence, the enunciation, emphasis, pretentiousness, assumption. Making an ass of you. Point A in the air you share with me. Point B. Now draw a straight line connecting us. Wait, man, who's not paying attention? See, class, here's the problem. Y'all need to quit resting and collecting dust. My stance resembles anger, but no, your perception's crooked. Now be some good little bastards, turn your textbooks to page 7. It reads that God got drunk, drove heaven into a tree. Now there's no reasons left for you to continue to breathe. Just joking, only trying to see who's listening. Now heads up, time to test the potential of your faults. And the results will stay confidential for as long as you face the front of your self-esteem. Lose focus, get broken at the seams. Let's open up the discussion for comments to compliment your circumcised mind state while I ride on your anxiety. Trying to speak to the class and justify the act of pointing my finger at your head and asking you what the fuck is that? Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Welcome back. We're going to continue on this road here and finish off reading this article before we move to the words of Dr. K and cover some of that and give you analysis of some of that. And thank you guys for joining us. Of course, you know. Let me acknowledge some of these people here. You know, we got the homie Prime. You know what I mean? We got JG. We got Trippy Sippy out here. ESP Revaluation. Tech Talk. Green Diesel. Tech It In. My G. Exactly. Paradoxical. Exactly. Paradoxes abound. You know what I'm saying? Square peg. Okay. Now, with these pseudo criticisms out of the way, diversionary tactics. All right, we mentioned them last time. All right. Okay. Fallacies. Okay, we're just looking at the ideas. Okay, we're not, involved in hero worship of Dr. K. Get your mind out of the gutter. Get your mind out of the cult.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't
Yeah,
get it
now that
twisted.
we figure out he was a freaking liberal, so
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. All right. All right. A true inquiry can proceed. Okay, let's proceed. In order to move ahead with seriously tackle the problem of technology, there are three main issues that we should bear in mind. One, what is the present state of affairs in terms of human stress, indignity, environmental damage? Okay. Okay. We've got many things in terms of human stress, right? We got noise pollution, mental pollution, right? Indoctrination, right? Wide scale development of monoculture, okay? Development of artificial needs, just to name a few. Factors of human stress, factors of human indignity, right? Okay. What about the ideological urge, the thirst for annihilation that we were just referring to? Okay. The reduction of man to mechanism, the loss of meaning, right? The existential crisis of man, right? Indignity, right? Man is isolated, atomized, individuated, restricted by a rule of experts. Okay. Reduced to a mere cog in the machine. Look at the environmental damage, pollution, desertification of land, use of pesticides, right? Spread of autoimmune diseases. Okay. Mutations, okay, of weeds, pests, fungi in response to those pesticides. Okay. Creation of new invasive species, algae blooms, destruction of the coral reefs, loss of all the fish life, marine life, right? Through the use of nitrous, synthetic nitrogen, poisoning the water, sucking out the oxygen, making all the fish die. Okay. Okay,
you
environmental.
don't need synthetic nitrogen. It's just in the air. So the real stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But now it's in the sea. That's not good.
Yeah, it doesn't belong there.
Anyways, how bad are things at the moment? Let's take a real critical look at the situation, right? What is our likely future? Okay, in the near term, say in the next few decades, will things get better, stay the same, get worse, get much worse? Okay, what can and what should we do about it? Right? What can or should we do about it? Right? Okay. Okay. Key principles, problems, and solutions to those problems, right? Most people being more or less adapted to modern society would likely rate present conditions as a mixed bag. Some good, some bad, some problems we need to work on, but nothing imminently pressing. The near term future they would see as more of the same. A few improvements, a few new problems, overall slightly better perhaps. this automatically implies a conservative course of action. Carry on with the status quo. Don't rock the boat. Be a cooperator or work hard. Follow the rules. Vote. Hoist the flag of nationalism when called to. No major catastrophes coming. And in any case, we have the government, the scientists, the corporate self-interest to take care of the problem that may arise. Okay. That's the blue pill. Right? Summary. Right? Okay. Okay. Isn't it funny that the blue pill summary of what just go along with it, right? Basically is in support of science and technological progress and the way things are.
That's my pill. I'm taking that one.
Right. You know, this view, according to Kaczynski, is naively optimistic.
Yep.
Dangerously optimistic.
Yep.
It fails to respond to the exponentially growing power of technology and its rapidly increasing ability to assert control over life on this planet. Faced with the persistent technological crises, there's also the common attitude of no pain, no gain. No pain, no gain.
Well, we ever sang in a real-time strategy game 0K, just mind metal.
What is that again?
A real-time strategy game.
No, I'm saying the saying. Just my metal?
Yep, just mind metal.
Just my metal?
Just mine, M-I-N-E.
Just mine metal.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
METAL?
Yep, that's the unit that they use in that game to produce more robots. So,
Just mine metal.
Yep.
Just mine metal. Fantastical. Faced with the persistent technological crisis, there is also the common attitude of no pain, no gain. Steel sharpens steel. Just mine metal. Sharpened by other steels. Right? Just mine metal. Everyone has their metal. And yours is sharpened by the use of others. We become an extension of the technique we use. As an expense and price of entry to playing the game of civilization. Quote, yes, there are inevitable problems with technology, but they are a necessary part of the learning process. Without the pain of the mistakes, we could not enjoy the gains the technology offers. This line of thinking would be fine if A, the pains were predictable, limited, and manageable. And B, they are fairly and justly distributed. And C, the gains were in fact true improvements on the human condition. Kaczynski argues rightly, I think, that all three of these assumptions are false. And not just a little false, but radically false. False in a deeply deceiving fashion. Kaczynski's answers to the central questions are quite clear in my exchange of letters with him. I pressed him on these points in order to better understand his reasoning and to examine my weakness and to examine any weaknesses. These questions are in fact core issues that we all should ask ourselves. Furthermore, they do not end. This is an inquiry that must be ongoing, responsive to the changing nature of technology itself. An answer one day may well be exposed as inadequate or fallacious the next. 100 years ago, Henry Ford could not begin to anticipate the highway deaths, urban sprawl, wars over oil, global warming that his automobiles would bring. The inventors of television could not anticipate that it would lead to obesity, ill health, lower academic performance, and attention deficit disorder. the inventors of aerosol propellants, chlorofluorocarbons, could not know that they would destroy the planetary ozone layer. Early coal miners could not know that their product would disrupt the climate of the entire planet. Right? Which is being presented as a reality by the scientists themselves. Okay, we discussed the great irony of that proclamation by them. These were not simple mistakes, mere oversights. They were an unavoidable aspect of advanced technology. We can never know what the consequences will be. And the more powerful and more ubiquitous the technology, the greater the risk. Okay? Okay? Now, I don't think that this is possible, right, for global warming to destroy Earth's ability to sustain life, right? But that is necessarily what they're claiming, the scientists. Okay, yet and still they're developing technologies, right, to solve the problem, even though technology, the use of technology is causing the existential risk. Okay. This alone is this question alone is such a staggering retort to the scientific worldview. I don't see it being used at all. You know, there's got to be more people addressing this claim. Okay, of people who have this view that science is the ruling force in our age, and ask them, how come the same scientists have come to the conclusion that science is destroying the world?
Because religion's the ruling force of our age, like it is in most ages. It's just the dominant one is secular now.
Yeah, there may be something to be said for that, as we've been presenting. You know, mythos for mechanos. You know.
I mean, most people don't understand how science works, so I can't see how it rules the age. It doesn't make any sense. Plus, there's all kinds of academic cheaters being exposed by just science detectives. So they don't care about science. They just want to get the paycheck. They'll mix just fake science to get paid. So science doesn't rule in academia necessarily.
Well, in academia, you have the great ideas of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, right? These control the economic welfare of the nation, right? They also are used to supply the military apparatus, right? So the development of science and technology is integrated into the arts of governance, right? So essentially, it's not the population at large that has these tools, as we've discussed. You know, it's the experts, right? So it's a rule of experts, and they don't know why they're developing these systems. You know, an individual expert may not be critically aware of why he's developing larger systems, right? The larger technological aims of the system, right? Because they're just their task is a surrogate activity, right?
Yeah, the one that knows what's going on is the kind of like architect or something. Don't at least understand how the parts integrate together. But in some sense, they may be an expert too, and they
Yeah,
don't
but
know
that can't really be
why.
found. You know, it's just these individual experts developing things that plug into this larger system that no one really controls.
Yeah.
You know, so essentially, you know, that's why, you know, science is guiding, but it's more like a blind, you know, watchmaker force. You know, the same thing that they dream up as a god, you know, is actually the thing that they feel is guiding their scientific enterprise. You know, like
Yes.
you know, essentially, you know. as you're
You don't
saying,
believe
that
us? Go ahead and ask why is this software application using this library? That's gonna be just like pulling teeth. Trying to get an answer for that.
Nothing guiding, yet somehow it's more and more control over us. Funny how that works.
Oh yeah. And that's kind of goes along with what the gentleman was saying before, that critique is a self-limiting principle. Well, imagine technique, as I was saying. That is not only a self-limiting but self-guiding principle, right? Okay, these are not simple mistakes, mere oversights. They're unavoidable aspect of advanced technology. We can never know what the consequences will be. The more powerful and more ubiquitous the technology, the greater the risk if global. Okay, we already read that. Sorry. Paraphrasing Lao Tzu, the sharper the tools, the darker the times. We live in an age of very sharp tools. Consequently, it will also be a very dark time. But tools cut both ways. Just mind metal. Can they even perhaps be turned against themselves? Does the technological system contain the seeds of its own destruction? This may be our only hope. We are clearly in dire need of a substantive inquiry into the problem of technology. In the recent years, we have seen just the beginning of what may lie ahead, a potentially catastrophic future. If most people are not yet convinced that drastic action is warranted, it is not. It is only because, the worst outcomes have yet to be realized. On the other end, if we wait until the crisis is obvious to all, it will be far too late. What can we do now to regain human dignity, defend the planet, and give ourselves the best chance? Long-term survival. This is the question that presses upon us of greatest urgency. We ignore it at our peril. All right, and we'll move on to some writings in a minute, right, of Dr. K, right? Okay. But yeah, that is a introduction to what we're going to be covering, right, for the remainder of this. Okay, the writings of Teddy K. Okay, critiques of anarcho-primitivism. Okay. Obviously, there's no going back to the past. Right, and a leftist critique, okay, which has already been attempted, is firmly rooted within the ideological presuppositions of the scientific worldview itself. Right, classical liberalism, the views of Hobbes, Locke, okay, Kant, etc., Hume, Descartes, Newton, okay, the whole pile. All right, has to be thrown out, replaced. Okay. We got our friend here. What's going on, brother? Yeah, I hope you like that presentation that we did. Me and Hank did a pretty good job summarizing some of those views there in the Nick Land piece. I'm glad that Hank joined. And also we have Reddington. Thank you so much, Reddington. Blessings. And of course, Zephyr. We were talking yesterday after the show, chilling for a minute.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed our conversation quite a lot, actually. I did not expect you to bring me back, though. I was just like chilling and dancing and freaking listening to music. I was right on.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks to all you guys. And yeah, we had Rocky in the Discord. He was asking, "What's this about?" And I didn't know what to say to him. Because I myself am not quite clear on what's happening.
Yeah, I have a hard time answering that question too, because I'm like, well, why don't you look around and figure it out?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Smorgasbord.
Yeah, I guess if I were to be quite honest with them, that I was in two Discords, the Crucible and Outlining Our Enslavement, and I was ousted from Outlining Our Enslavement and almost banned from the Crucible. And so I started my own Discord server as an extension to this show. And when I opened it up, I found that there's ways to personally communicate with me. So if you'd like to call me at any time of the day, it will ring on the Discord app and you can just ring me and call me. So it is a way to personally communicate with me.
Yeah, I would put the caveat within reason, because some people will take that way too far. Just a little word of caution.
Well, I don't know. Well, I haven't had that experience,
Me neither. I give out my phone number to people, so I'm just saying it can happen, and I recognize that it can happen.
Yeah, I personally have not had that experience. Actually, I do have lots of correspondences, right? But people who want to personally call me or talk to me or have a conversation with me are rather few. But I have had some significant conversations offline, the kind that evoke the type of material that we cover on this show, especially. Definitely me and Reddington have gone down that road. Me and Hank have had tons of conversations here and there, and elsewhere, on number of issues, and I've just became friends with Zephyr, but I'm sure that it'll be the same trend with her as well, but yeah, there's the Discord there. If you guys want to hop in there, feel free, feel free.
Yeah, if anybody wants my number, hit me up, but I will block you if you become unruly, and because I have a life.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could just block people. So.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just giving a little forewarning so they don't get pissed off about it.
The
Feds
danger
and spooks and other confidential human sources need not apply.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will though. Those are the first ones.
If they even know that that's what they are.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, we got something.
Or handlers.
Yeah, we got something different than a double agent out here, which is a useful idiot. More of those now. People spying on each other.
Yeah. And people like taking advantage of disadvantaged people too, I've noticed.
Yep.
But I haven't concluded my evaluation yet.
Yeah, to quote Shabazz the Disciple, paranoid soldier don't care who he's shooting. They make us lose the war, interrogate who we're recruiting. So that's what's going on.
I'm so relieved by that. Oh my gosh, it's so refreshing.
It's real talk though. But yeah, we're gonna move to some heavier issues, technological slavery. And we're gonna look at many of the different critiques and analyze things. And we're gonna take a few different looks at this work, just as we did with industrial society and its future. Right before we move on to the writings of Alul, right, we have a few more works and writings of Dr. K to look at, critiques of technological society. Okay. And next time on the show, Saturday, we're going to begin some new topics. We're going to go back to the ancient world and look at Buddhism and Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and some of those ideas. Okay, so we're going to go back to ancient religions way back, 2000 BC. Okay, so put on your fucking Bronze Age, armor. Okay. And get ready to get this Zoroastrian, Hindu. We're going to go east. You know what I mean? The Eastern Feast. All right. So it is what it is. But yeah, also we're going to continue, as I said right now, looking at Dr. K. Right. So let me get up in this. We'll read a little bit of this and we'll listen to some music. And we'll read some of the work, Technological Slavery, right? For the remainder of this presentation. And looks like we're not having any luck with the guest there joining the panel. That's okay.
It's okay as long as we get like Pill Eater back on here.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke 22:36. Okay. He that hath no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. Okay. Anyways. Let's go to some of these things. Bring you guys some of this critique of anarcho-primitivism. Okay. And of course, we're realizing that this is a fantastical narrative, right? Painted through the guise of the scientific worldview. Okay. So we're not putting too much weight into the ideas of primitive man. Okay. But according to the scientific worldview, all right, they claim some facts about primitive life, right? And of course, there's no going back to that ideal, right? So we're going to move on here. As the Industrial Revolution proceeded, modern society created for itself a self-congratulatory myth of progress, quote unquote. All right. Now, first 4 hours of this entire fucking show has been pretty much about that, right? So I'm not going to go ahead and stress too much about what that means, right? But from the time of our remote ape-like ancestors, human history had been unremitting march towards a better and brighter future, with everyone joyously welcoming each new technological advance: human husbandry, agriculture, the wheel, the construction of cities. Okay. The invention of the writing, okay, and of the money. All right, sailing of ships, the compass, gunpowder, the printing press, the steam engine, and at last the crowning human achievement, modern industrial society. Prior to industrialization, nearly everyone was condemned to a miserable life, constant back-breaking labor, malnutrition, disease, and an early death.
I mean, in as much as the average was was low because of high infant mortality rate. But early death, yeah.
Today, I think there are relatively few thoughtful, honest, and well-informed people who still believe in this myth. To lose one's faith in progress, quote unquote, one has to look around and see the devastation of our environment, the spread of nuclear weapons, the excessive frequency of depression, anxiety disorders, and psychological stress, the spiritual emptiness of society that nourishes itself principally with television and computer games. One could go on and on. The myth of progress may not yet be dead, but is dying. In its place, another myth has been growing up, a myth that has been promoted especially by the anarcho-primitivists. Okay, though it is widespread in other quarters as well, according to this myth, prior to the advent of civilization, no one ever had to work. People just plucked their food from the trees, popped it into their mouths, and spent the rest of the time playing Ring Around the Rosie with the flower children. Men and women were equal. There was no disease, no competition, no racism, sexism, or homophobia. People lived in harmony with animals, and all was love, sharing, and cooperation. Admittedly, the foregoing is a caricature of the anarcho-primitivist vision. Most of them, I hope, are not quite as far out of touch with reality as that. They nevertheless are pretty far out of touch with it. And it's high time for somebody to debunk their myth, because that is the purpose of this article. I will say little here about the positive aspects of primitive societies. I do want to make clear, however, that one can truthfully say about such societies a great deal that is positive. In other words, the narco-primitivist myth, is not 100% myth. It does include some element of reality. Let's begin with the concept of primitive influence. Oh, affluence. Sorry, affluence. Alrighty. I think I'm gonna fucking check out. Yeah, we'll probably go up to there most likely. And then we'll go to technological slavery. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us. But yeah, obviously we're taking critical looks at all these things, right? Obviously we took a critical look also at Dr. K last time, right? And his entire history. So nothing is beyond our critique, not to sound too much like an accelerationist, right? Or a deconstructionist, right? But yeah. Let's begin with the concept of primitive affluence. It seems to be an article of faith among our narco-primitivists that our hunting and gathering ancestors had to work an average of only 2 or 3 hours a day, a 2 to 4 or 2 to 4 hours a day. The figures given vary, but the maximum stated never exceeds 4 hours a day or 28 hours a week average. People who give these figures usually do not state precisely what they mean by work, quote unquote. but the reader is led to assume that it includes all the activities necessary to meet the practical exigencies of the hunter-gatherer ways of life. Characteristically, the narco-primitivists usually fail to cite their source for this supposed information, but it seems to be derived mainly from two essays. Okay, the original Affluent Society, Marshall Sahlins, okay, and Primitive Affluence by Bob Black. Sahlins claimed that for Bushmen of the Adobe region of Southern Africa, the work week was approximately 15 hours, quote unquote. For this information, he relied on studies of Richard B. Lee. Okay. 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 It's obvious that this can't be true, right? Okay. In order to maintain the tools necessary for survival in nature, right? I mean, this is like a 24-hour task if you have a family, especially, right? So, exchanging, the natural world, the concept of moving to nature is so that we own our own work, right? That we can control, our rate of survival, right? And our involvement with the world, right? Instead of interfacing with the world through machines, right? In which there's a total loss of human dignity and understanding of our tools of subsistence and how they relate to our survival at all. Right? We're not able to control any aspect of our survival. Right? But this is totally governed by the needs of the society. Okay? So this is a totally different situation. Okay. But yeah, obviously the move to go against technology is not so that we have more leisure time. Okay. For this information, he relied on the studies of Richard B. Lee. I do not have direct access to Lee's works, but I do have a copy of an article by Elizabeth Cashdan in which summarizes Lee's results much more carefully and completely than Sahlins does. Cashdan flatly contradicts Sahlins. According to her, Lee found that the Bushmen he studied worked more than 40 hours per week. In part of his essay, that many anarcho-primitivists have found convenient to overlook, Bob Black acknowledges the 40-hour work week and explains the foregoing contradictions. Sahlins followed early work of Lee that considered only time spent in hunting and foraging. When all necessary work was considered, the work week was more than doubled.
I feel like when we could use a trad culture here for a second, I think.
Yeah, shout out trad culture. Definitely. Excellent contributions to the show all throughout its running. The work omitted from consideration by Sahlins and the anarcho-primitivists was probably the most disagreeable part of the Bushman's work week. 2, since it consisted largely of food preparations and firewood collection. All right. Oh shit, what the fuck did I do? I speak from extensive personal experience with wild foods. Preparing such foods for use is very often a pain in the neck. It is far more pleasant to gather nuts, dig roots, or hunt game than it is to crack nuts, clean roots, or skin and butcher game. or to collect firewood and cook over an open fire. The anarcho-primitivists also err in assuming that Lee's findings can be applied to hunter-gatherers generally. It's not even clear that those findings are applicable on a year-round basis to Bushmen studied by Lee. Kashdan cites evidence that Lee's research may have been done at the time of year when his Bushman work least. She also mentions two other hunting and gathering peoples who have been shown quantitatively to spend far more time in hunting and foraging than Lee's Bushmen did. Okay. And she points out that Lee may have seriously underestimated women's working time, as he failed to include time spent on childcare. I'm not familiar with any other exact quantities of studies of hunter-gatherers working time, but it is certain that at least some additional hunter-gatherers worked a great deal more than 40 hours week of Lee's Bushmen. Okay, I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Gontran de Ponsens stated that the Eskimos with whom he lived about 1939 to 1940 had no significant degree of leisure, and that they toiled and moiled 15 hours a day merely in order to get food to stay alive. He probably did not mean that they worked 15 hours every day, but it's clear from his account that his Eskimos worked plenty hard. Okay, let's look at some other groups. And yes, of course, yes, it would be very helpful to have trad culture here at this point, because he's going like tribe by tribe, you know. But of course, I wasn't realizing that I was going to be reading something like this. I don't prepare these presentations, you know. These are simply just, as I showed you guys in the beginning of the show, I've drawn some of these ideas, on a piece of paper that I have from 5 years ago, right? So, before I even started writing my book, right? So, there's also that. A lot of these concepts are extremely old. In my own repertoire of ideas. But yeah, among the Mabutu pygmies, principally studied by Paul Shabasta, on days when the women did not fetch a supply of fruits and vegetables from the gardens in their village dwelling neighbors, their gathering excursions in the forest lasted between 5 and 6 hours. Apart from their food gathering, the women had considerable additional work to do. Each afternoon, for example, a woman had to go again into the forest and come back to camp, panting and bowed under the huge load of firewood. Of course, the women would do lots of work with the men, right? That's primitive society. Okay. In primitive society, it's not that men did all the work and women didn't do anything. Okay. That's not how life works. In order for there to be a correct division of labor for them to survive in nature, women have to be doing work all the time. They have to work with the men. Okay. It's just that their direction of their work would be under the tutelage of the men instead of them going to, work under a boss, right? Okay. But anyways, apart from their food gathering, the women had considerable additional work to do each afternoon. For example, a woman had to go again into the forest, come back to camp, panting, bowed under the huge load of firewood. The women worked far more than the men, but it seems clear from Shabesta's account that the men nevertheless worked much more. than 3 or 4 hours a day, claimed by anarcho-primitivist. Colin Turnbull studied Mobutu pygmies who hunted with nets. Due to their advantage conferred by the nets, these Mobutu only needed to hunt about 20 hours per week. But for them, net making is virtually a full-time occupation in which both men and women indulge whenever they have both the spare time and the inclination. Okay. Okay. Fascinating stuff. Let's look at some more tribes. The Siriono, who lived in a tropical forest in Bolivia, were not pure hunter-gatherers, since they did not plant crops to a limited extent at certain times of year, but they lived mostly by hunting and gathering. According to anthropologist Holmberg, Siriono men hunted on average every other day. They started at daybreak and returned to camp typically between 4 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This makes on average at least 11 hours of hunting. And 3.5 days a week, it comes to 38 hours of hunting per week at least, since the men also did a significant amount of work on days when they did not hunt. Their work week average well over a year had to be far more than 40 hours. But little of this was agricultural work. Actually, Holmberg estimated that the Siriono spent about half their waking time hunting and foraging, which would mean about 56 hours a week in these activities alone. With other work included, the work week would have had far more than 60 hours. The Siriono woman enjoys even less respite from the labor than her husband, and the obligation of bringing her children to maturity leaves little time for rest. Holmberg's book contains many other inclinations and how hard the Siriono had to work. Okay. He's not going to move back to critiquing Ceylon's the original affluent society, right? Okay. But yeah, interesting. In no sense is that an ideal way of life, right? But it is one that contributes to man's agency and his own role in his own affairs, right? So, it goes to this idea, right? Of who would we rather have as a master over us, right? An overarching system right? Or the brute forces of nature that we're all too accustomed to. And I think for most people, a cold hard look at the truth is necessary, right? To understand what the actual principles, problems, and critiques are, right? It's Wednesday night. I'm not surprised that there's not many visitors. It's now past midnight, so I don't think there will be many visitors here on the panel. Sometimes we have some late additions to the panel, but I doubt it tonight. I think this is going to be a quiet night. I plan on
It's
going.
only 10:30 here, so
Yeah. I plan on going for maybe not that much longer. And then I'll put on some recordings. Because it's been a very quiet night, and I've really pressed myself to give lots of presentations. I've talked lots today, and I've also given lots of extra presentations on subjects, such as yesterday, and also on Saturday morning, gave some critiques of some of those theological subjects, and didn't know that some of those online communities had such Zionists among their ranks. Sad to see, right? But yeah, we're also moving to some music. We'll play some music, and then we'll move on to some more of the writings of Dr. K. Okay. Obviously, Dr. K lived, and had to procure most of these things for himself, firewood and, means to live and, outside and survive in nature. So he knows the sacrifice, right? And of course, moving from the modern way of life to that type of way of life, right? Okay. So I guess in a sense, he's not just speaking out of his ass, right? But yeah. Thank you guys for joining us.
The fort was fighting between all Bedouin. Now we stop because they have everything. Why we fight? Everyone, he like more and more and more. But in Bedouin we say something, The one he like more and more and more, there's a lot of sand. He can fold his eyes after he never say what more.
a juxtaposition. I believe in ISA, but I don't fuck with the Christian. Ultimate killing machine, I kill puppies and kittens. I kill anybody, cousin, why the fuck is you living? I take mines while you faggots is stuck what you giving. I don't envy y'all dirtbags' current position. Eating crown chicken, stuck on the bus with your pigeon. I kill them all with my bare hands or the homie shot. And fuck around with more grams than Naomi Watts. It's either war with myself or it's a holy plot. John Tardy, I hope that you faggots slowly rot. I hit you motherfuckers in the head, leaving bruises. And if the Tea Party win, America loses. My hands clean, but I still get you touched like masseuses. My therapist told me that working with me is just useless.
Why is rolled away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is rolled away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is rolled away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is rolled away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Rebel conflict, military all green. Glamour projects, 5714. Money buys life for death. The best surgeons are the death merchants. Depressed urges lead to confessed murders. My whole family was in the projects. Paint chips we didn't have to eat cause Ruthie got wrecked. Pissy elevators, Marcus pulled coke out his pockets. 11 years old, talking about he's hoping to profit. We were the children of foreigners, born with the American dream. But then my uncle was a heroin fiend, and they were things that he once assumed he would never achieve. His legacy has affected people of every creed, every religion and race, time and place. Earth to space is infinite. Uncle Harry Records is the name. I'ma speak my philosophy, you speak yours. I'ma teach my seeds well, homie, you teach yours. As I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil. Only the evil hidden in my heart could cause people to throw crunch in your face, even more lethal. Written in all Hebrew, fighting to break the spell of king who sent to notify the people blinded in their mental. Call me Paul Revere, war is here, listen careful. Orchestrate assassinations and massacres, kidnap ambassadors, coronate kings and kill savages.
Thank you for joining us again. Thank you to the 31 people here watching. Okay. It's now past midnight, and we're closing in on the last couple hours of our critique of technological society and the scientific worldview. All right. In the original Affluent Society, Salin gives, in addition to Lee's Bushmen, other examples of hunting and gathering people who supposedly work little, but in most of these cases, he either offers no quantitative estimate of working time or he offers only the time spent hunting and gathering. If Lee's Bushmen can be taken as a guide, this would be well under half the total working time. However, for two groups of Australian Aborigines, Salin's does give quantitative estimates of time spent in hunting, planting, plant collecting, excuse me, preparing foods, repairing weapons. Okay. Right. All those activities. Right. Okay. And I'm going to skip some of these details here. Right. But this does not include work. It says nothing, for example, time spent on child care and collecting firewood and moving camp and making and repairing implements other than weapons. If all necessary work were counted, okay, it'd be well over 40 hours a week, right? Okay.
It's kind of like how we don't count commute time, even though that's part of the work. We couldn't do the work unless we commuted to it. So,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's one of the parts of the critique that makes most sense in Energy and Equity by Illich. You know, he's counting all of the activities that go into automobile, you know, use, you know, including energy expenditure, you know, time spent watching TV commercials that are selling cars, right? Commuting, right? Shopping, right? All the different ideas, right? Little intricacies, right? Anyways, obviously the total impact of these technologies is hard to assess, right? But yeah, is a greater point, right? But of course, even if occasional examples could be found of hunter-gathering peoples, right, whose total working time was as little more as 3 hours a day, that would matter. We've been skating along here. Little for present purposes, since we are concerned here not with the exceptional cases, but with the typical work time of hunter-gatherers. Let's go back to the Siriono. Whatever hunter-gatherers' working hours may have been, much of their work was physically strenuous. Siriono men typically covered about 15 miles a day on their hunting excursions. They sometimes covered as much as 40 miles. Covering such a distance is in trackless wilderness requires far more effort than covering the same distance over a road or a groomed trail. And walking and running through a swamp and a jungle, the naked runner exposed to thorns, to spines, to insects. Okay? While the food quest is differentially rewarding because food for survival is always eventually obtained. It is also always punishing because of the fatigue and pain inevitably associated with hunting, fishing, and collecting food. Men often dissipate their anger towards other men by hunting. Even if they do not kill anything, they return home tired to be angry. Even picking wild fruits could be dangerous. Take considerable work for the Siriano. The Siriano made little use of wild roots. It is well known that many hunter-gatherers relied heavily on roots for food. Usually, gathering edible roots in the wilderness is not like pulling carrots out of the soft, cultivated soil of a garden. Most typically, the ground is hard, covered with tough sod. So you have to hack through in order to get at the roots. It could take such an narco-primitivist out in the mountains. Okay, I wish I could take such. Sorry. He says he wishes he could take them out to the mountains to show them where the edible roots and invite them to get their dinner by digging for it. Okay. By the time they had enough yampa roots or camas bulbs for a halfway square meal, their blistered hands would disabuse them from any idea that primitives didn't have to work for a living. Hunter-gatherers' work was often monotonous too. This is true, for example, of root digging. When the roots are small, as in the case of with many of the roots that were used by Indians of Western North America, such as bitterroot and the aforementioned yampa and camas, picking berries is monotonous if you spend many hours at it. Or try tanning a deer skin. A raw, dried deer skin is stiff like cardboard. If you try to bend it, it will crack, just as cardboard will. In order to become usable as clothing or blankets, animal skins must be tanned. assuming you want to leave the hair on the skin. As for winter clothing, there are only 3 indispensable steps to tanning a deerskin. First, you must carefully remove every bit of flesh from the skin. Fat in particular must be removed with scrupulous care, because any bit of fat left on the skin will rot it. Next, the skin must be softened. Finally, it must be smoked. If not smoked, it will dry, stiff, and hard after a wetting, and will have to be softened all over again. By far, the most time consuming step is the softening. It takes many hours of kneading the skin in your hands or drawing it back and forth over the head of a spike driven into a block of wood. And the work is very monotonous indeed. I speak from personal experience. As argument sometimes offered is that hunter-gatherers who survived into the recent times lived in tough environments, since all of that more hospitable lands had been taken over by agricultural people, supposedly prehistoric hunters who occupied fertile country, must have worked far less than recent hunter-gatherers living in deserts or other unproductive environments. This may be true, but the argument is speculative, and I'm skeptical of it.
That all sounds very technical. It took a few tries, probably a few hundred tries to get all that stuff right.
Oh yeah, definitely. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I could imagine. And I mean, it sounds like big business just trying to get enough just to figure that out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And of course, going back to this way of life is impossible, right? With all the tools that we use in our modern daily life, right? We'd have to remove almost 90% of them from existence in order to even be able to start living this way, right? So there's no even choice of going back to this era, right? But the whole idea, right, that this is an ideal way of life that was so good back then, that's also an illusion, right? Right. We're going further into a technological age, right? Whether we like it or not, right? And the idea that we're connected and deeply rooted to this technology for the basis of our survival, right? That's becoming clear to most people, all right? You know, most people will admit, you know, that they can't even imagine themselves living outside of the present system, right? So that's A, right? That modern life is so much different, right? But then also, there's a notion that because we're so dependent, right? The first storm that uproots some of the most basic aspects of this system, right? As we've presently seen and many other times we've seen throughout history, right? Okay, the disturbance is through every single part of society because of that, right? Because of the technological need and the basis for society, right? Okay. So would it be wise to learn both ways of life? Who knows? Would it be wise to preserve one and dump the other one? Who knows? Right? We all need to look at the present consequences, the present problems, right? And figure out what is going on. All right? And there's a reason why you've not heard many of these critiques. Okay? There's a reason why you turn this show on and it just sounds a little different. Little different sort of ideas being talked about. You're about names and ideas, right, that you hear in other spheres, but nobody talks about how they came about, right? So it is what it is, right? But here we look at everything on its own terms, honestly, right? Okay. All right. And yeah, I'll read a little bit more of this. This last page. Then we'll go on to the work technological slavery, right? Thank you guys for joining us. But yeah, he says, I'm a bit rusty now, but I used to have considerable familiarity with the edible wild plants of the eastern United States, which is one of the most fertile regions in the world. And I would be surprised if one could live and raise a family by hunting and gathering with less than 40-hour work week. The regional, the region contains a wide variety of edible plants. All right. But living off them would not be easy, as you might think. Take nuts, for example. Black walnuts, white walnuts, butternuts, hickory nuts are extremely nutritious, often abundant. The Indians used to collect huge piles of them. If you found a few trees in October, you could probably gather enough. Okay? Feed yourself the whole day. Sounds great, doesn't it? Yes, it does sound great. If you've never tried to crack a black walnut, maybe Arnold Schwarzenegger could crack a black walnut with an ordinary tool. All right? The nutcracker tool. Right? But a person of average physique couldn't do it. Okay? Yeah, I guess the Indians got around this problem by putting the shells into mortar. Fascinating stuff, folks. The Indians of eastern U.S. utilized other wild foods. Yeah. So yeah, it's a rough life, right? What you gonna do? Okay, when they come for you. All right. Okay. So nobody's saying to go back to the past, right? But also the myth of progress is false, as you stated. Absolutely. So you have to have a balanced approach. As we stated earlier, the future is just as mythological as the past, right? Let me go to the other side of this room and grab my book here. Wow. Numbers rising for silence. Let's go silence. Do your thing, silence.
Let's go silence.
Silence. You a bad motherfucker. For real. You know what I think of you, silence? Anyways. Let us proceed with the pro sizzle. And if nobody comes through, we'll extend this to about 7 hours. And then we'll play our famous videos, famous presentations that we did on other shows that are also infamous in other realms. Oh, damn. We got another perspective here. It is what it is. This dab break is brought to you by no commercial sponsors. Exactly. 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 Anyways, January 2nd, 2004. We're just going to read the responses for now. Right. I've been able to identify only 3 ways apart from modest reforms in which human beings' intentions concerning the future of their own society can be realized successfully. 1. Intelligent administration can prolong the life of an existing social order. Example, if 19th century Russian czars had been a great deal less competent than they were, Tsarism might have broke down earlier than it did. If Nicholas II had been a great deal more competent than he was, Tsarism might have lasted a few decades longer. 2. Revolutionary action can bring about, or at least hasten, the breakdown of an existing social order. Example, if there had been no revolutionary movement in Russia, a new czar would doubtless have been appointed on the abdication of Nicholas II, and Tsarism would have survived for a while. An existing social order. 3. An existing social order can sometimes be extended to encompass additional territory. Okay? The social order of the West was successfully extended to Japan following World War II. Okay. All right. So you have a number of factors. Okay. You have the idea of social orders being extended across societies. Okay. You have the idea of societies coming to an end. Okay. And you have the idea of societies being prolonged through competency. Okay. All right. August 29, 2004, right? And we looked at this entire presentation on the TED, right? Which is an extrapolation of this article by Bill Joy, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us, right? And you said that it would be interesting in my assessment of it. I read the article soon after it came out. I'd already read elsewhere of most of the technological hazards described by Joy, but I considered his article useful because it gave further information about such hazards. Also, the fact that even a distinguished technophile, Bill Joy, is scared. Okay? Bill Joy is scared.
Of course he's scared. He wrote Java. So, I mean, if I had to program Java, I'd be more scared too. But
Yeah.
Java's getting better though. So, probably be less scared. But at the time, absolutely. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Says technology is leading us. Okay, scared about the idea that the dangers of technology are real. Apart from that, I was unimpressed by Joy's article. I assumed that his technical expertise is solid, but it seems to me that his understanding of human nature and how human societies work is at a naive level. A couple of people who wrote to me about the article expressed similar unenthusiastic opinions about it. To give an example of what I consider to be Joy's naivete, he writes, verifying compliance will also require that scientists and engineers adopt a strong code of ethical conduct and that they have the courage to whistleblow as necessary, even at a high personal cost.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then later he says, and this is really funny, the Dalai Lama argues that the most important thing is for us to conduct our lives with love and compassion for others.
Thanks, Jack Talcott.
and that our societies need to develop a stronger notion of universal responsibility and of our interdependency. Kaczynski says, if Bill Joy thinks that anything will be accomplished by this kind of preaching, then he is out of touch with reality. This part of his article would be funny if what is at stake weren't so desperately serious. I've reread Joy's article to see if I were missing anything, but I found that my impression of it was the same as before. Of course, it's possible that the article had merits I've overlooked. I don't particularly consider small-scale technology to be acceptable. It's simply inevitable. I see no way of getting rid of it. People can't use organization-dependent technology if the social organization breaks down. Example, you can't drive a car if the refineries aren't producing gasoline. But how could people be prevented from using small-scale technology?
Well, we could just make a law and hopefully they'll just follow it, right? Like we make the gun laws and most people don't bother, but people still ignore it if they are angry enough. That way.
Well, large-scale systems require international trade. They require interdependency of means. They require a rule of experts. They require complexification of means. They require large-scale systems. So there's all of these things that aren't just going to fall out of the air, out of the sky. But within reason, you could see how one person might be able to refine, the materials to construct one specific tool, such as a musical instrument or a pen or, some type of axe or a tool that they use, a weapon for a single person's use, such as a bow and arrow, or clothes for themselves. A single person might be able to procure such items after learning skills and maintenance and Obviously lots of hard work as we've seen in the previous examples, right? But the division of labor might put an ease to that if he's got a tribe with him, right? Of course, right?
Yeah,
But
all we need to slow down technical progress is make like a social construct that would just make people fight over the permission to do it, like maybe patents or copyright. So
yeah, but Larry and Jihad, exactly. But yeah, the whole idea of small scale technology, it moves at the speed and pace of human movement. It's unlike large scale systems, right? They imbue a uniformity and an interconnectedness, right? On a totally different scale. Totally different scale, right? Okay. And that is one of the most important features, right? So you can't stop the use of small scale technologies, right? It's going to be impossible, right? Tools that move at the speed and pace of a single person, right? You're not going to be able to get rid of those, right? But those technologies, large scale technologies that are dependent on social systems, right? Once the social system collapses, they're not going to have refineries to make cars and all these types of things, right? So that's a totally different ball game there, right? Large scale systems are on a totally different set of rules. Okay, we got another friend here. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, everybody?
Hey, greetings.
yeah, work without fear. Except when it breaks OSHA, then I'm afraid. Follow those policies and codes.
You still on your policies and codes, Hank?
Absolutely. Unless I think they're stupid, then I'll ignore them.
Right. So if it doesn't align with you, I get that. That makes sense. Work without fear, folks. Big shout out to the Mexican Fanta from Spear Taco. Thank you. You're a man amongst men. The perks of working without fear. People actually give me shit.
Yeah, I know. It's a good perk.
Yep. So what are we talking about? Small scale technology? I'll be all right. I can smelt copper.
Yeah, exactly.
I can make tools.
Yeah, exactly. Small scale technologies are going to outlast the collapse of the technological system, as it were, right? So this is a estimation, right? That I think is a fair estimation, right? And I was concluding why I thought that, but basically this so he goes on to say here, and we're reading here from Technological Slavery, right?
Who wrote that, if you don't mind me asking?
That's Dr. Ted Kaczynski.
Okay.
So
you're on your Kaczynski rap. I get you.
Yeah, this is usually at the end of the show that I conclude the show with this type of material.
Close it up with genocide.
Well, no. Compared to as we argued before, compared to the 30,000 people, right, a year that are killed by the automobile, right?
Right. That was the joke.
Yeah, there was 3 victims, of Dr. Kaczynski, and it was a horrible crime that he committed, and we're not in support of any of those crimes.
I know.
And,
I'm just giving you shit, man.
Yeah, of course. And the views of the panelists are not the views of the Machine Lies. Blessings. You know what I mean? So
get that disclaimer.
Yeah, we're gonna move on
Just say
here.
it right. Just tell Nubs to shut the fuck up, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. You're welcome to give your opinions. You know, of
I'm sure
course.
Nubs will say it. We don't have to.
Yeah, yeah,
Uncle
yeah. But
Ted is the
but
closer, though.
yeah, yeah. Now
Said.
of course, it's a serious issue because people's reliance on technology. If there would be a large scale collapse of the system at the present rate, you know, it would cause a large scale loss in human life. So that's just so as we've seen, the items necessary to procure the sort of hunter gatherer way of life, they're extremely strenuous way of life, right? That most people today would not have the capacity for. So that is essentially one of the dangers. So we could look at that as a danger, actually, that actually Dr. K is pointing out one of the main dangers of living in a technological society as well, right? So beyond any of those crimes and all those type of stuff and the psychological needs and the psychological motives and all that type of stuff, put that aside for now. What we're just looking at is, you know, what if, you know, the what ifs involved. And the fact is that, you know, there's no way to eradicate the use of small scale technology. So we're moving with that factor in mind, and we're looking more clearly at the problems there. So he says, you ask whether I would consider a primitive a steam engine to be small scale technology. To give a confident answer, I would have to know more than I do about primitive steam engines and their possible applications. But I think that steam engines probably cannot be small scale technology. Okay. Heavy fuel consumption made them uneconomical when used, where coal was expensive. But in the British coal fields, they performed an essential service by keeping deep mines clear of water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. An autonomous local community without outside assistance would find it very difficult to build an adequate steam engine. And the engine probably could be of little use to the community. Considering the effort required to build and maintain the engine, to produce oil, to lubricate it, to collect firewood, to fuel it, any work the engine might do for a small community could probably be done more efficiently with human or animal muscle power. Steam engines very likely could have been invented much earlier than they were. But I would guess they would have been of little use until certain 17th and 18th century economic and technological developments offered work for which steam engines were appropriate. And it's not a coincidence that this is exactly the time when they were proliferated, right?
Well, think about it. In order to have 7 billion people on the planet, we all need a job to do. And if I'm collecting the iron to make the steam engine that goes to, you know, say Peru or whatever, then it brings us all into a small scale community. It's the globalization of technology is really what it boils down to. And these technologies, like for instance, the phone in front of you, how much trauma has that caused you by your own consent with you paying for it? You know, we're out here on these social media platforms. We have to put up with all people, but we don't. We can just turn it off. We choose not to. You know, so with those small scale technologies, if I'm making an arrowhead and I happen to find a piece of copper and happen to find a piece of tin and put it together, I can't just send that to you unless I shoot it at you. And then that gives you the ability to shoot my small scale back to me, and it creates local back and forth as opposed to global back and forth. But ultimately, the problem is the human. It's not the technology. You know, we are the scourge of the earth, not the technology.
That's what I've been telling them.
You know, I understand my understanding of, for instance, the person that wrote the book. You know, I wasn't in that cabin for those three people or that situation. I don't know the intricacies of those situations. But I do know when you use that small scale technology in your mindset and say, hey, what am I going to do with this one individual person as opposed to the whole fucking group? It changes the conversation. Because the conversation that I can have with the four gentlemen on the panel versus if, you know, I were to come to your house machine and say, working on a project, we're having a conversation, we're sitting down to dinner. After that, you go to your bed, I go to my truck, and we do it all over again. We don't have two other people in this conversation to bring it to other places of their desire. It's literally a one-on-one. So it's the same concept. It's just a change of venue.
Yeah, it looks like he's froze. Oh wait, he's moving. Never mind.
We have a live one here.
He was just sitting really still.
Yeah, but we got this whole idea about the small scale technology. It moves at the speed and pace of the human movement. You know, the large scale systems, the humans are replaceable within that system, you know, because it's technique that's driving the human actions, you know, instead of human action that's driving the technique. You know, so you know, the more complete a technique is, the less it requires from human skill, from the human operator, right? So that is just a primary function of large scale technologies versus small scale technologies. You know, and you add all of those other factors that I mentioned. You know, complexification of means through a whole ensemble of means. You know, the use of international trade, the rule of experts. You know, all of these ideas, you know, that contribute to more and more and more complexification of means. But yeah, let's move to some of these ideas here that go to the idea of what kind of life people must live after you know, the system is removed, according to Kaczynski, right?
A better life.
Yeah. Yeah, some would say. I'm quite
think
sure
about
that,
it.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
If you really think about it, if you have to, for instance, like I practice herbal medicine. When I get sick, I don't go to the doctor. I go to the fucking garden, or I go to my cabinet where I went to the garden. You know, one of those two. And for me, that knowledge, right? When shit hits the fan and you guys are all going to the doctor and the doctor doesn't exist and you're just dying because of a common flu, that's going to be some really valuable small scale information because it's moving at my speed. You're absolutely right. As I travel, I'm able to bring that wherever. But if I don't travel, then it doesn't go anywhere but stays with me. You know, what you're talking about, small scale versus large scale, is exactly what I'm doing with this whole work without fear bullshit. It's that one-on-one traveling of information, because if I give you the information to better yourself and you apply it to your life and it works for you, then you take my small scale information and add yours and put it together for a better, and that's how you get bigger and bigger and bigger, is you get ideas from small scale that build to big scale. It takes bricks to build houses kind of deal.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah, I could dig it. Yeah. Yeah, straight up. Wisdom. I'm quite sure that it will be impossible to control post-revolutionary conditions, he says. You know? Oh man, I'm disappearing here. Let me get closer to, let me get close. Get close. Okay, and I'm sorry about the feedback there, because it is disappearing my screen here. Here, let me just face the thing here. Okay, I don't know. All right, anyways, I'm quite sure that it will be impossible to control post-revolutionary conditions, but I think you're right in saying that a positive social vision, all right, is necessary. However, the social idea I would put forward is that of the nomadic hunting and gathering society. First, I would argue that in order to be successful, a revolutionary movement has to be extremist. Trotsky wrote, the different stages of a revolutionary process are certified by a change of parties in which the more extreme always supersedes the less. Theodore Abel maintained that it was advisable for a movement to adopt as its goal the opposite of the evil that the movement was intended to combat. All right.
That sounds a lot like a left wing and a right wing of a political system, if you ask me.
Oh yeah. But he has lots of critiques against leftism, so definitely not that way, right? The nomadic hunting, yeah.
Without the left, you don't have the right. They fly in tandem. So to look at the left and not look at the right, you're blinding yourself by half.
Yeah.
Affirmative.
Yeah. But this is more about propaganda, right? Because the way you want to stage propaganda is you don't want to offer, the worst thing a revolutionary movement can do is offer itself as a reform of the present system, right? So he's just saying that they have to vigorously oppose the present system in order to be legitimate, right? To actually be legitimate.
You have to go to the extreme in order for people to say, wait a second. But you were just talking about we were just talking about the left and the right per se, and that word propaganda, it's really just propping up an agenda. And if you look, the prop agenda, you're propping up your own bullshit so that somebody else believes it.
Of course. And that's why when someone asks me left wing or right wing now, I say I want the whole bird.
I say shoot the bird.
Hank wants some roast chicken.
Yep.
Not trying to be a dick and cut you off while you're in the middle of reading. My apologies. It's that trying thing.
No, it's all good. I'm oh my God. Am I still here?
Yeah, I can see you actually now.
Hi.
Okay.
You haven't been swallowed up by the internet yet.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if
that's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's really interesting. Swallowed up by the internet. Do you guys remember back when Al Gore was in that interview and he said, "Yeah, I made the internet"?
Yes, I remember it.
Think about it.
The internet, yes.
What are we looking at? We're looking at the Al Gore rhythms.
Oh, brother, I knew you were going there. Yep.
I'm just saying, like, there's some call it a coincidence, sure, but of all people coming out and saying, "Yeah, I did this." Wait, you're an Al Gore rhythm?
No, it's Albert Gore.
Sure.
Yeah,
I understand.
He ain't got no rhythm either.
Right, and neither does the internet. It's all just a bunch of. But
yeah, this is no the point where Paul or Jack kicks nubs off, but we don't really care.
Yeah, but
I don't really care either.
Yeah, but inadvertently, the name algorithmy, that was the guy that actually invented the algorithm. So it's actually named after a dude whose name sounds like algorithm. So
yes. And that's the next part that I was getting before I was going to get kicked off by Hank. Because it goes back, and that's where I was getting at the whole Albert versus Al. The reason they called it an algorithm is because they couldn't pronounce his fucking name correctly. So they called it an algorithm, and it's where all that mathematics type shit comes from, is that man's understanding of things and how they were working. It's that small scale versus large scale technology. One man started it, and it started just like a flame. And then that guy handed that flame to another. It's the flame of knowledge. Like, these are all synonymous with understanding for a reason, because that's how we see it. We see language and symbols. That's why we give it definition, because we need to see the outline of it. We don't care what's inside of it. We only need to see the outline so we know how to put the Jenga pieces together so the tower doesn't topple.
Yeah, and Al-Khwarizmi was a part of the Islamic Golden Age when they were the bleeding edge.
Islamic, not Muslims.
Yeah, well, Islamic, it means Muslims.
No, they're very different. Islam is self-mastery. Muslims follow Muhammad. There is differences.
Oh, you triggered the machine lies. I can see its eyes.
Well, we went down this rabbit hole yesterday. I remember, I don't know if you saw the show yesterday, Nubs, but man, you would be crying out loud. You'd be crying out loud laughing because crazy hatred, religious schism, on the panel. Wild.
Was it some of those very loving Christians?
Oh, it was pagans versus Christians versus Satanists versus Shia Muslims versus all types of people.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, Rocky was on the panel. DeFreak
that's
was on the
always
panel.
a good time.
Yeah. We had Rocky and DeFreak on the panel, so that'll tell you about.
Oh God,
the types of religious wars that were going on.
God, fucking
To
delusion.
be fair,
Delusion and illusion.
DeFreak didn't really say much.
Does he ever? He just talks a lot.
Yeah, DeFreak got the last statement. He got the last.
He actually
he got
didn't
the last
talk
statement.
much.
Yeah, he didn't say anything, but
that's normal for him.
Yeah,
he just speaks a lot. No
he got
talking.
that last word. He got that last word, and people were pouring in to hear that closer word from DeFreak because, obviously he was going to give a conciliatory, some sort of conciliatory, speech.
So he wasn't actually honest and said, "Hey, I'm just a loser failure that my family has walked away from, and you should probably walk away from." He didn't just come out and be honest.
Oh, you got a problem with DeFreak? I see what it is.
No, I don't have a problem with DeFreak. I have a general issue with people that claim one thing and do another. Like, you're not going to piss on my leg and tell me it's fucking raining. Families don't just leave because you're a great fucking guy. They leave because you're a delusional, batshit crazy motherfucker.
Yeah, this is an episode of OTW news that I missed, I think, but definitely, yeah, because I seen him on there a couple times. Where but yeah, I wasn't paying too much attention. I've been in and out. I've been on a couple.
Didn't miss much, man.
Yeah,
when I piss on people, I tell them that they're my new hydrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. You've attempted to piss on my leg 1 or 2 times, and I've told you to go fuck yourself. And we have a relationship where we don't piss on each other's. And it's about setting proper boundaries. If you're gonna fucking lie to me, I'm gonna tell you you're a fucking liar.
Makes sense.
And if you look up the second definition of the word devil, that's a devil. If you're lying to somebody, you are literally defined as a devil doing the Lord's work, just not the Lord's work.
Oh, someone who's actually aware. Excellent.
Hank, you and I have had plenty of conversations. I know what the dark. I'm on to the drop.
Cool.
That's why I show up at panels like this, because of the intricacies of the individuals that are involved. Like, Machine, you have a lot of fucking information and a lot of knowledge. Same with me. And we can have a conversation in direct, staunch disagreement and just be fine.
Yeah, definitely.
Although yesterday it was kind of like a pile-on of Issa.
Oh yeah, but I think also Issa
He
is
held his
very
ground though.
yeah, he's also very inviting of that. He wants debate and challenge as long as it's respectful. So I know a couple of brothers like that and people like that where they want to come up and they want the contentious energy, which is fine, because we should be able to respectfully and disrespectfully disagree with each other and just realize that we're talking in a space that is a new kind of a space, so I don't know why it has to be brought to people taking offense, but
Dude, I build
but
fences for a living. You realize
the
that?
reality is yeah, but the reality is that people take offense over very petty things and they can't
Yes.
justify their claims.
Yes.
And they
You're
can't
literally
do
talking about my work.
yeah, and they also can't do jack shit about what they claim, so it
Yes.
really doesn't matter what they say anyways.
So
they
because
don't-
what I'm saying is, because you hate your neighbor, you call a man to do a job that you're not willing to do, which is a fence builder. I literally build division in neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Certainly the physical one.
Yeah. Well,
and it adds value, ironically.
as John Locke wrote in the Two Treatises of Government, he says, freedom is a fence to one's self-preservation. You mean right?
Yep.
So it's all real. You mean right? It's as real as you want to make it. You mean?
I mean, hopefully it makes the property line easily visible.
Easily
so there's no
defined.
property disputes.
Do you know how many disputes you have about fences, though? Like, I know we're talking about a physical thing, but I'm talking about a understanding, because if you need a fence, there's three
Right.
reasons that people build fences. Because I hate you, because you hate me, or because I have a small dog that runs around and I don't want it to die. Self-preservation. That's the only three people that build fences or that want fences.
Yep.
Other than that, it's to keep the dogs in or to keep the dogs out. That's really what it boils down to. And if you think about that in a neighbor to neighbor, or even on these panels, if I'm the fence builder and I'm building fences, then I'm literally creating division. And which do you really want?
Yeah,
Yes.
It sounds very mathematical, Nubs.
Absolutely. I absolutely steal gas 100%. And
Looks like we have an admirer here.
delusion is a place best shared with you, Rocky. My fans, my biggest fans down there. I see them.
Yeah, peace to Rocky. And now that I see Rocky in the chat, I was going to say that I actually don't know what the Discord app is really for. Just seems
Discord.
it just seems to be a conglomeration of correspondences that I guess people can privately correspond with me by sending me a message directly at my account there, and I'm essentially a ringleader of a
cult.
Yeah, of some type
Cult
of
you're
a
not making.
no, it's some type of a shared communication, so that I don't oversee, but I partially control, I guess, by limiting who can participate. So that is all it really amounts to at this point, but I'm not really aware of what it's there for, other than it's a way to keep track of some of the people that continuously watch the show, right? And also a place to post links for the show, right? Which a lot of times I forget to post a link for my own show, like today. So today I never posted the link.
Leopard print got you though, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the most important thing about the Discord is and nothing notification zone just in case YouTube decides to ignore you. Also, we want to be academic, so we argue with each other there.
Yeah, there's lots of arguments there.
It's a ragtag band of miscreants.
Yeah.
It's a place for people to indict themselves. That's all it is, just like YouTube. That's all we're doing is indicting ourselves. And if we indict ourselves without any shit in our backyards, then we're fine.
Yep.
But once you've got shit in your backyard, you've got people out there, you've got the fucking city inspector, fucking Snappy is out there real quick. Oh, you got shit in your backyard.
Well, I have a special prize for Officer Snaps if he finds me today. Zebra and a dunk tank.
I clean my shit up with a bag, like they tell you to do a dog. So
Right. You just clean it up right after they're done.
Blessings, TML. Hope you're having a good night, brother.
Yeah, peace to you, my friend. But yeah, we found Mr. Miner. Mr. Miner was discovered in a call between Jay Dyer and Father Swaden.
Finally.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He was in the call. So he is part of Jay Dyer's Discord. At least we know that much about him.
And Jim Bob's Discord. We only knew that one.
Yeah. So he's there, definitely, from there. But we don't know what his purpose or aim is at this juncture.
Yeah, my hypothesis is that it's just Jim Bob's alt account.
It could be Jim Bob, or it could be one of those clowns.
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely the rhetoric is very similar, right? But so the first point, is that the successful revolutionary movement has to be extremist, right? And the ideal of wild nature as a opposite extreme, okay, of human culture from the technological society. Second, if one takes a position that certain appurtenances of civilization must be saved. Okay.
Can we get a definition on that word?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Appurtenances.
Because that's one that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, good call, Nubs. I don't know what that one means either.
We doing it big out here.
I was just having a conversation with a young man, and I gave him a dictionary, and I said, every day, read one word and understand it better. And at the end of this book, you will have a vocabulary that is 10 times your peers' abilities, putting you 10 times ahead of your peers' abilities. And he didn't understand it. And I went through and I just pulled a random fucking word. And I read the word and I said, all right, what does this word mean? He said, I have no idea. I've never heard that word. I said, I think this word means blah, 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 blah. And ironically, I was not correct in the way that it was printed, in the sense of importance of conjoining words, but I had all of the conjoining words plus about 3 that were found in the conjoining words definition. It was, and he's like, how did you do that? I said, because I've read this fucking book and I understand these words.
Pertinence, an accessory or other item associated with a particular activity or style of living.
That's kind of what I was thinking it was, just based off of the sentence, because he was talking about the necessity of particular people groups and their traditions or their ways of doing things. So that makes sense.
Yeah. So he says, if one takes the position that certain appurtenances of civilization must be save cultural achievements up to the 17th century, then one will be tempted to make compromises when it comes to elimination of the techno-industrial system. So that goes with the first point in terms of extremism, with the possible or probable result that one will not succeed in eliminating the system at all. If the system breaks down, what will happen to the art museums and the priceless paintings and statues, or the great libraries with the vast stores of books? Who will take care of the artworks and the books when there are no more organizations large enough and rich people to hire curators for and librarians, as well as policemen to prevent looting and vandalism? And what about the educational system? Without an organized educational system of education, children will grow up uncultured and perhaps illiterate.
Wait a second on that one. It was the Prussians that brought the Industrial Revolution that caused the need for a public education. Prior to that, it was all private education from father to son, and sometimes from son to go to the monastery or something. A lot of it had to do with the Catholic Church and who got educated, because most people were illiterate prior to the Industrial Revolution. It was a gift that we had.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
You know, so when you bring that into context, I mean, you look at what Trotsky did and you look at what all of those world leaders did. They educated. And what is education? Education is to bring something from outside in, not inside out. That's wisdom.
Yeah, definitely.
Along with mentorships, apprenticeships.
Right. That's how those things were done. So you actually knew how to, like the way I learned how to build fences, ironically, is I told the guy I knew how to build things, and he said, there's the fence material, build a fence there. That was a great mentorship.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you know. Yeah, who feels it is important to preserve human cultural achievement up to the 17th century will be very reluctant to see a complete breakdown of the system. Hence, will look for a compromise solution that will not take the frankly reckless measures that are necessary to knock our society off its present technologically determined course of development. Therefore, only those who are willing to dispense with the achievements of civilization can be effective revolutionaries. Third, to most people, a hunting and gathering existence will appear much more attractive than that offered by pre-industrial civilization. Okay. Now you're going to see why I put that at the bottom of the screen. Okay. Because the more and more we read about radical theorists, right, and they make radical assumptions about human nature and the conclusions about where this should be implemented in terms of human society, we read, certain concepts that would be determined revolutionary and or even genocidal in their approach, right? So we want to offer that we're just simply looking at the ideas on their own merit, and we're not responsible for promoting any revolutionary maxims. We're not doing that over the internet or any other means. We're not trying to organize, in any capacity. We're just discussing the nature of the ideas. And of course, they have had historical implications, that are very broad, right? And I don't think most people are aware of the influence of these extreme ideas, right? So
I would say, to add on to that, the word revolutionary and the word extreme have to go hand in hand, because to turn a valve, you have to literally move it in a circle or a revolution back to its original point, meaning there is a death and a life cycle, and it goes around. So in order to have construction, you must have destruction to have the space to do it. You know, and that's all that society does, is they go around in a fucking circle. They don't go anywhere. The mob is dangerous. The man is safe.
I mean, it had to be extreme. I don't think any lazy revolutionaries got anything done.
Well, no, none of them got anything done except moving around in a circle. They didn't move in the 9. They didn't move in the 6. They moved in the circle. They moved in the 0 and went from the beginning back to the beginning and did it again. That's what a revolution is. Think about it. Every time you go out and turn your outside water faucet out and tell me you aren't making revolutions. You are making extreme movements to bring the beginning to the end and the end to the beginning. A revolution is a foolish thing. Unless you're moving along with the revolution, like a wheel on a car. One is stationary, as in it's a water spigot, and one is not stationary, as in is moving along with that rotation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And one example can be seen in chapter 11 of the Tao Te Ching. Let me go ahead and bring that up, because this is essentially a very good example of the same principle, in terms of its application. What this idea of emptiness has to do with chaos, right? And all of those types of things. But let me go to this here. First let me get rid of this ad here. Hold on a second.
Emptiness is found in a definition without any life.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's also the source of creativity.
Yep.
So let me go to this here, because
Something has to be removed in order to grow. It's the revolution. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it says 30 spokes are joined in the wheel's hub. The hole in the middle makes it useful. Mold clay into a bowl. The empty space makes it useful. Cut out doors and windows for the house. The holes make it useful. Therefore, the value comes from what is there, but the use comes from what is not there.
Yes.
So we use what is not there for what is there, right? Describing that process, right? But anyways, it goes here. Third, to most people, a hunter. So we have first two things, right? Okay, we have this idea of extremism, okay, in terms of propaganda, right? And then we have secondly the idea that you can't save certain types of technology, right? Or else you'll just be doing reform and not revolutionary aims, right? Then the third principle that he mentions, he says, third, to most people, a hunting and gathering existence will appear much more attractive than that offered by pre-industrial civilization. Even many modern people enjoy hunting, fishing, and gathering wild fruit and nuts. I think few would enjoy such tasks as plowing, hoeing, and threshing. And in civilized societies, the common people have usually been exploited in one way or another by the upper classes. If they were not slaves or serfs, then they often were hired laborers or tenant farmers, subject 2.
Did you freeze?
Subject to the domination of landowners. Pre-industrial civilized societies often suffered from disastrous epidemics or famines, and the common people in many cases had poor nutrition. In contrast, hunter-gatherers, except in the far north, generally had good nutrition. Famines among them were probably rare. They were relatively little troubled by infectious diseases until such diseases were introduced among them by advanced people, quote unquote. Slavery and well-developed social hierarchies could exist among sedentary hunter-gatherers, but far from the tendency of women to be in some degree subordinate to men, nomadic hunter-gatherer societies, typically not always, were characterized by social equality and normally did not practice slavery. Just in case you've read anarcho-primitivist writings that portray hunter-gatherers, the hunter-gatherer lifestyle as a kind of politically correct Garden of Eden. Okay, and we just read an entire piece where he has an entire critique of that view, right? So,
Well, if you really, if I may on that,
yeah, go ahead.
You look at it, the hunter gatherers. I know from gathering my own herbs that if I go out and I eat a particular herb, it does a particular thing. Their parents taught them that. And so they don't have a rudimentary understanding of medicine. They don't. Why? Because they don't need it. They already have that medicine coursing through their blood because that's what they ate Tuesday. And they're going to eat it another time, as soon as they find it in like 5 minutes, they're going to pick it up and they're going to say, hey, I know that my belly is hurting and I know this plant makes my belly stop hurting. It's fundamental understanding versus it's that wisdom versus an education. An education tells you why it does it. Wisdom tells you that it does it in that scenario. And so the wise man would just say, well, I'm going to do it because it's the wise, like he's not even looking for wisdom. He's just looking to be better. And it's really interesting because you do see these cycles and it is the same shit over and over and over and over, just like the fucking Category 5 hurricane that I just saw posted. It's a fucking circle and that one at least moves. But society, it does not move. Good background.
Yeah, definitely. And it doesn't square with what's going on, and we read these critiques earlier, so I won't belabor the point too much at this juncture, about this whole primitive lifestyle and all that type of stuff. But yeah, the Garden of Eden, right? He's talking about that it's all like this, cushy cycle of, where the animals and the plants and the humans live in harmony with each other, right? Well, nothing could be farther from the truth, right? It wasn't all love, cooperation, right? He says that's a lot of nonsense, right? At your request, I'll prove it was numerous citations in literature, right? He says, right? And even when one discounts the anarcho-primitivist idealized vision and takes a hard-headed look at the facts, nomadic hunter-gatherer societies, right? Nomadic hunter-gatherer societies seem a great deal more attractive than pre-industrial civilized ones. I imagine that your chief objection to hunter-gatherer societies, as opposed to, for example, late medieval or Renaissance Europe civilization, would be their relatively very modest level of cultural achievement in terms of art, music, literature, scholarship, etc. but I seriously doubt that more than a small fraction of population of modern industrial society cares very much about that kind of cultural achievement. Okay. Sad but true. Right. Hunter-gatherer society, moreover, has proved its appeal as a social ideal. As a social ideal. Anarcho-primitivists seem to have gained wide popularity. One can hardly imagine equal success for a movement taken as its ideal. For example, late medieval society, of course, one has to ask, okay, there is some push towards that, right? With the Christian fundamentalists, right? Right. Yeah. But
excuse me, there's something in the air.
The machine lies. Would you advocate for more anarcho-primitivist society or more techno-primitivist or more techno-primitive society, though? One being extreme, two being more moderate. Well, I mean, all I'll say is that I'm for the types of human technologies that move at the speed and pace of human movement, right? So I like the use of small scale technologies, right? If so the use of tools, right? And those items I don't have a problem with, right? The use of large scale technologies, I think good arguments can be made that they're destructive to our human potential, right? And they vastly impose, designs, right, on human society, right, that become, very hard to regulate, right? And they require
It sounds like you're talking. It sounds like you're talking about this thing called a side effect, an unintended result of your actions.
Yeah, the effect of large scale technologies is that they require large scale human organization, and
Yes.
and anything that interferes with that has to be eliminated. So the human beings have to be in some sense regulated to fit the needs of the system.
I have a case in point. I have a direct case in point that happened to me today. I was fixing a fence panel that had knocked over. Just me, the lowly fence builder. I went out there with my shovel and I dug around my fence post and I pulled the concrete out. I pulled the old post out and I replaced it with a shovel, with hand tools, small scale. If I had gone out there and done it with, say, a backhoe, I would have two guys to run my plating so that I can run my backhoe across your lawn without destroying your lawn. Not to mention the operator. Now, you can have one of those guys being the operator, but now you're paying him more because he has a better understanding of what his job is. And it could have been done in about the same time as me out there with a fucking shovel. Not the same money. Because I charge for the product and then whatever else they want to give me. They charge for the product, for the time for those two guys, for those boards, for the maintenance on that machine, for the machine, for the insurance to run it across the driveway, for the insurance. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason that things cost $10 million, and it's because we get our wood from, like Oregon or something like that. Like, we're getting products from other places and there's cost associated with the transport. And it's all part of the transport of the goods is literally part of and the foundation of the monetary system. Because if you didn't have goods and people moving from place to place and fear for their safety, if you're walking down the road and you have all your goods that are associated with your life and somebody comes and robs you, you have no life then. You know, and things like the Knights Templar, for instance, were instrumental in that because they created fractional banking, meaning you could deposit your gold and your valuables at one place and go to another and pull it out there, just like magic. In fact, it was magic. But that's where all of these civilization things come from, is they come from people that understood how to remove a fence post properly. They weren't great men of renowned thinking in algebra. No, they were people out watching their fucking sheep and looking at how fucking nature works, and they figured it out. You know, and I think that's what we're really talking about, is understanding things and understanding things. There's a huge fucking difference.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah,
on, man.
definitely. Definitely. You know. You know, and that's why you know, techniques, you know, or those physical processes are related to you know, metaphysics or those abstract ideas. You know, that's why the creative process itself is material and immaterial. You know, it is the fundamental thing that combines these two arenas. You know,
Yes.
whereas you know, so you know, it's a sort of thing hiding in plain sight, because technology itself or technique itself is the thing that hides its means to produce a certain end, right? That's why they say, actually, a you know, as Nubs was talking about, a sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? So it's like, you know,
Yeah.
when you create this, you know, post geological, you know, you go beyond nature, you have transcendence beyond nature, you know, as they were talking about earlier in some of the writings, right? That this is actually magical or alchemical ideal,
Yes.
right?
Yes. To build
As
a
I was
piece of
explaining.
wood, yeah, to build a piece of wood, you must conjure or collect the steel in order to cut that. You know, so you're literally, it's like the word abracadabra is Hebrew, right? It actually is a word and it has a meaning. It's as I speak, so I create. That's imagination. You know,
Yeah,
and like, for instance,
yeah, go.
like as I'm building Spear Taco's deck, you know, like one of the parameters is, hey, I get to have some creative fun. I get to make this look like I like. I'm going to tell you what I'm doing and okay it by you, so you're going to like it in what you can see. But what I see and what you see, two totally different things. And I know shadows, and you know, I know how the sun works, you know, and I know all these different things. So as I'm building, I'm putting all of that abracadabra together, and it's creating something that is improved upon for me, not for the tree. The tree suffers always in a deck building. Yeah.
Yeah. And as you said with that word, you know, in the Hermetic corpus, you know, it actually says there's two are all that exists, what comes to be and what creates it. So there's two ideas. There's a fundamental dualism on the basis of matter and form itself, which sounds
Yes.
very familiar to the understanding of I mean, how Aristotle understood nature, right? So this whole idea comes back to, you know, Aristotle being the root of, obviously, the alchemical theory, and this whole idea that creation is the way that God understands himself, right? So this idea that God is coming to know himself through his creation being a fundamental idea in the Hermetic, and then that morphs into us recreating nature in our own image and then calling ourselves God. You know, so all these ideas are related to the basis of the scientific worldview, the mythos of Mechanos, and the birth of the transhumanist ideal as well. You know, so all these concepts are firmly rooted, you know, as we've explained, but essentially in the first 4 hours of this, you know, whatever this has become, you know, a monstrosity at this point, you know, a repudiation of civilization and its tools and its ideology, right? At this point, but
timed it well.
but yeah, here goes some more radical concepts. He says, so we're talking about going. So he's saying the inconsistency of people who want to go back to some specific time, right? Either the 16th century or the medieval era or any of the other times. But yeah, go ahead.
If I may, on that, we were talking about the magical world of thought and the other application because of the duality. And I would say that that's, you know, like in my own, because I can only speak on my own. You know, I can't speak on yours. I'm not in your fucking life except for the fucking 2.5 hours I've been here. You know, like, and all we have is the now and the memory of the now from yesteryear. And like when you start looking at those things and start breaking it down for you, my experience is your experience because we're all having the same experience as it breaks out, as the God is knowing itself. You know, and it, like, for instance, where it says in Psalms 82, I do believe is what it is. The writer is speaking of, you know, we are all gods, but we will die like men. It's our confusion in our attaining a better state that causes us to die like men because we are already gods and we're looking for something lesser than what we are. And that's really where I'm getting in with my whole work without fear. Yeah, it's a play off of Jack. It's funny, ha ha ha. But ultimately at the core of it, to really do something like that would bring those two, it would be the gel that binds them. You know, because there's the actual effort, the beginning of the end, because you have to end the idea to put it into application. You're no longer in that creative process. You have already created. Now let your creation be its creation, type of deal.
Praise Satan. That's what I'm talking about.
That's all you, buddy. Go for it. Somebody's got to do it, right?
I mean, we all worship Satan anyway, but yeah, sure.
Absolutely. We're all little devils. According to the second definition, the number 2 pencil.
Yeah, that's the fundamental thing, though, is that we don't necessarily own our creations. And anybody that pretends that, you know, that we could take full track of responsibility over what we create, that's foolish concept,
only in the mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Instrumentality.
Yeah. Because if I want,
of course, yeah, go
ahead. If I want to keep my deck, like I never want to share my deck with anybody else, I can't build my deck. Because the moment I bring it from my mind to physicality, it has to be, it is the gift. In its core, it is the gift. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, like you can't, like our creations are something we offer to the world, and the world uses them as it sees fit. We're not in charge of what happens based off of what we create, but we are responsible for the use. You know, when we use something, of course, you know, and any action or technique that includes a user, you know, as a controller, you know, the person becomes the technique itself. You know, a person who's sweeping is sweeping. You know,
Yes.
they become the action itself.
They are the
Right?
action. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
They
You
are
know,
the
we're
work.
entitled. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're entitled to our actions and not the fruit of them. You know, so you know, work is its own reward in a sense. You know, it is the ideal. You know, so that figures into uh some of these concepts as well. You know,
if I may
go-
on that, we're
yeah, of course.
responsible for the outcome of our actions. And that is the reward, in my understanding. And what I'm saying is, or to give a case in point, if my actions are honorable, then honor will be. It gives you that great honor able. You're making that able to happen. You know, I
Yeah.
think this is the first time in my life that I've ever seen your eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because I lost my other glasses. You know, there are a lot more coverage, and these ones don't really have necessarily the same type of thing going on. But yeah, blessings to everyone. Yeah, thank you to the 40 people watching here. It's very late at night, and I appreciate you guys joining in on these types of discussions. You know, definitely. And thank you to Nubs for joining. You know, we haven't had very many guests because of the type of subject material, but it is what it is. You know, we're not really stressing about that. But yeah, late medieval society cannot function as an ideal. Of course, we mentioned the types of people that see it that way, right? And they're plentiful. They're also visible, right, on our show and other mediums, right? Of course, one
Just
has
not
to
for the
ask.
work.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, of course, one has to ask to what extent the success of anarcho-primitivism is dependent on the idealized portrayal of hunter-gatherer societies. My guess, or at least my hope, is that certain inconvenient aspects of hunter-gatherer societies, e.g., male dominance, hard work, will turn off the leftists, the neurotics, and the lazies, but that such societies depicted realistically would remain attractive to the kind of people who could be effective revolutionaries. I don't think that a worldwide return to a hunting and gathering economy would actually be a plausible outcome of a collapse of industrial society. No ideology will persuade people to starve when they can feed themselves by planting crops. So presumably, agriculture will be practiced wherever the soil and climate are suitable for it, reversion, to hunting and gathering as a sole means of subsistence could occur only in regions unsuitable for agriculture, the subarctic, arid plains, or rugged mountains. Okay.
See, I disagree with that fundamentally. And the reason that I disagree with that is because it's knowledge base. We don't have the knowledge base of what plants we can eat. If you go into your yard, there's most of them you can eat, but most people would say, I would be dead if I eat half of this. So it's that fear of the unknown that would allow for the death of millions in America alone at the collapse of a society. Because it's the lack of understanding of these fundamental small scale understandings. Hey, this sharp piece cuts that soft piece. Does that make sense? It's knowledge based, and because society came from that, so ultimately we could revert back to that. in the revolution of society. In fact, I think personally, I think it has happened on large scale and small scale many times. The revolutions of society per se.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And we're basically, on the last part of this presentation here. And I thank all the people that have participated. It's been a wild day, folks. You know what I mean? Especially on this channel. Lots of people tuning in, participating, but from a distance I see, which I think is a good thing as well. I appreciate all of the feedback that everybody's been giving. I go back and review all of the comments and the video and all of that type of stuff. And I'm also in the process of producing clips. But as you guys may or may not know, this is just a one-man operation. There's no producers or helpers, behind the scenes here. So
I disagree, man. I disagree fundamentally. You can't say there's no producers. I'm seeing the evidence of production. You just wear all the fucking hats. You're over there like Hank. You just have a hat collection as a man.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't credit yourself, who's taking that credit?
Yeah, Renaissance. Exactly. We got the Renaissance man out here. It is what it is. But yeah, let's go to this idea of basically his critique of Nietzschean philosophy. Right. So we observed earlier. Okay. And it's funny because we did a presentation on Nietzsche's philosophy, and he has similar critiques of leftism and those types of thoughts that that Dr. Kaczynski has, right? Okay. And all of that idea, right? Yeah. And obviously we're talking about different ideas, and the whole ideas of the power process in Dr. K. We went back over those recently, right? Critiques of leftist psychology. Okay. But in the beginning, he has this other idea about the power process and surrogate activities, right? We gave lengthy explanations about those ideas, right? So we won't go and continue that here. But in response, many people conflate those with the Nietzschean will to power, right? Now, it's easy to do so because, as we just stated earlier, Nietzsche has very similar critiques of leftist psychology, right? He talks about the self-victimization, right, of the leftist ideology, right? So they both kind of touch on that, but here he says that he says, I'm not terribly interested in questions of values of the kind you discuss here, such as herd values, quote unquote, versus the will to power, quote unquote. As I see it, the overwhelmingly dominant problem of our time is that technology threatens either to destroy the world or to transform it so radically that all past questions of human values will simply become irrelevant. Because the human race as we have known it will no longer exist. I don't mean that the human race necessarily will become physically extinct, though that is a possibility, but that the way human beings function socially and psychologically will be transformed so radically as to make traditional questions of values practically meaningless. The old-fashioned conformist will become as obsolete as the old-fashioned individualist. Since this is the most critical juncture in the history of the human race, all other issues must be subordinated to the problem of stopping the technological juggernaut before it is too late. If I advocate a break with conventional morality, I do so not because I disapprove of the herd. Okay. Mentality, he says, Okay. But because conventionally morality acts as a brake on the development of an effective revolutionary movement. Furthermore, an effective revolutionary movement probably has to make use of the herd mentality. Imitativeness is part of human nature, and one has to work with it rather than preach against it. Possibly you misinterpret my motives for emphasizing the quote unquote power process. The purpose of doing so is to not exalt is not to exalt the quote unquote will to power. There are two main reasons for discussing the power process. First, discussion on the power process is necessary for the analysis of the psychology of the people who I call the leftists, right? So I previously mentioned that, right? It's part and parcel of his critique on leftist psychology, right? Which we delved into again recently, so I'm not going to belabor that point, okay? Because we gave, me and Reddington went over that earlier when we did the entire presentation of Kurzweil and Joe Rogan. That episode got taken off of the channel like 6 or 7 times, right? And then we came back with the system's neatest trick. We've now looked at that twice, right? We've went over the psychology of leftism twice now, right? So yeah, hours of presentations on that. But yeah, second, it is difficult to get people excited about working to avoid a future evil. It is less difficult to get people excited about throwing off a present evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's definitely said with, it is easier to tell somebody that, or how's that quote go? Well, let's go with an easier quote. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. They want to be starved of water.
Yeah. Yeah, but it reminds me of Brzezinski, where he says, it's easier. In the past, it was easier to convince 1 million people than to kill 1 million people.
Yeah. Fool a man.
But now,
yeah.
But now today it's reversed.
Yes.
So
yep.
So that's the worst part, is that it's so easy. Like, life is worth less than information, right? Essentially, right?
Well, because the information goes on, the life ends.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it, the only reason that we don't have the understanding that we did at the time of, the burnings of Alexandria is because they were burned. The information was lost, or supposedly lost. But if I can come up with fundamentals of how shit works by putting a fence post into the ground, I think that we should all be able to do so accordingly. It's not too hard to figure out. Jesus ain't going to do your push-ups at the end of the day. I'm assuming you're ending the show here?
No, there's still a little bit of reading here.
Oh, right on. I'll just shut the fuck up then and let you get to it.
It's all good. It's all good. No, interject whenever you feel the need. But yeah, as we were reiterating here, it is difficult to get people excited about working to avoid a future evil. It is less difficult to get people excited about throwing off a present evil. Okay. Discussion of power process helps to show people how a great deal of present dissatisfaction and frustration results from the fact that we live in a technological society. I should admit, though, that I personally am strongly inclined to individualism. Ideally, I shouldn't allow my individualistic predilections to influence my thinking on revolutionary strategy, but should arrive at my conclusions objectively. The fact that
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
I bet you that comment directly relates to those 3 people. I should not.
Yeah.
And in common English, in language, if I should not, that means he is doing.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, definitely. Reiteration of the fact that his acts against the system were out of personal vengeance. So make of that what you will. He does not conflate that with his political or revolutionary strategy, but he does conflate the writings in that vein. So so make of that what you will, folks.
It's just an interesting thing, like about how people speak, because we indict ourselves one way or the other. It's either to the good or to the bad.
Yeah, and last time we covered his actions, and this is his commentary on those actions here. This is what he says. In this last paragraph, he says, even leaving aside the questions of political utility, quote unquote, and considering only my personal predilections, I have little interest in philosophical questions such as desirability or undesirability of the herd mentality, quote unquote. The mountains of western Montana offered me nearly everything I needed or wanted. If those mountains could have remained just as they were when I first moved to Montana in 1971, I would have been satisfied. The rest of the world could have had a herd mentality or an individualistic mentality or whatever, and it would have been all the same to me. But of course, under modern conditions, there was no way the mountains could have remained isolated from the rest of the world. Civilization moved in and squeezed me so ...
Victim.
Yep. That's what
So
he says.
he wasn't even living what he claimed to live, because he was, it's civilization's fault. Move further into the fucking mountains, bitch. Yeah. Preach what you say. No, we're going to kill 3 people because we're going to go back on what we said, and it's that work versus reality. I'm just saying, like, because that's exactly what he did, right? Because he could have easily gone further into it. I mean, we all read that fucking book in school where the dumbass went to Alaska and ate some dumb roots. Why? Because he wasn't smart enough to figure out that the book wasn't what he needed. He needed to look inside of him and realize that, hey, this is bad for me. Like self-preservation. If you don't know yourself, how can you preserve what you don't know?
Yeah, definitely. The first law of nature is self-preservation.
No, the first law of nature, they tell you, is self-preservation. But if you don't know what you're preserving, if you don't know who you are fundamentally, you can't protect, you can't give something. If I said, hey, give me $5 million right now, first off, I'm the first dumbass because I know you don't have it. So I'm lying to myself, pissing on your leg, and then you lie to yourself and say, oh, I wish I had it because it make me feel real. No, it won't. You'd be out $5 million.
What the fuck does that have to do with nature? He's talking about nature self-preserving themselves. I don't see squirrels caring about money. The first thing squirrels care about is gathering nuts.
Yes.
He's talking about nature. We're not talking
They
about
know
money and
themselves.
humans.
They know themselves. How the fuck do you not put that together? A squirrel knows it's going to be a squirrel, so it puts nuts aside, which is squirrel money.
Yeah, it calls self-preservation. Talking about nature. What
But
does
it
$5
knows
million
it's a
got to
fucking
do with it?
squirrel.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
$5 million is our fucking nuts, you dumbass. Come on now, keep up.
You hear that? That's very satanic. He says you need money to self-preservate.
In a society,
that's not nature.
Yes, it's a requirement. It is a tool of society, money, absolutely. But if you listen to what I do, I'm the motherfucker that goes out to my backyard and picks my own fucking medicine. So I do what I say, and I say what I do. I also understand that there is a duality, and so therefore I go out and collect money because it is a tool in nature of society. Different venue, sir. Different venue. Same players, different venue. Can he go on? Did you figure that out?
Oh no, you're good. I'm just writing down my satanic notes. You're good.
You can do whatever you need to. You're going to do whatever you need to. It's self-preservation. It's knowing yourself. But ironically, if you're worshiping the devil, then you yourself would be worshiping. You get what? It's kind of a circular logic.
If I worship the devil, I worship myself.
Exactly. Look at the second definition of the word devil or demon. This is all very clear. It's all very defined. It's been defined for years. I didn't define it.
Damn, it's a damn quiet night around here, man. Quiet as a motherfucking, titmouse.
Mice have their
really?
purpose. They feed the owl.
The owl sees through the darkness of night.
Yes, it does. And it flies very quiet. You think that mouse is quiet?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked into native tradition as far as animal totems and whatnot?
No.
Very interesting study. To me, I think personally it blows anything that Nietzsche or Aristotle. I think it's literally the root of their thinking, if anything.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be looking at Zoroastrianism, Buddhism next time. And yeah, definitely I got some things with the indigenous. We have some experts about that stuff. So we'll definitely have them. Yeah.
Buddhism and any of your Indian traditions have a mother in Maya. If you look at the traditions themselves, Hindustan was at that point in time just had fallen away from the three Indias. And when Christopher Columbus was looking for India, he knew where he was going. You just don't know what India is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, by the way, we done with the reading, though. A leopard print. Coast is clear. Coast is clear. Anybody want to come up? I mean, I've had the link pinned the entire night. So, anybody who wanted to challenge or dispute the claims, we definitely signaled to some of the biggest names, contentious figures as well, to try to contest what we're saying here. Obviously, we will be here on Saturday, further explain. And, I thought about doing something on Friday night, but I don't think I will. I don't think I really will. All right. That's too much. That's too much being on the internet. All right. Too much time being on the internet. You know, we just did a 3-hour presentation yesterday as an introduction to this presentation. So, yeah, we're not going to belabor these points too much. All right, we're going to bring back Skolmowski, the participatory mind, and some more of the ideas of Dr. Kaczynski on primitive societies, and some more of this work, technological slavery. And we'll be looking there on his views against the leftists again on population control, right? So he's going to go against the ideas of population control, right? Being a factor that the leftists want to talk about environmental change, right? So he's going to wage a 2-tier attack, one against a critique on a narco-primitivist society, the other on the views of leftism and climate change, right? Wanted to reduce the population, right? Wanted to reduce the population. You know, that's all very standard, and you guys will see why he gives those recommendations, right? He says it's more important to create a society of revolutionaries, including children that could live that type of lifestyle, than to actually try to implement worldwide procedures in order to limit human population or to create a world system. That those are all leftist projects, right? That are dealing with technology and other means, right? So obviously that goes back to some of the critiques of the scientific worldview that we've been offering, especially when we were talking about the ideas of evolution and the origin of those ideas, right? Because a lot of the ideas of evolution and the applied theory of evolution is linked to the birth of eugenics and the whole scientific worldview, so yeah, definitely. Thank you guys for being here. We got lots more ground to cover. We're also going to look at the history of Buddhism, right? And we're going to look at the ideas of Rousseau. So we're starting a new series, right? 2 new series, right? One looking at Rousseau's discourses on inequality, right? As a critique against civilization, especially the arts and the sciences, right? And we're also going to take a look at, furthermore, Kaczynski's writings and the writings of Ellul. We're going on a massive project here. We've done over 40 hours of presentation already on these subjects, right? So we're just going to keep coming with some more of this, and at some point we'll edit the panels out of these and and making them into professional videos. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us, and we'll let everybody have some closing statements here. You know what I mean, right? I appreciate you guys very much. Obviously,
let the devil go first. Let the devil go first.
Yeah, let the devil go first. Go ahead.
About what you were saying about a minute ago about depopulation, such a tangible word. I was doing some research until like 8 o'clock in the morning last night, and I was consuming some Luciferian material, The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, the new episodes that came out. And, with my type of ability to see subliminal messaging, I point out and can pick out a lot of things that are, go right over people's heads about the indoctrination and how they're, melting people's minds into what they want them to be. And when the main bad lady or whatever takes Carol to the I can't remember the name of the place that she works at, but it's that triangle in France, the glass place where they keep the Mona Lisa and all that stuff. She was a low-level janitor there, and when the zombies and everything started falling apart, she, very quickly realized that people were easily manageable during crisis and stuff. And I can't remember word for word, but for basically what she had said to Carol was that people are just resources, basically putting in our faces that the art and the museums will come first before any human being on this planet. So I'm just saying that whether you want to take it to heart or not and call it conspiracy theory, these people, we can't sit here and deny that this stuff does not influence the mind of weaker minded people. So after I got done viewing that material, I got on the comment section of the Walking Dead pages on Facebook that people were talking about, and the amount of people who are agreeing with the woman who's like, slaughtering people up against walls and injecting them with, the Walker virus, but, genetically modified to make them faster and stronger. Like, the amount of people who are agreeing with that woman's viewpoint, basically agreeing that we should line people up against the wall. It's crazy, dude. I just wanted to point that out that, just a few days ago, they basically released this big hole in your face of, we're planning on depopulating you. So just wanted to put that out there. If anyone ain't seen that yet, go check it out. And if you can not pay attention to the entertainment and actually see it for what it is, they're telling you exactly what they're planning on doing to us. So, praise Satan. Love you, TML. Blessings, man. And sorry I jumped in late. It's just been a crazy day.
It's all good. It's all good.
Love you, brother. Peace, everyone. Have a good night.
Yeah, definitely. I love you too, brother. I'm praying for you.
You too, man. Peace.
Yeah, definitely. Talk to you soon. Peace. And let's go with Nubs here.
Final words. For all those people down south that need a hand, I'm getting the truck taken care of. I'm on my way. Know yourself, ultimately. If you don't know yourself, you can't know anybody else. Can't give what you don't have. Peace.
Yeah, peace and blessings. Thank you so much for all your contributions to the panels. We greatly appreciate you around here, and we appreciate your wisdom. Thank you so much. Yeah, what about you, my friend?
What the hell is even that? Get every...
We're in the land of very sharp tools. Nanoscopically sharp tools.
Oh, yeah. Might catch a nanospasm if you ain't too careful.
Nanospurgin.
Nanospurgin. They got the spurgworms. Hey, what's up, Nubs? Peace, homie. Let's throw Nubs up here for a fucking... Yeah, peace be with Nubs. Not under any bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Blessings. Nanogasm. Oh, shit. All right, folks. That'll be the last comment. Other than the ones that I find very useful going forward. But yeah, we'll play a little song here, and then we'll end the stream. Thank you guys for joining us. Blessings.
Life, strength, energy.
Oh yeah, actually, we are playing Psychedelic Elitism Part 2, right? Or is it Part 3? I'm actually not sure. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing some videos after this, right?
So the most current one?
Yeah. So don't miss my presentation.
Yeah, I think it's on Part 3 now.
Yeah. And there were some ideas I missed about Georges Bataille, and nihilism, but I'll cover those in another part of the Psychedelic Elitism series. So hopefully if they have me on again, we'll keep on going with that. And if we don't have time on the other show, we'll move on to that here on this show. We're not afraid to get to anything that we missed on other shows right here on this show. Right. So that's always the case, but yeah, we got that tape for you guys as well. So we'll get that going. But yeah, anyways, here we go.
smooth. Mr. Gary is no fool. That's why he go to school. So smooth, no fool. So smooth, no fool. Oh, yeah. So smooth, Mr. Garvey's no fool. That's why he go to school. So smooth, no fool. So smooth, no fool. The first one, true black history, whoever controls so much people, hundreds, thousands, millions, it caused an eruption. So smooth, Mr. Garvey is so smooth, Mr. Garvey is no fool. That's why he go to school. Learn rules. So smooth, he's no fool. Mr. Garvey. So Marcos.
Shook in a Casper, illustrate beautiful disaster. Flight of the mothership, lift a badge of the malefactor. Marionette versus the threat of wire cutter function. Stereotypical Grinch bashing your pumpkin. Plug, by the canopy warrior had slim batch before gestation segment ended and had a platoon of embryonic remnants to the Game Boy. Released Japanese beetle swarm to counter the spread of bitch crops. Demolish the harvest and herd colony out immediate. One massive attack on it, confronted and gutted. Most pungent component cloned in outrageous bunches. Grimacing faces to the knots of my shoelaces. I'ma show you all the phases of a fuck up. Plucking the pedals, but every rose had its thorn. Consider that first warning, second will be good times, laughs, and epitaphs. As a matter of basic principle, next I set my boat to sail. I won't always be there for you tugging on my coattail. Family, stuck up, voids of the SS Mortar. Who you think put that unseen iceberg in the water? Manufacture flotsam and jetsam from out your charter. We got the ones pushovers, pushing back a little harder now. Blink, I think I can. I got grips, muckrake, I made you spin circles round sucker chips. Walking invisible city, I lost clans, and he's jealous cause my silhouette had more dimensions than his game plan. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin, cause in the end I got my passions while you splash in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips and competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk. I feel I got direction, and everything I touch magnificent. Picking apart a drunken township, sitting in the rain, busting the nails my crown's bound with. If I had an anchor, I would lay it in a desert and mark to data. Earth stood still while I complete my search. You wanted illusions and falsified life comfort systems. This boy in the bubble huddled up the simple Simon subtle born tomahawk. Shock the peanut gallery loopy, the basic cutesy groupie, Cupid dog community. And I'm hung in a virtual skin and bones, emaciated ringworm, circus freak, bloodthirsty intern brainy urchin face with a delectable style compiled that which stands above a child's yellow brick vision of slick living. I observed the stories from my fire escape observatory. First I heard the glory, then desert the herbs that worded poorly understood. Well, maybe a pat on the back for the lucky losers who truly felt they were born to touch the music. I catalog cats as welcome mats, and for the ones insisting on dimming the stars, I want my sneakers extra hard. I wish upon a penny toss that every servant will betray his gatekeeper and leap to reap the freedom fighter mad galaxy. Puff the war gas vapors and cram hard for tomorrow. Brother, I own twice my weight in patience. Be it paddock, cubicle, or beautiful tomb, I'll be listening to you whistling that more suitable tune. It's fascination, fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin, cause in the end I got my passions while you splashed in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smurf, cause I feel I got direction in my work. Fascination, fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the community using me to no avail.
The floor is yours. We live.
Yeah, essentially what I was breaking down is that the idea of socialism, right, plus technocracy created this idea of anarcho-syndicalism and the New World a movement, or New Ageism, right? So this whole idea of the New Age movement, okay, and the New World Order, right, basically comes from the Fabian Society, and anarcho-syndicalism, and the idea that you can't do socialism simply by changing the government structure. You have to also change the religious order, the social mores, and create a world system, right?
100%, to the point where we have no need for democracy anymore, right? All that useless bureaucracy in the way.
Yeah,
exactly. In that world, you can be whatever you like. You know, there's no world, there's no nations with cultures. You know, nothing isolated like that. You know, like there's a clear Chinese culture, there's a clear American culture. Nothing like that. It's gonna be one.
Yeah,
one
that's
nice
why they had the
vibe culture.
Yeah. One of the main ideas in this is a move from spiritualism to scientism back to spiritualism, right? So in that they exchange the idea of spirit for the idea of mind. Get it right? So
yes, which could be a broader thing, right? Could be a group thing. Mind is sounds more like it's a subjective thing, right?
Oh yeah, it's a tabula rasa. You know, it's the
say again. Say what now? Like
the tabula rasa.
I know everything. You don't need to explain it for me, but maybe for the viewers, you know.
This guy.
Tell me.
Yeah, the mind is engine of chaos magic because it's the tabula rasa. Right? It itself is the tablet. Right? You know what I mean? So to go to Freud, it says Freud provided the foundation of the reinterpretation of Victorian morality, which became the basis of Bohemianism. Okay. So basically, he translated sin into scientific ideas, right? The Victorian morality into scientific ideas of repression, right? And that itself is the origin of Bohemianism. So you need psychology, you need the Vienna Society to get to Bohemianism, because you can't have Ginsburg without schizophrenia.
So the Victorian Society is the ops.
Oh yeah, it's the ops that created things like Ginsburg, right?
Yeah, because look at the Victorian Society; they were so uptight and proved that even the piano legs had to wear coverings.
Yeah,
that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, that's too round. That's too smooth.
Yeah,
you got to keep yourself in check.
This is what we do.
But that's a big difference, right? Keeping the animal in check. That used to be the tone, and now it's like no. Let's fight enlightenment by going to the bottom of it. Let's fucking let that animal out,
dude. Yeah, it's so crazy that even in the homie, shout out to the OG Unc John Galt over there in the 24-hour streaming them, like the Porsche, the mod was playing this video, and you've heard it. You've heard Wilson talk about it on whatever podcast. This whole thing, this craze of of what would you rather be with, and a man or a bear, a grizzly bear? Who's more dangerous, right? They're asking women, right? And what is the trope they keep choosing? The animal. I'd rather be with the bear. I'd rather be with the bear. Now, mind you, there's a lot of stuff going on because there's a lot of reasons why they say that, but how can we relate it to this, our show, The Rise of the NPC right now? New World Order Citizen.
I'd say it's some cognitive dissonance. I mean, if you've never been outside, if you've never really met an animal, right? You might say such a stupid thing. But come on, man. You know the bear is gonna eat you the second it gets hungry. What are you talking about? And not eat you in the good way, you know. They'll start asshole first, but that's something else. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's just, do we believe there's an objective reality, like a natural common sense, or not? I think
it's this idea of Freud, goes back to this idea of primitivism, primitive urges, right? And those primitive urges, when in a human, are more dangerous than when in an animal. That's the theory, right? You know what it comes down to,
Yeah, because human is unpredictable with its way of packing it up all the time, packing it in, dressing it up.
Yeah.
When the moment comes when the human snaps, the control over the primal urges is no longer there. Then it's suddenly scary, and it's powerful, and it's driving a car, and it owns a gun.
Yeah, or what about from the Club of Rome report? The common enemy of humanity is man.
My God. Yeah, exactly.
The common enemy of humanity is man. That we're the ones threatening the environment, we're the one threatening nature, we're the ones creating this technology, right? So there goes the idea of that this is all just us acting out our primitive urges, so we're more dangerous than animals.
Yeah, we need help. We need help being human.
Yeah,
that's basically the vibe I get. You mean that report, right? Of the Club of Rome.
Yeah.
So Bill Gates wasn't really avant-garde when he said in this equation we need to get rid of the humans. They already been saying this for years.
One of these needs to go to zero.
With zero, yeah. But so how can we describe Freud's technique in a nutshell? What made him so different? And why is he influencer into this NPC?
Well, I got tons
citizen.
I got tons of stuff on that. I'm gonna read some of this stuff from the Bloomsbury group. The very influential group, that included these people like John Maynard Keynes, and the idea of tabula rasa is closely linked to the idea of creating credit, right? Creating value from nothing, right?
Yes.
And it's also related to the idea of usury and homosexuality, like finding pleasure in that which actually doesn't actually procreate, right?
Usury, huh?
Yeah, so this idea that John Maynard Keynes, he was a homosexual with Wittgenstein, right? And so were the Cambridge Apostles. They actually promoted a homosexual love among men, right? So this was one of the keys of their psychological insights that they had in their society, the Cambridge Apostles, right? So the idea of repressed sexuality is huge within the writings of Wittgenstein. The ideas of John Maynard Keynes are linked with alchemy, right? Because he rediscovered the correspondences of Newton with John Locke, right? He took very keen interest in it, right? And he actually said that Newton is a basically a Judeo he called him a Judeo monotheist of the school of Maimonides. So if you look at Freud and William James, they met in 1909, at a gathering in psychology. Now, William James was a follower of Swedenborg, and he was deeply into the occult, right? The Metaphysical Society, right? That consisted of William James. Yeah. C.S. Peirce. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just that people don't realize that all these characters, even all your beloved idolized scientists, they were all looking for that, that metaphysical, that transmuting gold.
Oh
stuff,
yeah. Yeah, if you read if you read the writings of William James, it's very clear to see how the occult influenced the origins of psychology.
Yeah,
he's quoting like Vivekananda,
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good. And
I just saw something about Newton the other day, like that he was a virgin. Is that true?
yeah, Newton. Yeah, that's actually in the writings. That John Maynard Keynes discovered. Newton actually blames John Locke for having embroiled him with women. So, like, he writes this angry letter to John Locke. Yeah, saying that, oh, you brought me around women, and that's going to affect his like sexual performance. Because he thought that his sexual energies were being used for his creative insights. So he was
That's a no flap,
in that
right?
way.
Wait, hold up.
yeah. He was a no fap. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it says here the consolation of theosophy, as shown in the consolation of theosophy by Frederick C. Cruz. Several scholars have established that Freud was among the key figures who developed therapy through the retrieval of forgotten trauma. Through adept to Franz Anton mesmerism.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So this is all coming from the occult. So it's about hypnotism, mesmerism. These were key influences on Freud. Right. It said Freud even arranged a seance with his family members and 3 other analysts. He practiced numerology and believed in telepathy. In Dreams and Occultism, he declared, quote, "It would seem to me that psychoanalysis, by inserting the unconscious between what is physical and what is previously called psychical," obviously psyche is the word for the spirit, right, has paved the way for the assumption of such process as telepathy. Then check this quote out by Carl Jung. Carl Jung, who had worked with Freud, commented approvingly on the Jewish mystical origins of Freudian psychoanalysis, stating that in order to comprehend the origins of Freud's theories, one would have to take a deep plunge into the history of the Jewish mind. This would carry us beyond Jewish orthodoxy into the subterranean workings of Hasidism, and then into the intricacies of the Kabbalah, which still remains unexplored psychologically.
Interesting.
So Jung literally said it's impossible to understand Freud's theories without understanding the Kabbalah.
I'm sorry, you going fuck.
Yeah. So
Were you just talking about that on shout out to Nerdjack, his stream, about how, or somebody brought up like our friend, our acquaintance, what's his name, the big guy, Jay Dyer, how he was trying to relate, maybe it was you, Machine, like Kabbalah. He saw in order to know the Bible, you have to know Kabbalah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Because this is the people that interpreted it for today, right? And Jay Dyer and all these guys, they're using works by Gershom Scholem in their public debates, right? And saying that the Trinity is
very
basically
small hat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's one of the main Kabbalistic scholars that links Kabbalah and the Theosophy and Gnosticism and all these New Age writings. So why is this guy using, this guy who's supposed to be a trad commentator, using the work of these Kabbalists to describe the Trinity? It's totally laughable.
Because it's like Tony Blair's wife, who was a Wiccan, like high witch and stuff like these. Man.
So is Jay Dyer's wife. She's an occultist.
Oh,
too.
really?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And we're
a lot of these men
ignore.
Right. Yeah, it's like a lot of these men, like, I like the lore of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then he came up around your neck of the woods, right? And he was introduced to his teacher, Master Farad Muhammad, who some of it you think came from Pakistan, right? And he Master Farad got a lot of his teachings from Noble Drew Ali, who's definitely in the mystical stuff, but it was Elijah Muhammad's wife who was deeply into all the occult and whatnot, spirituality. So it's the same thing. I mean, it's like the Adam and Eve story, huh? To go to the original. She's the one that introduced Adam.
Yeah, and it really comes from the Ahmadiyya Islam. And if you guys know Ahmadiyya Islam, it's a new age version of Islam that tries to basically combine modern science with the Quran, right? So it's taken anthropological research, the idea of the 13 tribes, all these occult sciences, and all this new age science, you know, and then applying it to the writings of the Quran. You know, so a lot of these arguments you see online saying that that the Quran proves science and all that stuff is very spurious arguments, you know, and trying to say that Islam is responsible for the modern age, right? Just like all of these ideas by these people like inspiring philosophy, they're saying that without Christianity, you wouldn't have modern science, right? These are ways to keep the religious person at bay, right? To keep them under the, you know, basically thumb of the modernists, right? So that they could keep their religion in the closet, because the implications of their religion could possibly, you know, be a detriment to these ideas, you know, of the Fabian society. You know, they've been trying to get rid of these ideas, right? You know, and trying to transform these ideas of Victorian morality, using this Victorian morality, right?
What do you say? Spirit, science, spirit. We're on the spirit cycle.
Yeah.
Spirituality.
See, William James led to Freud, and Freud led to Jung. See, that explains the entire cycle. Right? Right. William James, an occultist, influenced Freud, who believed in scientism, who influenced Jung, right? Who then took it back to spiritualism. Right?
Yeah, because Jung is the man. He has been the man for the last. I mean, that was Terence McKenna's man. This is all these guys' man. Yeah. So, but now we do see a push. You see people trying to link scientism to spirituality as a way to, I guess, in their mind, to legitimize it, right?
Yeah, they're trying to create transsubjective value. To quote Anti-Oedipus by Deleuze and Guattari, he says, "Your mother's asshole is a machine." I mean, right? So
I wasn't ready for that machine for you to say that.
Yeah, he's trying to create these. He's trying to create these transsubjective values. You know, right? And the reason the work is called Anti-Oedipus and trying to link capitalism with schizophrenia is because of the ideas of Freud. So right in the post-modernist ideal, you have a Freudo-Marxian synthesis, right? So you can't get to MK Ultra without getting to postmodernism, and you can't get to postmodernism without getting to Freud, right? And the ideas of Marx and Freud being used by the Fabian Society, right?
I was about to say that. Don't you think that all these cats are all, you know, think of how society needs to change, and, you know, according to the technology that's evolving? Don't you think all these cats are just there to help us with that?
Good point.
Yeah,
I said earlier, we know their name. You know, we know their names. Excuse me. The fact that you know their name, we're all thinking humans, right? We're all here, conscious, and now, why do we know their name?
Yeah, I got some of the main names. Here, let me read some of this thing. It says the Bloomsbury group were inspired in their opposition to Victorian morality by leading members of the Fabian Society, whose aims were developed from the teachings of John Ruskin. The Fabians were a splinter group of the Fellowship of New Life, composed of artists and intellectuals, which included Annie Besant, very important thinker, Annie Besant. You know, she was the leader of the Theosophical Society, right? The Fabians were a group of socialists whose strategy differed from that of Karl Marx in that they sought world domination through what they called the quote the doctrine of inevitability of gradualism. Doctrine of inevitability of gradualism. This meant their goals would be achieved without the breach of continuity or abrupt change in the entire social issue, and by infiltrating educational institutions, governmental agencies, and political parties. Annie Besant, Blavatsky's successor, was a leading speaker for the Fabian Society, and she developed a close friendship with Edward Aveling, who first translated the works of Marx into English. Leading Fabians included George Bernard Shaw, Bertrand Russell, Julian and Aldous Huxley, and H.G. Wells.
Okay.
So there's some of the names right there. I mean, it also says Wells, who was a head of British foreign intelligence during World War I, was also a founding member of Rhodes and Milner's Roundtable.
There we go.
Well, and that's a good intro right there. So let's let me reset it. This is Psychedelic Elitism, Volume 3, Rise of the NPC, New World Order, Citizen. I am NPC the Game, Blaxican, Gabriel, Carbo. We have the two legends in the building. Our friend Rupert G, all the way out from the Coalition of the Willing, the Netherlands.
Below
Yeah,
the sea.
yeah, yeah, and all the way Motown, Motown mystical legend, the Machine Lies. How's it going? He's already dropping science. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you already know.
You already know. So let's do some little musical interlude. Shout out to all the next generation that is getting it done. My little boy Benjamin and the big bro, Machine Lies' brother, who's a legend too. You know. So shout out to all the young men and women out there. This one's for you. With a bullet of love.
Been dazed and confused for so long, it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Lots of people talking, few of them know. So like a woman was created You hurt and abused, telling all of your lies. Run, sweet baby, Lord, how they hypnotize. Sweet little baby, I don't know where you've been. Gonna love you, baby. Here I come Every day I work so hard, bringing home my heart and pain. Try to love you, baby, but you push me away. Don't know where you're going, only know just where you've been. Sweet little baby, I want you
Sing it, Rupert.
Who am I? Where am I? What? You promised me the metaverse. Zach, save me like the bell. Here, what you want is what you get. Perfect.
Yo, so man, so we just had all the names, right? The heavy hitters, the social engineers, right? And out of that group, Rupert, what do you got in terms of relate that to what you came up with your notes and whatnot?
We have to get into a little drama, for that. Dinah, we don't have to get in fully, but I've just noticed that there's a lot of people on YouTube these days getting into what they call communities, right? There's a lot of fighting, a lot of emotional investment, a lot of reactivity. Sitting at home screaming at your screen. I think that's exactly the empathy we're looking for, essentially.
Right.
Right? That's what I see would be perfect. If you could be happy sitting at home, screaming at the top of your lungs, kicking people out of your chat room and all that, it's perfect. Stay there. That's where I want you. Digits on your screen will never be as real a community as real a community as a real community. That's what I'm, you know what I mean when I say we have to get into something, you get to explain it, but I think most people understand people being drama queens on the internet. Yeah. A sort of reactive creature. Habitual reactivity is what I came up with when I was thinking about this stuff, because as I noticed this so much. People talk, somebody says something in the group, somebody else just starts talking over it, or quote unquote replying without even getting into what was said. We are getting into the rise of the NPCs. There's a big gap in between what we just had, what TML was talking about, and what I'm trying to talk about now. So I suggest we just continue from there. But the perfect world, a socialist democracy citizen, is in the making, and maybe the beta version has already been thoroughly tested by now.
Right. The beta is online, definitely. With these big names. These big names that the Machine Lives mention, what is the commonality, Machine Lives and Roop, to all those people in their work and their technique?
Well, I love, in the words of, John Maynard Keynes, he's got the perfect quote, where he actually describes the work of the Bloomsbury Group and the reversal of sexual mores. He says, we repudiated entirely customary morals, conventions, and traditional wisdom. We were, that is to say, in a strict sense of the term, immoralists. The consequences of being found out had, of course, to be considered for what they were worth, but we recognized no moral obligation on us, no inner sanction to conform or to obey. Before heaven, we claim to be our own judge in our own case. And then there's the idea of primitivism and futurism being mixed.
That's a contradiction right there.
Oh yeah, that's the irony of the new age, right?
What do you think that is? Yeah, could you draw that for us? Draw a picture of that the mix of primitivism and scientism. What did you just say?
I think it really comes from the idea that man is a species animal, right? So that goes to the quality-seeking ethos in man, down to the idea of the primitive or repressed urges. That goes to the idea of primitivism, that letting that loose, in the sense can unleash the chaos that's necessary for the evolutionary change to emerge. So that's how it gets to the futurism.
Energy.
It goes to the ideas of Prigozhin, that maintain a balance far from equilibrium causes new patterns to emerge, right? So it's in that mathematic formula, and right, the evolution actually comes when equilibrium is maintained far away from its base of neutrality, right? So it's like this idea that that the furthest you could stretch out the consistency of something, that'll allow it to break down in a way that'll proliferate a new pattern. Right?
Yeah, perfect.
So this is this idea of like chaos magic. Yeah,
like pushing the specs, like seeing how far you. I think we're going to get into Crowleyism about how he would always say, like, take the strongest drugs, see how long you can stay up without sleeping, see how long you can stay out without eating, see how much you can be a glutton, just to push yourself, right?
Drive to
because
the extremes.
Right, something's going to come out of it. Yeah.
There is something in there, though. I think you drive to the extremes of your body, of your spirit, of your mind. When all that breaks, what's left?
What's left? an ending, which is a new beginning, right? Yeah, this is like, dude, like I'm gonna take it back to like all this bullshit that's been going on with me personally in this panel verse that I put myself in. You know, I'm not no one to blame because that's for kids and people who are kind of cretins and stuff. But hanging with that faggot Illumitami, which it sounds weird in itself, like I did end up seeing like chaos magic up front, you know, and it
what
brought
about
me.
or what about the rapist guy that everybody was accusing, the grape guy that everybody was accusing of, PDF, and this guy's name is Hand Banana.
Oh yeah, that one,
which is a
yeah.
cartoon that actually grapes
What is that?
children.
Wow, that's where his name comes from.
That's where his name comes from. So he's using a reference, and a lot of them use these references from this Dadaist style art from the Adult Swim. This whole idea that it's the absence of meaning. So they're using Dadaism, they're using postmodernism, even in the way they attack people with the schizo edits and stuff there.
Yeah. Dang. We'll get back to that in 1 second. I gotta say shout out to the legend, the supreme god from the UK, brother Poel, CFR Networks legend in the chat, definitely. My friend for many, many years right there. Shout out to all the legends. Provo's in the chat, Shadow and Light, much love, Oracle, ESP Evaluations. Oh, we see you, fam. We got Miss Snow, top of the morning indeed. Hank O'Flame, always a living legend right there.
Can you elaborate on that while you name? Continue, please.
Yeah, and then shout out to Leopard Print, our friend over there from the great state of California, and and always and forever look within. What's up, bruh? Okay.
Yeah, technology doesn't create communities; it creates collectives. Villages create communities.
Yeah, working together.
Yeah, communities, huh? Yeah.
Gemeinkampf.
Yeah.
Common struggle.
Common struggle for sure. That's shout out to one more to the fam, Zephyr. The lioness. What's up, sis? How's it going, dude? So speaking of communities, you see this push. I know we're going a little bit all over the place, but that's what we do sometimes. It's psychedelic mindset.
We're loose today. It's okay.
Look at like companies like Google and who have the campus, right? They want to build their community and keep all the workers on the campus, right? So they can get the most out of them and whatnot. Yeah. It powers the corporation, right? Having everyone there, which is very similar to the machine lies, what you were teaching on this week in your class / broadcast about that whole tower system prison. You said the families are the ones that power it, right? In theory.
Yeah. There he says it perfect. Jeffrey Steinberg, he connects the tabula rasa to the idea of creating credit from thin air. Right? That these are, and also the idea of gravity, right? That these are essentially the same concept. It's like this chaos anchor, right? Invisible hand, right? That's guiding things, and so is reason and the mind, guiding the development of nature and man's evolution, right? They think it's a blind watchmaker, right? Which is a deistic conception, right? It goes back to the God of the philosophers and not the God of religion, right? And this is the same as the God of the Kabbalah, actually.
So the God of the clock, of the watchmaker, is kind of like a peeping Tom voyeur. It just sits there and doesn't do anything.
Maybe it's powerless to. It's not programmed to.
Hey man, I gotta come up with these simpleton terms. My name does say NPC in it. try to make it for the lowest common mind out there, right? Yeah. That's my pleasure. No, but that deist way of looking at it is very interesting. You don't think it has any truth to it? That some like maybe God does a little bit of this, a little bit of that, like more interactive, and then sometimes just lays back, or what's really going on, guys?
I think if you put nature above God, then you could become God. Right. So that's the key that they want to explore, right? Because if you could put nature above God, then by manipulating nature, you yourself become God, right? So the whole idea, comes down, the whole idea of the New Age comes down to this, right? Because in Gnosticism, you can't escape this realm, right? Other than through knowledge and through the spiritual, right? The New Age said, no, there's an escape through nature, right?
How so? How so?
By bringing heaven down to earth. This is Hermeticism, right? As above, so below, right? So you just kill God and reinvent him.
Yeah.
So this is the idea.
The same thing, though. The narcissism of old and the stuff of now. It's just in the modern jacket.
Well, maybe it definitely influenced it. The idea of an alien God and a fallen world and all those concepts. You could see how those influence it, and also the syncretism that's there in in the Gnostic ideals, right? But Gnostics believe you can't change the world, right?
Yeah.
The Hermeticists, on the contrary, they were influenced by the Gnostics, but they believed you can and you must.
Right.
That's the whole point.
This dynamic totally reminds me. I'm going to bring it back to male-female current sexual dynamics. What's trending, like black pill doomerism, is that whole Gnostic of you can't change the world.
Yeah,
the world is a horrible place.
Mars and Venus, Apollo and Dionysus. There's so many, Atlantis and Shambhala. There's so many different expressions of it.
Get that polarization, and then like you said, the Hermeticists, where they have to, not only can you change the world, but you must. It's your responsibility. That reminds me of the red pillars. We're always pushing like, no, it doesn't matter if you're just a dysgenic piece of shit, you can still change it and get the sky's the limit type of shit. So
what happened to you can't change a person?
Yeah, sky's the limit is because Shambhala exists in the mountains, and the depth is the limit because Atlantis exists in the sea. It's the two poles of human ingenuity. One is the Hyperborean and the other is the idea that we could rule the world through trade, right? So these two concepts basically align, in their thinking, but they're two different aspects of the occult. So it's almost like the Freemasons and the Theosophists are like in a little mini war. You know what I mean? Where one side supports this whole idea sort of Israel, and the tribes and all this idea of the Kabbalah, whereas the other side believes that it's much more broad than that you could create heaven on earth. It's not about a secret society, and you'll notice that they're ruled by women.
Yeah, it's a play war, though. I think I'm pretty sure Theosophy got birthed by Masonry. The way I see what you're saying now is that the latter is for the quote unquote elite, at least the people that fancy themselves so, and the rest, Theosophy, the New Age, the Sadhgurus, blah 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 blah. That's for the McDonald's people, That's for the plebs.
Yes, exactly. Yes, precisely.
The plebs. Yeah. Rupe, you said what was made by the women? Or influenced more by the women?
DML said most, if not all, of these things are ran by women. It's often quiet.
Yeah.
Hey man, I proudly represent Europe, man. We got Ursula von der Leyen, man. We got the female tyrant.
The ideas really go to futurism and cubism. Cubism is primitivism, the work of Picasso, right? And then futurist is like the work of the surrealists, and they really merge in the Dadaist art, right?
Whoa, Dadaist art being the soup of all potential, or what?
Oh yeah, especially in the modern age. The modern age, I'd say, is a synthesis between eros and logos. It's science and art mixed.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Left get that. That's what
Well, back
happens
to
when you listen to Meshuggah.
Meshuggah.
That's a bro
Meshuggah.
tip. That's a bro tip. Go do it.
No, break that down. What does that mean, Meshuggah?
Meshuggah is Yiddish for crazy, but I'm actually talking about the Swedish progressive metal band, which makes the
Okay.
craziest polyrhythmic metal. I hope my brother Bastian is listening. He's the best drummer I know. It's fucking nuts. It's fucking crazy. Go and do it. Meshuggah, I posted some of it. It's whatever, man. You're all free. You got free will. You like to think you got free will. Go and do what you like.
You heard it first, family. Yeah.
Do it. Yeah, man. I mean, look, tie it in with that. I'm not just saying that like some metal. These guys, they've been on the ayahuasca trips. They've seen the DMT, Joe, the DMT, the DMT. They know. They've been there, and that's what they write about. Let focus go from your deceiving eyes. It's beautiful, dude. But we got no time for that right now.
That's actually what's playing in the background. Actually, that's
What is playing in the background?
the psychedelic. I mean, just in general.
Is that you, dude? I thought I was going crazy here.
No, well, yeah, there is some spooky music playing from Prometheus in the background, but to set the mood, ambiance. But I'm telling you, the psychedelic experience is the background to all this, even if you don't do psychedelics, because you're still
100%.
influenced because of the social engineers are the ones that are doing them, and they're coming up with all these ideas that they're getting downloaded into them.
For example, the idea of art for art's sake, right? That the Dada has created, right? You could tell that people feel that expression or creation or being a content creator or something, or that art doesn't necessarily have to be for decoration or entertainment. That it could be part of your living project. Your life could be a work of art. Your daily. Yeah, exactly. So the whole idea comes from this, using as they say, those found objects as art. From like Marcel Duchamp and like these sort of concepts that they explored.
Honestly,
and,
yeah. No. Go ahead. I was just gonna come up with an anecdote. Fuck that. Go ahead.
Well, just the way that Picasso painted his art is a great example. And then you have the development of the anti-hero, right? You have these stories where there's no resolution, right? In art of James Joyce, you have
Joyce,
obviously
yeah.
the very famous character of Holden Caulfield, but you have these artists before that, like Proust and James Joyce, right, that are already exploring this concept. Also Dostoevsky, right, and Nietzsche. They're firmly exploring this concept, just as Rousseau created the romance novel, and he created primitivism. You see these ideas coming up in Dostoevsky creating the anti-hero.
Ooh.
Put
it in the context.
Anti-hero.
Where do we find the anti-hero in our progress toward becoming the NPC that we must?
Yeah. I heard this LARPer lady called All Seeing You talk about how she pretended to be an anti-hero, but she was actually a villain. That was her disguise.
What's the difference? What is an anti-hero?
Yeah, I'm a little lost, to be honest.
Anti-hero is a character that you don't really like as a protagonist of a story that doesn't really gain resolution in the story, such as a Holden Caulfield type character.
Okay.
You know, in Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah. And
But
the villain.
We need those characters. We need them. You know. Without, is that what you're saying? Like we need those characters.
Well, no. Essentially, they're the residue of modernism, and they're creating or perpetuating the idea of art for art's sake.
They seem like a piece of garbage.
It's
you
like,
know, when you say it like that.
It's like. Oh, what's the effect that it has? Like you know, Flaubert talking about you know, provincialism and his Madame Bovary. You know, it's about this lady who's like in French. She's like a French aristocrat, but she's really bored with society.
Yeah.
You know, the whole concept is about like this person who just sort of like wanders around, is sort of nauseated by modern life. You know, doesn't really fit in.
Yeah,
you know, and yet just gets along anyways. You know?
Yeah, isn't that like what we saw a bit more modern times, like the beatnik stuff,
Yeah, it's a harbinger of
all that shit. You know, that's kind of
yeah, it's a harbinger of nihilism.
Yes, that's where I wanted to say exactly nihilism.
You know, the Bataille type of nihilism. You know, and also Bataille's nihilism is deeply linked to his esoteric concepts and ideas. You know that, and also these ideas of Dadaism are closely linked with those ideas of primitivism from Julius Evola and the fascists and all those people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, everything's meaningless, so we can draw it as we see fit.
Yeah.
That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah. Yeah. We can't control science and innovation. Those are moving down the pipe without human knowledge or approval. You know, so scientific innovation is controlled by chaos. You know, progress is chaos magic, you know, and also our art is for art's sake. The only way we can find meaning in life is to create it. So between the progress and the inherent nihilism of life, you know, that we're just being swept along. I mean, right?
Right.
Funny, you say the only way to find meaning in life is to create it. Well, I was thinking the only way to have art in life is to find it. It's beautiful opposition there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Would you guys say that Deadpool, the people, folks in the chat, Shadow and Light and Zephyr, are saying Deadpool? I assume they're saying he's like an anti-hero.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's like a cool anti-hero, not annoying.
Yeah, he's meant to expand that concept into the concept of superheroes, which is a double funny. Remember, they're trying to make a double funny with the character.
Chaotic D&D character.
Mm-hmm. He's all over the place. And by the way, we're taking a walk and we're chatting, passing this blunt. We're walking in Sweden right now.
Sweden.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's where the Meshuggah boys are from.
Yeah. Actually, we don't pass blunts. We have our own.
No,
we want to do COVID restriction.
You're right. Stay away from me, dude.
Yeah.
6 feet under.
Plus we're ballers. Yeah. But yeah, the villain. So one more thing. So this anti-hero, I think of themes, resonators like of course we said the beatniks, right? I was thinking the emo aesthetic and culture.
Yeah. Well, you see what they did with Kurt Cobain back in the day, right? I mean, if you actually listen to him as far as you can, you know that he actually wanted to say, "Fuck all that noise. I got this beautiful daughter now." But they used this whole depressed character to sell to the kids. You know?
Well, what you just saying, Rupert? That he actually wasn't that doom and gloom.
No.
Like if you look at his writing and philosophy.
Yeah. And you know what?
Yeah.
Shit, man. You never took drugs? Fuck off. You know?
Yeah.
I see Kalergi is not really working over here yet.
Who?
Koude over Kalergi. Oh, no. Did I mention that on your little stream now?
Yeah, that's a really important figure, Kalergi plan.
Yeah, we got all Illuminati right
definitely. We're going to drop those bombs on NPC.
I was just noticing the stream, bro. It's like, Wait a minute. What's going on here?
I'm lost for a second.
I'm
What are you
kidding.
guys talking about?
That's the replacement stuff.
Okay.
I'm just saying, look, there's a lot of white people here. Looks like a nice
Yeah.
city.
There is, yeah. I did see it. A lot of white people. I saw a couple of melanated folks.
Yeah,
down there, original people, yeah.
Look, and
See.
nobody's going around them or anything. Nobody's fighting.
No.
Fuck your screen.
Everybody's having a good time.
Don't believe a frame you've seen.
Yeah. Having a good time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we also have a sad boy culture that's big. Probably the Machine Lies is more of his age group, his generation. You saw the rise of that, huh? Like Suicide Boys and even X, right? Young Lean from this area of the world, right? That was his clique, the Sad Boys, anti-hero, right?
Yeah, 100%. It goes to this idea of Georges Bataille, you know, and his creation of these nihilist theories, you know, and how he took Nietzsche to you know, the pits of just nihilism.
Right.
You know, so he was a very interesting figure, you know, that basically combined homosexuality, neo-Nazi shit, right? And this is where Pill Eater gets his attack from. I mean, Pill Eater is waging an attack against gay neo-Nazis. I don't know if you guys know this.
That's a cocktail I haven't had
Go
before.
get Pill Eater's whole thing.
Hey, speaking of anti-hero,
up?
who's actually masquerading, he is actually the hero, huh?
Yeah, exactly. He's an anti-hero.
Some might say.
Yeah, Pill Eater is one of them. Yeah.
Because the way he comes off, I mean, if you look at it, and he does practice a form of chaos magic, I would say.
Yeah,
like,
definitely. Yeah.
Like, bro, he seems like a neo-Nazi homosexual.
Yeah,
but he's not. But you said that's what he's trying to show us, right?
Yeah, he's trolling.
Trying to expose that.
Yeah, he's trolling the neo-Nazis. Yeah. He couldn't possibly be. I mean, he lives in Korea with a Korean lady, but yeah, he definitely takes some of their talking points, right, and some of their, especially their Marxist talking points, and expands on them. You know, so he's very, very proficient in doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he uses that Eurasian futurism. He thinks that's the because what they want is, you know, essentially anglicized traditionalism, right? Right? So he's saying,
that what we're looking at?
Yeah, so he's going full melding every thing that's opposed to that together, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What are these people doing? Let's just take a moment.
Take it in.
Little intermezzo.
Yeah, the white girls are my personal weakness, you know. But yeah,
you'd be
lost there, dude.
Yeah, it's a major loss because they definitely don't like you know, Pakistani dudes. so
is your wife
yeah, she's white.
Caucasian?
Yeah, she's white. Yeah, she's white. Yeah, she's Russian and Jewish. Yeah.
Wow.
Got it before
Russian and Jewish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's super white. She's Slavic.
Yeah.
This is a paradigm, though, for the Western mind, right? I remember the legendary Lux Maximus. I don't know if you ever heard of Lux Maximus, internet personality. He said white slave cunny is the most it's the most valuable product in the world. Now, mind you, he was a big troll, but yeah, man, it's the paradigm. I'll say that.
Say that again, dude, because
this is his word. He said. Yeah. He said white Lux Maximus's words. White slave cunny is the most valuable commodity in the world.
Okay.
You have to remember though, this man Lux Maximus, his whole mindset was from the Greco-Roman era, and he believed in he was totally against, as he says, the gynocentric paradigm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
The machine lights.
type of guy
Machine
that
lights.
drop-
He dropped off when I said that.
He's like, fuck all that.
Yeah. Oh man. Mm.
It seems
He's back.
chill as fuck there, though.
Speaking of white slave cunning, what's going on?
No.
Dimitri. What's up, man?
Jongen.
Yeah.
Hello, my bitches.
Hey,
Ja.
jongen. Hallo.
Hey, laten we die
How's it
andere
going?
gewoon even compleet buitensluiten dan. Kan play.
Ja. Ja, oké. We're taking over. Hey, dit is het einde. This is the end.
This is the end. What are you watching?
We're taking a walk in Sweden after hours. Yeah.
Take a moment to let it sink in, Justin, and see what you notice.
It's like,
Ik zie mooie
dude,
benen.
Well, it's true. While we're chatting. Oh yeah, somebody with no ad blocker.
no, keep it real so you can see machine
Yeah,
lives. I was
that's
like,
pretty
holy
real.
shit, up and then piss machine lives off. There he is. Is he back?
No, my internet froze and shit.
Such an auspicious time. Yeah.
It's the NSA.
Yeah.
This looks like Holland when it was still good, bro.
That's what I
And we probably had the
Hey, looks
same reason why we said it.
I say it's a lot of white people. Looks like a nice city.
Oh my god, these guys. Machine Life. This is my other brother from another, who's also from the Netherlands. This is Dimitri, my good friend Machine Life.
Thanks for having us.
What's going on?
He said.
The rise of the NPC. This is the way Amsterdam looked like this?
Yeah, maybe before.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
you can get a house in Sweden for 20,000 euros, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But alcohol is fucking expensive. Look at this. Let's go to Sweden.
Let's go to Sweden. Well, there's still NPCs there. They're everywhere,
All
right?
of them. Look at what they're doing. They're all just there to consume and be Instagrammable.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Perfect
NPCs. Here, even this guy. I live, bro. Yeah, so
look.
what?
Yeah.
Foreigners.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice it. I'm slipping.
What are they? They're awakening. Are they awakening to what?
Who? Who's
These
awakening?
NPCs. NPCs. That's my whole thing. The NPC is awakening at his own pace.
Now show Paris. I'll show you what's the difference. Can you show Paris? Paris
Yeah, while you look
fucked
up Paris, bro. Listen, what do we have some miscommunication here? Because I thought we were talking about how people
what are we gonna
crystallize
talk
into
about?
perfect NPCs. And
Yeah.
now it seems like you're talking about people actually stepping out of that.
Well, some people. Not all. Yeah. That's what I was talking about. You know, I got to make it more confusing.
This bitch tried to kick him. You saw that?
Right. Shout out to the short shorts.
That's wild, though, man.
Gotta go jerk off.
That's crazy.
And the whale tail. Okay. Let's go. Okay, guys, go ahead. So yeah, people are waking up, even though there's okay. First of all, let's start what you just said, Roop, about this is all leading to the crystallization of the perfect NPC. Right?
It's a little cynical. You know, I bet these people are all
good people,
intelligent and creative.
Yeah. Oh, you laugh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because naturally there's some sarcasm in what I just said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you found Paris yet, or are we?
Yeah, this chicken.
Okay,
Keep talking.
okay.
Let's talk about. Let's talk about this.
How
to the machine lies, Dimitri and Rupert and the chat. How does the Klaus Schwab and the boys at the World Economic Forum? How do they fit into this whole building of the perfect NPC?
Well, it's 100% the idea of, extension of those ideas of the Fabian socialists, and the taking over of technocracy of the world systems, right? So they want a world system to replace, capitalism and free trade, right? So the way they're going to do that is, essentially the same ideas that they had at the Fabian Society. So all of these ideas that are basically just a new version of anarcho-syndicalism, once they have the new technologies in place, and they're pushing the same type of movements in terms of art, right? In terms of, you could see that they're pushing, surrealism, they're pushing the idea of the anti-hero, right? They're pushing the idea of token rebellion, right? They're pushing the notion of counterculture, right?
100%. Yeah.
So so this whole idea that came to fruition with Dadaism, surrealism, and nihilism, is really the it's become so firmly ingrained that it's the mode of art now. It's literally the legitimized form of art now. So
Throwing a can of paint against the wall.
Yeah. So it goes to these two ideas linked of psychology and art, right? And also technology and socialism, right? That came on the world stage in the 1800s. A lot of this shit came out in the 1800s. William James was there in the 1800s.
Sure,
that's when
but again,
yeah.
Look at what else was in the 1800s. We're talking all this time about the technological advancements and how culture needs to be shaped around that and not the other way around.
Yep, 100%. You know, it's like that's the major change that happened. Is that's why they created Marxism, because he said, well, you know, now that we have industrial power, we can change the means of production. That was part and parcel of his theory, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what we're seeing now, and Gabe, that's why we need to make that NPC, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's home of Wim Hof. I can tell you that much.
It's true. The Netherlands is the home of some of the happiest people on earth. Yeah. Wim Hof, as we exposed last episode, what did he do in that fountain? Maybe Justin could tell. He's more familiar with that stuff.
Wait, what?
You gotta tell Machine lies.
Oh, listen. So we have this guy who's famous for he's like the Iceman, right?
I know who Wim Hof is.
Hey, James, good to see you.
So he used to go to Vondel Park. It's like a park in Amsterdam, and it has this fountain. And he would do how do you call that? Like an animal or something? How do you call that?
Yeah, animal.
So he would always sit
butt
on the fountain and blow the fountain up his ass. But then one day they changed the fountains, right? So it was way more powerful. The guy who sat on it, and he almost blew himself up with the fountain.
He said, "This looks like a great natural way to clean my anus."
Nice accent.
That's an ancient yogic practice, by the way.
Yeah, but picture this:
water. They go to the salt feet and they do it. You know, with the
this
salt.
is not some drinking fountain, right? These are Central Park, like giant spewing meters tall water arches. Pressure. This guy, man, he's wild. Okay.
Pressure sounds like pleasure for him. He's doing that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's Paris. Yeah.
Yeah, but show the other near the stations. It's more fun.
Yeah, this
we'll get there.
And Paris is responsible for so much of this. It's responsible for Dadaism, Marcel Duchamp, Marquis de Sade. The French Revolution. The whole idea of sadism. That's closely linked to the idea of nihilism and Georges Bataille. He literally talked about sadist concepts. Right?
You
right.
Can't feel.
Shout out to Leopard Print with the oh my goodness, that peach. Yeah. And that's one of our wonderful ladies in the chat too. She saw that.
Yeah. That's right.
This is an exercise in discipline where we can talk about these higher concepts and
put on those ridiculous tape lingerie catwalks while we
oh yeah. You want to see that? First, but Justin wants to go to the train station real quick.
Oh right, I forgot. Yeah, Justin.
Because Justin likes that degenerate. We'll just take you on a panelverse, bro. You want to see some garbage?
The last time I was in Paris, we took the train from the one station to the other one, bro. I thought I was in Pakistan or something, bro. It was ridiculous. It was really ridiculous.
Yeah.
But they're really.
Wow, I'm about to say. I grabbed him. She was laughing. He's from Pakistan, bro.
We're keeping it real here. See, Tommy, that's how you do it.
That's how you do it, right? with the Schindler's List music playing. Oh, this is wild. Yeah.
Can we watch some of these morons again? That was fun.
Yeah. I need to have my mind slightly preoccupied as well.
What morons?
I don't know, man.
You want to watch the Paddleverse?
Yeah,
oh shit!
What do you think, Machine?
I don't know. I don't want to offend Machine. I don't know what he's.
No, it's all good. No, I'm not. I'm not offended at it.
That's a soap opera, bro. Like most of us, this shit.
Yeah, let's do them. Let's do them, bro.
We'll show you what happened today. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, with the drag queen faggot races.
Let's see. Let's see this man.
Yeah,
bro, it's kind of scary at first, huh?
Yeah, y'all let me see the buses in Pakistan.
Sorry?
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, the buses in Pakistan got like 20 people hanging off that shit. Where
Yeah,
they ride off
yeah.
that shit.
That's
Shit's hilarious.
There you go.
And
Not
I
everybody.
didn't take it personally. I didn't take it personally. I'm just saying.
What's happening?
What the hell is going on?
Bring people down or watch people say, I'm better than that person.
Someone like me to yell and be profane, I'm an excuse for them to continue their own behavior.
So earlier today, family.
This is what I realized about myself. I think that was how God used me in my past.
Yo, shout out to Daisy May. She
I
really
thought
held
I
it
was
down.
loved.
Oh, she did. Yeah, righteous testimony.
She came out strong. Yeah, she came out strong.
Right.
And they tried to hit her with like straight up Luciferian shit, and she was like, "No, I don't believe that." It was crazy, yo.
Yeah, she was
held it
strong.
down. Yeah.
Mhm. The Stevens is Luciferian.
But I
that's
was
for
actually pitied. And I wasn't loved. I was in
Everybody to do better and to be happier and more full of
Look at
love
this
and
guy.
loving. And I don't want to bring people down or watch people say, I'm better than that person. I'm not like that.
Why
I don't know
does
if the
everybody
limit Tommy's like that, but I'm not
here
like that.
and just let Jack go? You're grown-ass men, and you're letting Jack say this bullshit.
We're grown ass man. Look what this guy's wearing. Let's do the fit check.
That's
What
a cool
the
little
hell?
augmented reality thing, man. I wish I had it when I was 12.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Look at that. It's all ghetto with the putting his phone up to it because he doesn't know how to use After Effects or whatnot. Let's go for
You want to
computer.
have an adult conversation, Jack? I heard you say so far as you initiated a divorce.
Shut the fuck up, boy! I'll tell you when you can talk.
Ooh, spicy.
Okay.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Let me tell you guys a crazy story.
You got
First
put in
time
the-
I
Let's
met
go.
Aluma Tommy, this
Mhm.
cat was on a panel explaining how he buys meth off of Grindr, but he doesn't have sex with the dudes. I swear to God.
Yo.
I swear to God,
Yo.
this is the first time I ever met him. This is real talk.
You see, bro, he's gay as fuck.
Shut, machine. You never said. I never heard you say that before.
Wow. These are allegations.
Shout out to Mindful
Allegations,
Exposures.
This is real
Peace.
fact. This is
Real-
crazy shit.
real talk.
And he doubled down
Oh.
on it, tripled down on that shit. Everybody on the panel was like, "You gay as fuck." He's like, "No, I just buy meth." This is like wild shit.
Justin, does that sound accurate? As someone who
Bro,
not uses Grinder, but uses amphetamines in the past.
if you use enough amphetamines, bro, you fuck everything. So he probably got fucked.
That's what I'm saying. He's wild.
He's the wild boy, huh? You a wild boy.
The back, Jack.
Christian conduct there.
Yeah, that's really Christian, right? Pharmacol, what they call it, pharmacol. In the Bibles, you should not use.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna let him,
pharmaceuticals.
yeah, I wasn't gonna let him get away with that Christianity thing. 3 questions deep, he was floundering around like a fish. It was it. And if this guy's not a Christian at all, it's over.
Yeah. Pharmakia.
Jack, did you say you not only initiated a divorce, but then tried to get full custody of your son after you initiated a divorce?
My thing is like, why the fuck are they in this guy's business, especially when he's talking about his son and stuff?
But look, I feel all my chakras in front of me freeze up. This is exactly what I'm talking about when people invest emotionally into their screen. We're giving into it right now. To be honest, I'd rather watch some ladies. But
Yeah,
this
for
is
sure.
funny.
Well, we were
I've seen
watching
this
one
before.
guy trying to be a lady.
Gotta be honest. Gotta be honest. I've seen it before, so that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not as interesting, but you know what I mean.
I think
We are
everyone's seen
giving
it
into
before
that.
at this point. I saw a machine. You guys they were streaming it over there, right?
Just do the little part where
Yeah.
it attacks you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's not exist on the internet.
process.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes.
Love you.
Oh, what's it matter? What does that matter to throw? Just a yes or no suffice on that one. What does it matter during the process? Of course, during the process. That's what the process is.
Yes.
He's like,
I
yeah.
did those
Why
things.
would you initiate a divorce with your wife and then try to keep her from seeing your son?
You can take him
There
serious,
were
bro.
patterns of psychosis
With
She
you.
was- Possibly.
Because
but-
now you want to see her again, and you want to see him again.
Hank, thank you very much. My
Fuck
friend.
Hank. He's a coward.
It's funny because like Justin, what were you saying? He looks like spooky, kind of scary, but the voice.
You know what it is? I mean, it's sad to say, it's trauma-based humiliation.
Yeah. Mhm.
You know, he's trying to humiliate Talcott based on his traumatic experiences, and it's very
Right.
clear that he's doing that, and that it's not working at all because Talcott's high. So, I mean, right? So that's basically what's happening.
Great. Great
Yo.
magic fight here.
Yeah. No, but like he reminds me wearing this is like from Oz, those prags. They used to dress him up after they busted him down, make him wear like pigtails and shit.
He's a piece of shit.
You
Like that nigga.
you are representing
Player
well-
character.
I fucking love this life. Thank you. Thank
You're
you
gonna
for
hate
joining.
death.
Thank you for joining as you, because this is one of my theories.
Who am I?
A
You
faggot.
look a bit devilish.
I don't know who you say I am.
What?
I buy
the
meth.
man of
and
many
I don't
names,
on
the
Grinder. I don't fuck
manipulator, the
men.
accuser, the opposer, that which
Is that what you see when you hear me talking to you? Do you think I'm here on the side of evil to call you out and you want to flip it?
Laughing at him.
I
He's a
only
joke,
know
bro.
one channel that
Hey.
can flip it around.
He's a joke, huh?
Hey, what is Jack's spiel though? Is he Christian or something? What is his idea?
He's like a theosophical type of.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. He himself
Okay, and
is like
so is
theosophical.
Tommy, but he doesn't know it. But he's calling it Christian.
Tommy knows it, but he's like LARPing as a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he says that's why he uses the name. You can see it in the name, Illuma Tommy.
I guess.
You know, like he's like,
Illuminated.
yeah, he's like, oh, I'm an occultist, but I'm not, but I am, but I'm not. It's like stupid.
Here.
here's a man who
Yeah, this guy's crazy, bro. Like
Fuck that
he's such a
nigger.
big, he's so big bad. He says nigger. Wow, he's so edgy. You know, wow, it makes you so, bro. And he's talking about men, chastising men on the panel when he's wearing face makeup and broke ass fucking screen augmentations and stuff. Come on, bro. Looking like a faggot ass kiss.
brother,
Come on, bro.
I knew there was a reason you were here. Thank you. I don't know what
You're welcome.
what the backstory was there, but that was perfect.
No, the backstory is I was kind to him, I guess, and then he didn't like some constructive criticism because I don't like him talking about the N-word on my channel. And I told him, and he like had a Karen fit, you know, and then he likes to just talk about people all the time, you know.
Hey, you know what? He's an example of many others. And the more this is where I just reminded myself, we are all children of God. And I love that you confronted him on his behavior and established, hey, not appropriate with me.
Oh, it's cracking. Peace.
Lay low. Okay, guys.
Lay low.
Nobody move until I say so.
Yeah, this is my London man impression. It's the lens.
It's the lens, yes.
It's the lens, Holmes.
Yeah. It's the lens.
So yeah, Justin, what do you think of all that? The quote unquote panel first.
Yeah. Wait, first of all, Justin, what do you think about the voice? I didn't say. Oh, he looks spooky in the filter, but then what?
He sounds like a fucking faggot, right? Like a angry. I don't know how you. Who's a good example? Like a from a
like one of those prissy gays that like always talking shit about other women and stuff like that. You know, like
I don't know.
Hasn't slept for 3 days.
Yeah.
Panel
So what do you think about the
verse.
panel verse?
It's like a mental asylum let loose on the internet. That's what I think. But it's funny.
Yeah.
I'm starting to like Jack now. He's so sweet.
Yeah, the way he put his hand
He's
on his
so
cheek
sweet.
there, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably kill.
No, this I don't know if you guys are familiar with the movie. We'll get back to the philosophy and the Rise of the NPC. But this reminds me of Tommy right here. This movie Dogman. about this guy that loves dogs more than humans, and he uses them to kill people, bro.
By the way, you know, Tommy said that he was a bouncer at a gay club as well.
Right. Exactly.
So this is
Come
two
on,
strikes.
bro.
This is 2 strikes of gayness.
And there's a third one. I was looking for the video. He was building with what's her name? Barbie Sasquatch, right? On her channel. One of Tommy's fans posted on quote unquote fans posted on his channel when these two are
Barbie
going at it.
Sasquatch kind of unstable, but
Right,
she's
right.
cool. She's cool, but she's very, very emotionally unstable. Like she'll just flip the fuck out on anyone. So yeah.
Right, and they were talking, right, and they were both talking about the physiology and the technique of men taking it in the booty. Yeah.
Oh no,
bro, bro. I mean, the guy took it off his channel, but like,
you have to consider. It's like
yeah.
it's like South Park where the spaceship comes out of his asshole, where they like press a button, and he's like, you want to know like how that really good shit you take comes out, and it's like, well, what about when it goes back in? It's like of course it didn't feel good. It's like,
Damn.
Yeah, I love that joke where I think it was a black comedian where his grandpa I think one of his family members came and told the family they're gay on Thanksgiving, and the grandpa goes, boy, why can't you just fuck girls in the ass like a normal dude? Like, what's wrong with fucking girls in the ass? Instead.
Damn. Even that's one step closer, man. Yeah.
Tell us what you got highlighted there.
Comment from Hank at Shadow and Light. I have to participate in them to earn strife points, and I get triple if I roast them anyways. Yeah. Shout out to Shift, the one and only. Great panel. The Bulkin King Shift.
Was
Straight
that
out
the
of
same Hank
Queens.
that's from the other video?
Hank.
Yeah.
He's
Who told me to shut the fuck up.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's Hank. Yeah. This is a brilliant dude.
It's the bold and the beautiful.
Bold and the beautiful. So, my friends. So, Rupert, get us back on track with please, with your wonderful copious notes. Where are we at? Where can we go from there?
I think we ran through all of them already, bro. But let's.
You sure?
Have we talked about sissy porn yet?
No. Machine, you know what that is?
Sissy porn.
Yeah.
You got Google.
Yeah, 100%. I was just talking about Marquis de Sade.
Yeah.
Right. Big time figure. Big time innovator.
I knew we needed you on here. See?
Kyle.
Sissy porn.
There's also
What
the
is it for the people
Satcher.
the noobs.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude. Please explain.
No, no, I was just gonna say Marquis de Sade and Sacher Masoch. Sacher Masoch. Masoch. You know, this guy created masochism.
Masoch. Yeah.
You know, so there's two figures. You know, one is Masoch, you know, who founded masochism, and the other is a Marquis de Sade who founded sadism, right?
Right. Who is also a big figure in that whole, you know, alchemist.
Right.
New Age.
Right. And then there's Bataille, who founded nihilism, you know, in the form of sexual hedonism, you know, and he wrote about it in his book that he entitled The Solar Anus. We're not kidding. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, as an allegory for the black sun of esoteric Hitlerism. So that's where the gay Nazi stuff comes from, right?
That black hole sun.
Gay Nazi.
That black hole sun. That's right.
Yeah. Just
Gay Nazi, and
we
just had
are gay.
and we just had a Lumatami too. So you know, it's all
Shift says-
all fitting in, you know, to the gay Nazi theme.
It's old news, so let's skip it. All right.
Why is that, bro?
What?
Dang. They think they get power from that type of stuff? Because I've seen like there's some subreddits where they're talking about occultism and homosexuality. You know?
You a hater, bro?
I don't hate it. I just want to stay away from it.
I mean, arousal is
Sure, yeah, I
energy.
hate it.
No. You're. What do I care? Just.
But I do have empathy and compassion for the underdogs.
Bro, your best
And those
friend
people
is gay.
do seem like underdogs.
Echt?
You know?
Really?
Your
What's
best
going
friend
on?
is gay.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
You fool. You tell your girlfriend that?
Just an animal. You're just an animal that's conscious of population growth. Can bust inside her all the time.
Busted in. Look at the terms you're using, my friend.
Dude, I'm Americanized, man.
Yeah.
Because of all this bullshit.
You're busting. Speaking of America, we're making a trip over to the other side of the pond, over here in Pakistan nightlife.
Right on.
Like this.
I mean, I kind of been wanting to go there ever since I realized we had inside.
Yeah, see, straight up not popping like the other cities we saw. Like other cities we saw, there's beautiful women walking around. Over here, it's not popping at all.
Where's the gat?
What do you mean it's not popping? That sounds bad.
Just a bunch of
This
dudes.
guy's popping.
Nobody's buying shit.
Is this Paris?
Are they all NPCs? Yeah, this is Paris. This is the neighborhood over.
Yeah. Dude, this is
This
that
guy?
neighborhood where that Russian dude was trying to hit at, he was trying to hit on those guys as a girl. The last video last week.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
There's literally no bitches outside, right?
Yeah. Machine, why is
They
that?
don't allow them. Yeah, they don't allow them outside. That's it. The kind of girls you see
There's some
outside
right
at this
there.
time at night, you don't want to be with them. You wouldn't want to be with them.
That's different. That's like a family right there. Probably coming from a dinner or something, huh?
Yeah, the girls out here that are alone, like not with the family, they're gonna be the ones that'll take all your motherfucking money straight up. They're straight up criminals.
Aren't you supposed to be with a macrom, an escort?
Huh?
A macrom is how you say it, like an escort machine.
Yeah, I
What do you
mean, yeah, I mean, girls alone, like walking around alone, like in the street at night. Yeah, they wouldn't allow them leopard print. Like it'd be with a family or something like that.
That's boring.
It'd be good if you have a family, though.
It's a lot of purpose.
This is what. Do you think? I think this is why. This is my personal opinion of why Islam. One of the reasons why Islam seems to be really "quote unquote" trending in the West is the whole thing about the family, like how to like run a family.
A natural counter reaction,
Right?
It, and it comes in many forms, and this is one of them. It's very
Maybe not the
important.
family, but maybe making the bitches shut the fuck up again. Maybe that's enticing.
No.
No?
Maybe for some people, but like
Yeah,
for me, it's a family.
Because you ain't met a Pakistani girl, if that's what you think. Right? They never
not
shut
shutting
the
up,
fuck
you're saying?
Oh no. Especially the Punjabi ones. They're difficult as fuck.
Yeah.
My ex-wife was Punjabi. You couldn't tell her what to think ever on anything.
Really? Is that
very
normal?
very stubborn people. Punjabis. The women are very stubborn. Definitely.
Yeah. Wait, when you say Punjabi, what do you exactly mean? Is that
it's like it's one of the main ethnic distinctions within the Indian subcontinent, and it's a very, very old group that exists like around northern Pakistan and India. And they look different from the other Indians. They're like light skinned, they're taller.
Yeah.
So Punjabis are like traditionally they're Sikhs,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, upper class.
Yeah. Is Sikhism a combination with a hybrid of Hinduism and in Islam?
Yeah, correct.
Roughly put.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What about? Do you guys mind if we bring up, drop the link? See if we get a.
No,
I think Shift might want to come up. And whoever.
Yeah, he's the London man.
Oh yeah, London man down there.
Yeah, I see him down there too.
Lay low.
Do it.
Let's do it. Perfect
Lay
timing.
low.
Are you
And
high?
any of
Rupert?
our sisters in the chat in the chorus, please, you're more than welcome to come up and build. Yeah, Justin won't make you shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's such a powerful statement. It's the
He
lens.
just looks like Tommy. He said,
You know, it's the way you see things, right?
Yeah.
Another way of saying it's the way you see
He
things.
just looks like them. The lens you said, machine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not only looking through an eye, you're looking at an eye. It's like it's powerful shit.
Yeah. In terms of crime and stuff, what are we looking at here? A place like this.
Oh, crime?
Yeah.
Find that out, bro.
Well, it depends on the city. If we're talking about Lahore, you know, we're talking about higher. You know, if we're talking about Karachi, we're talking about very high.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we're talking about Rawalpindi, Islamabad, there's not going to be any crime there.
Those are like the showcase cities.
Where are we
Yeah,
walking
they're just
around?
chill. You know, most of Pakistan is chill. The only like place where crime really happens is like Karachi and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It says Islamabad.
Yeah, Karachi.
Oh,
Karachi. There's tons of people riding around on motorcycles, killing people, assassinations, tons of stuff.
Serious?
Oh
Man.
yeah,
living that bike life.
yeah. Then if you
Yeah,
go
GTA
far up
stuff.
north, you know, then you hit up that, you know, that desert land, that mountain region with the
Mhm.
Afghans and shit. So that's dangerous, you know, because
the desert land.
Yeah, the tribes run that place since like Alexander the Great. So you ain't gonna fucking.
They might hit you as one of these Somali
Yeah,
pirate
exactly.
stuff.
Exactly.
Shout out to Hank. Oh, Flame. This is a first for NPC the game.
Yes,
What's up,
good morning.
Hank? Good evening. Good morning to you. Yeah.
Good time of day.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Everyone, this is my friend Hank.
Hello.
Hank.
Hey,
my older friends.
Hi, Hanky.
Yep.
Hanky.
Hanky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we say. Hanky. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Hank?
We'll call him Hank.
Yeah, I've been following the whole show pretty much.
Okay.
Correct.
Any we love to you bless us with your great analysis or takes, Hank, on terms of the rise of the NPC and whatnot.
So there's pretty much more NPCs because there's more characters. That's pretty much.
Mhm.
I don't think the ratio is increasing at all. So
Mm-hmm.
There's more NPCs because there's more characters in the game.
Dude, that's a very astute, very gamer way of looking at it. That's which NPC comes from, right? D&D, right? Originally,
Yes.
So like
yeah, not video games. Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, D&D influenced pretty much all the video games.
right.
Because
Yeah.
they
So-
Hey, but you mean there's more characters nowadays? Like you're saying that there used to be more humble worker ants happy with their place.
Mm.
Yeah, and I'm not one of them. I'm not happy with my place. I'm just I get chased and screwed over just often because I don't look good enough. It's just that simple.
Well, Hank, aren't you an engineer?
No,
Oh, I thought you were an engineer.
no, you think I was an engineer, but I didn't. Because I worked in IT for a bit. Now I'm working in logistics. I didn't become an engineer. I just read a lot, so it sound like an engineer. And
Okay.
unfortunately, the actual engineers actually sound like they work at McDonald's, half of them. So
Right.
Engineering them burgers.
Yeah. Let me see this. Let me put up the Caduceus shield, as we used to say. Or Ezra's here. She's the homie. What's up, Ezra?
Hey,
How's it going,
brothers.
sis? What's up, sister?
Hey, Ezra.
Sorry, I'm on my phone, which I've never used before, so hopefully this isn't too weird. I have really crappy service where I'm at.
Sounds great, actually.
No, you're
yeah, it
good.
should work. I tried
good.
streaming on the phone once. The only issue is
Awesome.
that it's actually power intensive, but otherwise it's fine.
Let me bring this person up real quick. What's up, person? Oh, that's machine stuff.
Yeah, that's my song. Yeah.
Okay, let's put that on right now.
I got that back there if you guys want.
Yeah. We'll put that on 1 second. I thought that was like I was ready. I'm like, somebody trying to bomb? You trying to P-bomb? Come on. Yeah. So what's up, Ezra? You have any takes about the rise of the NPC? Whatnot?
Well, definitely, I think like I've talked a lot about extremism and how we already saw this happen technically in our history. Because we actually saw a lot of like flamboyancy, especially with like alterizations. And we've seen this in other cultures too, like just altering the body or modifications. And actually, Bax has said this. She says that makeup is for men. And honestly, when you really break it down, there's some serious truth to that, because it is for men to become a woman or play that role as a woman. It's also for women, right, to bring on the man. Anyway, regardless, you know, culture is very complicated, and that's where TML comes in. But I you know, definitely see it. We talk a lot about the influence of technology and how that is with the mind altering. I have a little short that goes into how when you're a child, you're actually in theta brainwave activity, which is a form of hypnosis, like where you're, you know, when you would put somebody into hypnosis, you would achieve that brain state. And so you're highly suggestible, obviously, and we already know this across the board on many different subjects, but we're seeing like this push. However, you know, for me a little bit, sometimes I'm like, you know, what is the main purpose of this at the end of the day? Sometimes I do play around with the thought that we agreed to this, whether it was supposed to play out or it's a test or who knows. So anyway, I could get into that further. Yeah, please go ahead too. Yeah.
No. Let me hit you bring up some very provocative, interesting takes. First, I want to ask you about the thing about the makeup. I see that. I don't know about y'all see it, like with the women nowadays, like the Cardi B trying to like copy her, where they look real women. They look like the drag queens, like they got their ideas from the makeup. And like, what's up with that?
Oh, women always take the men's hand-me-down. I mean, they got the high-heel shoes from men riding horses, so that's just normal.
Yeah. I don't know. You like that though, Justin, right? Dimitri,
just to step away for a second. Just to step away for a second.
Even more to rag on.
He didn't even want to deal with it.
Yeah. Now, in terms of Ezra, we're talking about the mind altering aspects. What did your short? Can you give us a premise of that?
Yeah, and I don't know if I've told you this, NPC, but my background was that I used to do sleep studies. So I monitored EEG and read in
I've heard you mention
studies,
that before.
for over a decade. But this woman specifically is actually addressing trauma and the suggestibility of the brain, especially with trauma, which we all talk about and a lot of us have, is this.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does seem, some people would brush off and be like, well, like I stubbed my toe, I don't understand how the trauma from that's relevant, right? But it goes into deeper with like war and what they now understand with epigenetic mutation and generational trauma. So it's not just coming from your current life circumstances, it's actually coming from your parents. And I can actually contest to that because I found out something way later in my life about my mother and her family history, which is quite disturbing, and how I was actually processing that in my own development, especially in relationships. So when you start to get through that and understand those things, you know, but that's why I talk a lot too. I'm kind of rambling or going off subject when I get to this point, but that's why I talk a lot about codependency, especially in this community. And there's a lot of posturing and, you know, social hierarchy things that we're seeing for what purpose.
Right.
And the thing is, a lot of this stuff can't be solved by talk therapy because in the body, it's in the body. You have to be touched for it to be resolved. So you can spend literally all your money and then some on talk therapy and get nowhere.
Right.
Many people have.
Yeah. And you know why, Hank? Because it's actually been shown in studies. This is what's happening with combat vets when they go to support groups. They are literally dopamine. That's why I say trauma bond dopamine looping, because that's why they go back. It gives them dopamine to relive that scenario. And this is why women sometimes seek chaos, because that's how their brains are trained. That's where they get their dopamine from. So if it's not exciting to them, then they sometimes dip out, you might notice that. Anyway, it's very interesting.
That's interesting because somebody was saying that Tommy was saying that now he's criticizing the way you were here the other time when you heard him say the way my broadcast is kind of like he said substitute teacher today. So he didn't even give me a teacher, regular teacher. He said substitute teacher, the way we go through the curriculum very slow. And I guess you would think that if you have the whole mindset that female, not to generalize, but this feminine, I'll just say this mindset of wanting drama. I need that dopamine, right? So something like this might be like super off-putting to you, huh? Right?
Yeah, it's more my speed.
Like I'll tell him straight up. I'll be like, dude, I'm a hustler. You're a customer. That's the facts.
Yeah.
You can consume what I put out. That's it. You're just critiquing it.
Pretty much. So you need to go over there. You don't like what I'm doing, you can go over there. I don't care.
Yeah, critics are my friends.
Right. And with that said, let's critique this new track by Machine Lies. Let's go. We'll see.
Oh shit.
Let's go.
My girl wants to party all the time.
Hey, you gotta shake it out. You gotta shake that trauma out.
You gotta shake it out. Okay, let's go.
I got y'all, man. Check this shit.
45 cal tuck, gearbox, got the 45 cal tuck, Giovanni style tuck, see the Cristalli rock, big bucks, got the 45 cal tuck, Giovanni style tuck, see the Cristalli rock, be up at the bar, what, diamonds, carbon cut, the sluts get starstruck, one day if the car's what, the new BM ripped up, the navigator truck, feet be light skinned up with only gator stuff. For fly, mommy get hemmed up. She got the jaded touch. This cats pushing they lens up. They can't hate enough. And counting what I spend up. Already made enough to live plush. You must eat out of fat plate of mush. Got what you lust. The vocabulary smothered with slush. Yours covered with rust. Diamond studded with dust. Mine flooded with crush. Rise big as a bus. 32 plus. What can you and your crew do to us? But look and discuss. Pop the seeds. Decide them seeds. From copping the VT, WE, LVEs, and stop the trees, but we don't believe in knocking these.
Pretty good.
It's mixed, black and Japanese. It's Japanese knit, wrist with fat stacks of G's. Back your ass, she shellac, rapping the back of threes. On her knees, semen on all the 7 C's. She gold mining, looking for new fashion designing. Rings with rocks blinding, cause my world started shining. In the West D's with jet skis, only sex T's with SC's and Lex G, S3's T's, the blessed G, begins be the ice, making my neck and chest freeze. Vietnamese, Tibetan G's with wet P's and set the threes, press the 3D to slept with me, the sexy beauty of the week of the jet G's, Bangladesh G's on the other side of the Red Sea, the lefty, sipping Remy inside the Pepsi, Jewel shining, holding down what you saw behind it. Make shit with silk lining. Penetrate right through your hymen. Handle a 9 like I'm Lays Diamond. Organized crime. Bank rolls, yeah, we get those. Fly close, flip those. Pop close, then we hit those. The whole click flow. Click the sickos with the chick goes. Get the ones with the 6 hoes. Hollow top, spit those. Let the dope pal. Leave no profile. Drama wow. Leave your lane Castellano style. With 5th llama cows. Whole clip be kinda wild on a mission. Get the death kiss end up missing. Tell it.
Bro, intense, man. intense. Well, I critique. I give it a big 9.5, bro. That's it.
Yeah.
Out of 10, man. That
I
was
mean,
dope.
Cool G Rap is, just Cool G Rap is a 9, so it is what it is.
Mhm.
Cool
Yeah,
G
you get the
Rap with no
0.5.
beat is like 9. It's like 9.2. So
Yeah, but she gets the 0.5. What he did, yeah. That was dope, man.
I like it.
I
How
don't know, man.
a couple bars to come back.
Yeah.
I like constantly. It's
Yeah.
really good.
I mean, anybody that can rap Hyman in there, that's dope.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
yeah, he actually invented that style of rap. Like he invented the style of demeaning women and doing that stuff.
Really?
like porno rap. Yeah, Triple X, DJ
Oh,
Polo,
really?
and Cool G Rap. Oh yeah, 100%.
Wow.
Yeah. He was way
Yeah.
before Too Short and all that stuff. They give credit to the wrong people.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yep. Too Short just took it to the next level with that bitch. Yeah.
But he normally give credit to the wrong people. It's a common thing if you just research history.
Mm-hmm.
Give credit to the popular person, even though someone predated them. Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of music and the rise of the MPC, did any philosophers talk about that? Like in terms of music consumption?
Actually, Marquis de Sade is a notable example. He said that you could start a revolution by displaying naked women in the theaters.
Yes, he did say that.
So he was literally talking about overthrowing the society by uprooting the social fabric and the moral fabric of the society.
And
isn't that what happened at the Fall of Rome?
At the Fall of Rome, you say, Ezra?
Say again?
Yeah, isn't that more or less what happened?
Yeah, essentially. You got like moral degeneracy. You had cultural dissimulation.
Loss of direction.
Yeah, exactly. And that comes from the growth of cities and the multiculturalism and the syncretistic traditions in the city by the educational elites of the city. And at that time they were basically Alexandrian Jews, right?
Yes. Intellectual class.
Yeah.
The intellectual class. Yeah, the intellectual class of Rome was part of a cultural group that was not inside of Rome. And so they created movements such as Christianity that basically toppled Rome, right? And they created cultural disintegration throughout Rome. St. Augustine went to the baths with his father. And he practiced Manichaeanism in his youth before he converted to Christianity. This was Rome.
What's Manichaeanism?
It's a
Roman religion.
It's a cross between Zoroastrianism and Christianity.
Okay.
And Gnosticism. So it's a hybrid of extreme proportions.
Now I have to ask this. Now you said you made a point to say he went to the baths with his father.
Oh yeah, he writes about it in his confessions. That means he practiced sexual degeneracy.
Yeah,
he was exposed to it by his dad. That's what that means in plain view. But yeah.
Bathhouse, huh? Bathhouse culture.
Yeah. Now his mother was a Christian. He attributes his Christian leaning to his mother, right?
Wow. Manichaeanism, huh? In Zoroastrianism, I heard that a lot. I mean, I heard the legend Freddie Mercury family were practitioners of that. What is Zoroastrianism?
Zoroastrianism is it's very old. It's 2000. It's as old as 2000 BC. The writings, known as the Vestas and those others. King Cyrus practiced Zoroastrianism, right? By reports. This is in about 400 BC, right? So the king of Persia, so it was a religion of Persia at the time, right?
Yeah.
And this is in 400 BC, but its origins go back way earlier. It's almost as old as Hinduism, right? Some of the texts, the Hindu texts and the Zoroastrian texts appear around 2000 BC, right? And almost we have like nothing reported to around that time, right? This guy Zoroaster, He talked about the duty of work and goodness and being responsible for your own work and you know, being good to your neighbor and all that stuff. They had the you know, the golden mean and all the you know, all that type of stuff. They had all that stuff in there, right?
That sounds good.
Interestingly, I actually was researching this just a little bit because I've been looking up already existing intentional communities, and some of them will label like how they structure their society. And one of them was Zoroastrianism. And it does actually say, I don't know if you knew this, TML, but it's an Iranian religion.
Yeah, I've read their holy books, the Avestas.
Oh, she said, yeah, you said Persian.
So I've
Same
studied
thing,
I've
right?
studied some of the Zoroastrian stuff, and I've also studied yeah. So yeah, I'm aware of some of their doctrines, and yeah, it's a beautiful religion, actually. You know, I think so. You know.
Is that who Nietzsche was referring to?
Yeah,
with that title in his book?
A little bit, but he's kind of getting he's more being punny with Christianity a little bit. Saying that there's something older than Christianity that's much more better, and it already had everything that you could expect from Christianity, but it was more about like your own spirit and like working hard and like being yourself and shit. And so it's more allegory, but you know, the real Zoroastrianism is about, you know, it seems to be modeled, you know, as Ezra said, somewhat you know, an ethical community that practices sort of like pastoralism or something like that, you know, where it's about, you know, like producing good work and being ethical and being fair with your neighbors and all of that type of stuff. So it's and what they believe in is cosmological dualism, fundamental, on the basis of you know, materialism, right? So there's a fundamental battle going on between good and evil, you know, down to the very atoms, right?
Right.
Exactly. Which now I'd be curious. Is there any philosophers that got into the topic frequency, or maybe they used it in a different format, like resonance?
Yeah,
I never asked you that before. Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. You could observe that in the Timaeus, you know, because Plato was influenced by Zoroastrianism in terms of his Orphic Pythagoreanism, right?
Yeah, and all those later known guys, right? That came out of the Enlightenment and stuff.
Yeah. Zoroastrianism
He
influenced
spoke
many
of the
different
same.
types of the occult. Yeah.
But they were speaking of the same, I think the same thing we're trying to get when we say quote unquote frequency, right? They just used different words back then, different contexts, you know. A lot of them were talking about the alchemical stuff.
Yeah, well, they call it effluences. You know, effluences are emanations, right? It's kind of like frequencies.
And they
right?
did recognize the emotional value of that, like the emotions that come off of a human. And this also connects to what we now understand with the 0 point field. So when you get at that polarity and that we all have this electromagnetic field, so we're literally like repelling or attracting each other. Yeah, I'm fascinated at the core of that.
Yeah, I think at the deepest level, everything is electric.
Now, Roop and Ez, if everything's electric and we're attracting people, is that only in squish reality, or is this in digital reality too, like what we're using now?
Everything can't be electric
in this
because we
reality
already
too.
know 4 different forces.
Hold on, was that? Say that again, Hank.
Everything can't be electric because we already know for sure that there's at least 4 different forces.
That is true. That was on my mind when I said it. Thank you. That's a good point.
That is a good point.
I should reformulate that.
And so, like, how would you describe that, especially considering like air, ether, fire, earth, you know, that aspect?
Is
Those are
everything
states
is
of matter. Yeah, those are states.
yeah, is everything essentially made out of sort of a molecular stem cell? You know, that's the question, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's nothing. Everything's made out
But
of
what,
nothing.
Hank, how does that work? So the concept, right, 0 point field is that every single atom and molecule has a 6 to 8 foot electromagnetic field around it. Every single piece. So how does that work with the other elements? Because I still see that possible.
So actually, it's infinite, but it uses the square cube law and it drops off. So it does an infinite field, but it drops off really fast, so you can't feel it.
Okay.
But you mentioned, did you mention ether? Or did I hear you say that? Ether?
Well, because they say there's technically 5 elements.
Yeah.
And in alchemy, the ether was a commonly referenced element.
Yeah, I call them states of matter right now because I don't want to confuse them with the periodic table of elements. So I just call them states of matter because that's what they are in modern parlance.
But that is what it is. Huh? As the ice is the same as the water, is the same as the vapor. It's the same thing in different steps. It's not 3 different things, right? In essence.
In one sense, it's the same thing, and in a different sense, it's different things. So
it's the states that you describe, right? The different forms.
It's the same molecule in different states.
Right. Yeah, plasma.
Plasma, shadow and light with comet plasma. Yeah.
I was thinking about that. You know, heat and becoming light and craziness. You know.
Well, in fact, there's actually more states of matter than 5. I mean, we have like supercritical fluid. We have Bose-Einstein constant state. So there's actually more states of matter than the classical 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Damn. Hey, you sure you're not an engineer, bro?
I'm not sure. I'm not registered or technically qualified. I don't have the money either. So if I can pay off
I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I'm sorry, man.
I swear I said the same thing to you, Hank. I swear I swear I asked you the same question.
Yeah, I probably should go ahead and become an engineer, but I already have student loan debt. No one wants to tell me how I can get rid of it in a reasonable amount of time. But so it's just ridiculous. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what are we talking about when we talk about dark matter?
It's bullshit. It's just it's
I'll let you tell it, Hank.
Yeah, it's another way to just say that like matter's fake. Right?
No, it's another way to believe the Bible. I don't understand 98% of it.
Let me be clear what dark matter is. It's a count trick. So for their model to work, they had to have a whole bunch of magic matter that we can't see or touch.
That's what I mean, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a pure tactic. It's like the black hole, like just shoving that down our throat. It's just dark. It's dark and empty.
Right. So you guys don't know what's there? No, we do. We do. Yeah, but you don't know what's there. No, we're just unaware of it.
Yeah. These places might as well be a black hole void until you go there.
So black holes aren't even voids. They're more like frozen stars.
Well, in the sense that the Tao Te Ching already said it, like what, like to 2,000 years ago, that space is not infinitely empty; it's infinitely full.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Stephen Wolfram says that today with more words, and he puts math there, so it's legit now because physics needs math. So, but they still don't like it because it's not agreeing with status quo.
I've heard. I like to bring up, Jan Irvin, right, and his hater ass.
His hater ass.
Yeah, I respect it. It's a good pushback. He even has pushback against physics. He says that's a psyop, basically, right?
Hey, that's where his black eyes are from.
Well, yeah, Sabrina Hawkins says it's a psyop too, and she
really
is a physicist.
Black eyes.
She left academia for the same reason the machine liars left. They won't let her do any useful work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, like Western medicine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's physics is psyop, and so is it's most of the rest of the scientific institutions.
Mm-hmm.
There's some part that still does science, but a lot of it, like a good 80%, is just pushing papers.
Yeah.
Well, if so many of these fundamental institutions are psyops, that means that the rise of the NPC would be necessary because the NPC is an empty drone that takes in like whatever it sees as,
Well, and that's how I feel like is the natural. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all I had to say. They take everything they see in as directive. You know, it's all, as I said earlier, like the habitual reactive sort of behavior online. You know,
Yeah.
Right.
that will be the future. God, that's what you're talking about, right? That's what you say.
Ezra, you gonna have?
Well, I just feel like this is kind of what I'm getting at too, and what we get at with the polarity concept in general. Like it can't, it has to flux. It has to, and maybe like where some people's theories are that this is already known and predicted, and this is why we get pushed to these extremes because they already know the way what's going to flux. You know, even with the Earth and, but like that's what I get at with the resonance concept. Like you can only push, and so far, and this goes for everybody in your own life. The extremism can only go so far until the bubble bursts. And so that's what I think, what is inevitably what they either know is going to happen, or this is just a part of whatever construct we're in.
I think it's agitating, literally, like chemically, like agitating a certain result out of society.
And I talk about this too. It's like, is there like this righteous warrior like push to get us all angry and fearful? Because like, and then we just repeat shit. I don't know if that, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that stuff out there because I don't know. But
Actually,
yeah.
yes. I mean, there's all kinds of fear-porn people just on these panels that think, oh, if we push forward, I won't be a Lucifer anymore because we're martial law or we had a failed state. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only gonna, you know me, you're getting to know me, so like if somebody mentions my name, sometimes I feel like I gotta say something. I have a knowing to want to say something, and I was listening to another stream, and that the one cat, I actually did a video where he went off on Machine Lies, that Inner Darkness cat, and he was saying something about me like, you know what, NPC needs to, like, if he gets, you know, if these things bother him and people say stuff, he shouldn't be online. You know, not knowing that I've been online
I
for.
think that was yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, right, in the streaming you were on, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's true. I'll take it, even though, you know, at first it's like, bro, don't be talking about it. But I'll take like constructive criticism where it's at. Yeah, we shouldn't, right? But then again, we got to remember that a lot of times, even from his point of view, maybe he's projecting something, because from what I see, that guy's always like dooming. Not always, but a lot of the times, you know, he'll go on for a monologue where he's just saying the worst of the worst that happens. And I get it, bro. There's a lot of bad things happening, but damn.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Some of his monologues have been legendary.
No, for sure. I put one on my channel and I got quite a few views on that one.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah. It was good. But yeah, in terms of what we're talking about, I know he said he was a father. Like, I'm a father. I don't have that luxury though, just to constantly do that, me personally, like day after day, because we've got skin in the game, man. You got to have some optimism, even if it does seem somewhat impossible. I realize you got to be realistic too, though. You know, but that dooming is like a loop. You know, what do you think about that, Hank?
Yeah, I'm not a doomer, but I am a blue pill. I do recognize there's stuff in the interseductive part of the universe that I don't have enough influence to actually adjust to the way I like it at the moment. But it doesn't preclude me from trying to gather as much power as I can.
Right.
Enough energy to trying to train myself to turn into power and to have some influence, even though it's not as much as I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, JG doesn't like him. Yeah, I remember.
JG, look at, shout out to, I know Mashine's a trickster too, bro. He's a scholar, but he's a trickster. Look at it. JG with the comment, that dude's a bum.
Yes, in fact, I have a tip to help you find all the tricksters. All the tricksters, when their camera's on, they use signs. So if they put a sign up with the camera to send a message that way,
oh, okay,
they're a trickster.
I know a guy. I know a guy that does that. He has a snazzy fedora a lot of times.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
I'm always talking over. I was just
No,
saying,
it's
you
all
guys
good.
haven't had this kind of friend in your group of friends ever in your life, like the one that you just like you can't get them out of the loop. You do like everything you can, right?
Right.
And
what
you
you
just got to
do,
be like, yo, I can't hang out today. I got to do my own thing
Yeah.
today.
Yeah. Or you just moved to another country.
Oh,
That's the
now
single,
I
yeah.
understand.
And that's not friend, but friends. No. No, I was doing the same
Right.
thing too. Look at what the beautiful, thoughtful comment from our friend. Where is she?
That's a bum.
She said, "Yeah, that one's awesome." By Leopard Print. I think we're all projecting for sure, right? So, what is projecting though?
And
What
maybe
is?
even in a physical way.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Unpack that,
Photon
please.
cannon. Photon cannons.
Ray tracing.
Ah. Wow. Hey, if you really though, that's a good one. Comes back at you.
Yeah, projecting seems like a term that's taken right out of that idea of the tabula rasa, right?
Right.
Like projecting onto what, right?
Good question.
Projecting
What are we
onto what?
projecting onto? What are we projecting onto?
The
Well,
background.
on the clear tablet.
The clear, what they call holodeck. We like to say in True Life Stories, right?
The holodeck.
The holodeck. Look at Ezra laughing at it. Should be dosed.
It feels like it.
I heard that shit. I heard that laugh.
I do have a dorky laugh.
Yeah. No, the holodeck. We're in Vietnam now, guys. All over the place now. Yeah. Look at this.
There we go.
Right over here. He said, "There we go."
Starting to get there. Yeah.
There you go.
So
That background is disgusting.
Last time we learned with Anna that they're all working girls.
Oh, he said in Mexico. She was doing her thing in Mexico. There was a lot. She said that about Vietnam.
I don't know. You don't remember the stream? I think we were in India.
Oh yeah, India.
Who knows?
No, we were in Thailand, bro.
Thailand, you're right. Thailand.
That's the home of that stuff.
Yeah, of course.
That's the mecca of that stuff.
Of course.
Yeah.
How innocent am I?
Very innocent. Oh, it's are you just being the anti-villain?
Anti-hero.
Yeah. Shout out to JG though. He had my back the other day over there on Machine Lines over there addressing some stuff. And shout out to Ezra. It's really that means a lot. I was for Clemp when you came up. That was cool. It was cool, Ez.
Oh yeah, I'm overdue. And I feel so bad the other day when I dipped out with you guys. I just wasn't expecting I got a phone call and I really needed to take it. And then it just took, like the whole show. So anyway, yeah, I really actually enjoy you both, but I will never like not that, I'm not running around like trying to pick people's battles for them, right? Or like, be like, oh, you shit talk, blah, 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 right? But like if someone's shit talking, I'll probably start doing my like hashtag lowball optics, shit like that, because people just get stupid. But such a good brother to me, just because he's the one that's giving me the most amount of space. Usually when I've gone on other shows, I start going into my topics. Say that again?
The machine, right? You're saying the machine because I accidentally
put that
I
got cut off. Yeah, I said Mohammed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For that.
Okay. Give him his flowers that are planted, not pick. You like that?
Yes, I like
that.
That.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ask me.
Actually, a tree. Give him his tree. That's gonna be around for a long time.
Biome.
No, the machine is great. He's the hub right now. Definitely.
Well, and I've just enjoyed every interaction I've had with you. You have like you seem like somebody I would have hung out with at some point, in my in like group of friends. And and just that again, Mohammed's giving me the space to actually like share my ideas and back it up, where usually I end up getting cut off. And I'm just like trying so hard to throw my backlinks in the back chat to back up what I'm saying, right? And I get kicked off. I've gotten kicked off, no joke, for being too woo-woo on several channels. Not even for
Being
being
too
an asshole. I mean,
woo,
I probably get a little bit like amped, at times or whatever. Who doesn't? But that's what cracks me up the most is like I can't even have that platform. So, but this is one of my favorite places to go. And when I want to talk about my idea, my project, this is where I want to talk about it with you and Mo. So
appreciate it. That's an honor. Appreciate it. Yeah.
And I appreciate you.
I thank you. It means a lot. I mean, I don't take that lightly. It's just, and also too, I don't want to be known as going around as the guy that like this guy said this and this guy did that. I'm just trying to assert myself as a somewhat not a rookie anymore in this neck of the woods in this digital. I won't say ghetto. I'll say digital neighborhood. And
no, it's ghetto. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's ghetto stages.
Yeah. I remember reading an article a while back called Digital Ghettos, and it was talking about like how these Instagrams, Discords, and stuff, they're all different, neighborhoods basically where people choose to hang out, like or housing projects or whatever.
Consolidation.
Yeah.
Data flows.
Yeah.
Yep.
So look at the old dude in a beating arm right there.
Yeah, man, he's still
the young girls, young women, excuse me,
don't
girls.
judge. They're probably legal age. It's gonna be on YouTube otherwise, right?
Yeah.
So I am currently in like massage classes, and I had to joke a couple times and be like, "So no happy endings."
Couldn't help yourself.
I was like, "I'm sorry, class, I'll stop." It's actually really cool though because I mean, this is just one, and then I'm like doing like body, like basics, like kinesiology and stuff classes, but. It's actually people are talking about in mind you, it is a community college. It's like a not but regardless, what I'm getting at is they're getting into some of these new topics that where science is backing up what we're talking about, especially with like self-healing and actually so Thai massage is why do you think people go there and they come back feeling a lot better? It's not just for the happy ending.
Yeah, they literally step on your back and they work it out good.
Yeah,
get in there. Yeah. Yeah, the land of the smiles.
This right here.
No, Thailand is known as the land of smiles because the people there are pretty friendly, smile a lot. Okay. I've been there once. That's it. But yeah, people were nice. Were cool. Yeah. When I went with my girlfriend, so that was an interesting experience. It wasn't the craziness you hear about.
No, you didn't get the full.
No, man.
Nuance.
I almost tried to manufacture a fight, so I could be like, "Fuck this shit,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
out.
record some
I'm gonna go
content.
for a walk." Nah, but no, we saw a lot of temples and stuff. That was cool.
You saw the monkeys and shit.
Yeah, and a lot of elephants too, walking down the street.
Yeah, those
And they love
temples
their
are
king out there.
insane.
I know
Yeah.
they're beautiful. Yeah, I was tripping out on the at the King's Palace where they have all these walls and they have that story, the famous myth of the Monkey King and the Demon King and the human. I don't know I forgot what they call it, but I was
That prop
tripping
guy
looking at
did
that.
yeah.
Yeah. You guys know that story?
A little bit. I'm pretty sure I saw that on that ProvNet. I'm probably saying his name wrong with that guy that, he does a lot of the temples in India. I'm pretty sure he did that in Thailand.
Yeah. In Thailand, yeah. Now, a place like this, how do you think the NPC, the rise of the NPC is going?
Hey, yeah, it's going pretty well. Look, the people want to claim, "Oh, we're at war with this and that, and they are different." Blah blah blah. You see pictures from people in Iraq, Iran. What are they doing? Watching a smartphone. What are they eating? A McDonald's and a cola. We're all we're all under the umbrella here.
Yeah.
So I think people. These people here on this video, they're no different.
Right.
Essentially, when it comes in that regard, to the NPC stuff.
It looks
So
like here.
I was thinking, yeah, exactly. Or you mean Taiwan, I guess.
Taiwan, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just as Western. At least this looks it, And
Yeah.
I was thinking earlier, I kind of don't like people, or us calling people NPCs. We
Mhm.
explain it.
Yeah.
We have there's a bit more behind it than just calling
For
people
sure.
zombies. But it is again, I've heard it. Even my retired mother, I heard say, they're just a bunch of NPCs, So she'll
She
say a whole
said that?
Dutch. Yeah, she'll just say a whole
Well,
Dutch
she was
sentence and calls a person in English
Yeah.
NPC. I said, Mom, you
Wow.
even
Yeah,
know what
I
that
don't-
is?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I
Go
don't
ahead.
want to use the term unless I have a conversation with them to see if there's anything.
Yes.
How good the engine runs.
Yes, because
Yeah.
if you don't, the danger is there to have just another one of those ninja words. You're just gonna segregate again.
Right.
With those words.
It
Good
used to be
point.
sheep. It used to be sheeple, right? People used to call people sheep, all of that. My thing is like the whole reason. One of the reasons why I call myself NPC. I'm actually the only time I say NPC is when I'm referring to my name here online, because there was years ago when I met you, Roop, in True Life Discord. Shout out to True Life Psychedelic Discord.
Shout out.
But to Booker Woods, yeah. I remember some of the cats out there. This is when NPC first was like really becoming more of a trendy thing, and then everyone was called an NPC if you weren't in our group,
Yeah.
or what we believe, right? And I remember I was talking to my friend Mark over there in Peoria, Illinois, and I mentioned NPC, and he was like, "Bro," he's like, "That's not a very nice thing to say about people."
No, because
And I was like,
because in the
"Oh,
video
you're
games,
kind of right."
Yeah, in the video game,
yeah.
it's literally like a static statue, like empty character, only there with a couple of things to say for
Yeah.
your benefit, for your experience.
Yeah.
So it's all your experience. They are just there to play their what is the word? The extra,
Extra, yeah, right.
Okay, no, you want to see the pasta? I'll show it to you. Here it is.
Hey, that
Let's
doesn't
see,
look
Hank.
half bad from here, to be honest.
Hold on, Hank. Hold on. That was
Full
good.
screen it too.
Nice.
I like
You
the
want-
color of your fedora this time too, bro.
Yeah, do you want full screen the pasta, or you got good enough side of it?
We got it. How do you do the full screen apostle?
Hey, don't drive
So
me
you
crazy
click
here,
on me,
man.
I think. I think you click
Oh,
on
click
me.
on you. There you go.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. That looks nice.
Tortellini or
4K, baby.
Yep. Is it
Mhm.
my 4K? No, it's 1080p.
Okay. I was trying to hype it up a bit, I think.
Okay, let's go 4K. It's not like anyone's gonna check
It's
it.
clickbait. It's clickbait. It's
It's
4K
clickbait, yeah.
pasta. Come
Yeah,
check
no one's gonna
MC
check
again.
it. They don't know how. All you do is look at the properties of the image, but no one's gonna do that because they're too stupid.
Who's too stupid?
Now, our audience, they're not gonna check the image properties. to see
Exactly.
if it's
A
4K.
bunch of
It's our audience.
consumer sheep.
No, sorry. Now, hey, bro. Can we just call him NPC, Hank?
Chisel.
On the theme for this. Not stupid. All right.
Our
We got
lovely
it.
NPCs. Hey, don't hate
Thank
me.
you,
He's my
Hank.
NPC.
And here's my favorite NPC that's waking up over there on the other side of the pond. The one and only, the great London man. What's up, London man?
Hey, lay low.
Hey.
What's going on? What's
Hey,
going
low, baby. What's going on, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Greetings.
Is it technically a black panel yet? Is OJ gonna show up?
Hey, well, hold up.
I'm sorry, I am white as AF.
Hey, this is a
I'm a
reverse
6'1"
Oreo cookie.
Viking.
Hey,
Look at
Machine
the
Life is
panel
on our side,
setup.
too. Damn,
Look at
we're
the
in-
panel. It's a reverse Oreo cookie.
No, we're in the minority.
No, it is Oreo, not a reverse. It is,
It's
right?
Oreo.
It is.
It's Oreo, no? I love it. Yeah, double stuffed.
Good old hedonism.
Yo.
I mean, with my size, I would say that's accurate.
Ezra's has the aesthetic. She's an Amazon.
She's telling you she can handle it.
That's good. Yeah.
Oh, you want
Wonder Woman.
That's a Wonder Woman.
Dude,
It's
London,
nice.
it's good to have you, man. Like, this is how it is. Ebony and ivory, right? That's how it should be, right? Not all
Hey.
that stupid shit. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel
What's
you.
up, man? I feel you. So what you got going on, man? I've been waiting to go on your stream again, man.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, I've been busy with family,
Right.
research, work. You know,
Yeah, it's all good.
it's like I'm a real boy. I got a real life.
Wait a minute, I gotta see something. Since we got Leonard back here, I gotta do one of my favorites. Hold on. Keep going, guys. Keep it going.
Okay.
Well, I'll
So
search for this real quick.
nice one. So it's been one of those things. Like I've been thinking about the folks, but I just been doing what has to come first. What needs to be done. The other day I dropped a new project, so I was thinking of maybe going live either tonight or tomorrow to even talk about the project that I dropped, the Death from Above thing. So,
Okay.
That's my
This
project.
is, Death from Above. Yeah. Okay, that's 26 minutes, right? That
correct.
one. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, I've just been busy with stuff, man. A lot of research been going on, and family life, you know. So
right.
Yeah.
I feel you. I mean, this is gonna be the first week I'm not gonna work over 40 hours because it just got properly staffed. So in a while, like at least like almost a quarter.
Yeah, I always tell you guys we need to disconnect a lot more.
Yeah, you be saying that.
I mean, and
You're
I tell you guys I do, but like literally, and I know it's not easy for everybody, but go to where you don't have cell service. Find that spot. And I do live by the mountain, so it's easy for me. And that's where I'm going in a few minutes. But I'll be on here for a minute for the drive. But yeah, like disconnect. You feel like it might have been so long for a lot of you, but you feel so much better. It's amazing.
Right. You're right. It's called a dopamine detox.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
I guess I'm too extreme. I actually literally, the wife and I, we want to do this thing. They have these retreats here where you go there to the mountains, and they have these like nice little cabin huts, and you just don't have any devices and you don't talk or anything for like I don't know how long.
Light a fire,
Yeah,
a couple
you
days.
you get in each other's hair, and then you go home.
There's also like these I think you still talk through it, I'm not positive, but like dark deprivation where you're blindfolded for multiple days, so you do have to rely on some people to help. But yeah, it's like it's really intense.
That is intense. Because I've heard of my friend over there in Hawaii, the great mushroom spore Jeff Sato. He has his business, the Dream Float business, where he does the float tank, deprivation tank, right?
Sensory deprivation. Nice.
Yeah, he has that. Yeah, he's living that Joe Rogan life in Hawaii, doing the Brazilian jiu-jitsu, psychedelics, and ketamine in his float tank.
Elk meat, baby.
Yeah. While raising
I
a
actually
family.
might join jujitsu. That's hilarious.
It's great though. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of my classmates
crush
do
yourself.
it and teach it. So yeah, I was like, I think that's for me, and to get my muscles kind of back up too. It's like, fuck yeah.
I'd be
That'll
you'd be
work the same way
beasting.
as yoga.
He'd be beasting. My little Ben, he started judo. They have a judo team for the elementary schools at his school out here. So it's pretty dope, bro.
Who was that little Ben? Did you say little Ben?
Man, my little Ben, my Benjamin, my son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Bodie.
Hey, shout out to Brandon Williams in the chat, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Brandon Williams, go ahead, Rope. Can you get that one?
Yeah, what's up, brother? He's talking to you.
I know.
But
I want to be Big Shot. Never mind.
Look, he's saying he's about to go through another hurricane. Just popping in to get rid of my anxiety for a bit and take my mind out of the storm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shout out to Brandon Williams. He's out there in Florida, man.
Yeah.
With DJM out there. Like, dude, he's been hitting hard, bro. Yeah, Brandon.
Let's throw some conspiracy candy for them. I know they're gonna be watching this. Weather weapons. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Either way, this man, bro, Hank, our friend Brandon, aka Grape the Matrix, that's his name used to be, right?
Yeah.
This guy, man, he's been through it. His house already was fucked from like last year. The boy had a hole in his roof, and the female wasn't even helping him. You know, him and his dog almost died from that black mold and shit, bro.
Dude.
Shout out to B Williams, bro. I send some prayers up for you, man. For sure.
I heard that what's his name? Gary Bassett as well went through some troubling times.
Mm-hmm. Oh, because of the weather, the hurricanes. Yeah. It's bad. I haven't really even looked into it much, but yeah, guys, what do you guys know about that? I think Roop, you were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, but I don't know if it fits. Maybe in the way of like reorganizing the country, if you want to go that far, as to say that somebody is capitalizing on this event, not to say that it's caused. You're hearing strange things, right? Like people's tires getting slashed, people getting ordered to leave or not to help or getting arrested otherwise. Is that all Russian propaganda or what? It's a strange thing. This is something where it's happening there. It seems like, but you know what? Again, we're looking at the goddamn screen and everything seems like. We got to remember that you can ask a computer, hey, draw me a pony sitting in a palm tree. And it will do it. They say, make me a full-length film out of this. It'll do it. And you won't know the difference, dude. You won't know it's fake. So, yeah. What to think of it?
It's a hyper reality. What's the Century of the Self?
Yeah, hyper
documentary. What's the part 2 called? Hyper
reality. Hyper reality.
Yeah. I mean, we do hear the stories about people. They're in the rural parts of America, and they got hit hard by these storms, and like supposedly, like people that want to help aren't able to go there because people are threatening them and stuff.
Yeah, there's been a couple of these viral videos. People that fly choppers for a business or whatever, trying to go into the mountains, getting people out. Blah, blah, blah. I would actually be curious to see if
they're requiring a permit. They're requiring a permit if you want to go in and help now.
That's so wild. Out of control. I wonder if Rape the Matrix has anything he can say about that.
Rape the Matrix. Drop that link, bro.
Safe though, but
this is for you, bro. Drop it. And Rigo man, the Rigo man. Shout out to Rigo. Hello, ladies. Oh, you didn't even say hi to us, to you ladies.
Oh, hello, Rico. How you doing? Come up and give me some time.
That's the one, bro. That's the voice. That's the voice from the. I had the video cue. Oh, shout out to the man, the myth, the man, the legend, the Shadow Buddha, the Mogger from the OC. What's up, man? Shout out to the panel. What's up? Yeah. So, Rigo, hit that link if you're able to. That'd be great. And then Brandon and whoever else, everyone's welcome. So in the meantime, I want to play a shout out to London Man right here. This one of my favorite bangers. Lay low. There we go. Yeah. Love the beginning.
Man, a crater boy. Man, a crater boy.
New Jack City.
Yo, what's going on? Who thinks they can take London? Step right up. Give me your motherfucking money. I brought my son with me. Say hello, Roro.
That's my son right
if
there.
If I make this shot, Christos, you a bitch. Lay low.
I got ketamine, meth, MDMA, Adderall, bromo dragonfly, heroin,
True life
coke, crack,
true life stories.
oxys,
I thought it would be like that.
PCP,
There's a lot of sense
LSD,
there.
Dilaudid, mescaline, mushrooms, bath salts, cortisone,
Oh yeah, shout out to Wildman Ninja.
Big Frank,
Yeah.
Control, I got Plan B, I got that morphine from
You said
China,
Plan B?
off the market, shit to make your dick hard.
Fuck this
Yeah,
guy, man.
soft, shit to find your dick. That shit there's from Kenya. It's supposed to be a scurvy cure, silverback gorillas, but
Scurvy cure?
violently masturbating. Did I say crack? Because I got more on that too. I got some ibuprofen, aspirin. I got Flintstone gummies if you want.
Just a Saturday.
Machine lies. This is the people.
It's fun sometimes though to go on
Yes.
someone else's live stream.
This is
Because then there's
Steven.
no pressure, and I also don't have to watch my language as much like I do here.
Roop, this is
And
the
I can
guy that
just
was on the
kind of let
panel
loose
in the
more
bed
and
sheet.
fire away. It's just, I don't know. It's different. It's just different, and I don't mind 2 versus me, 3 versus me, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oswald
versus me,
Cobblepot.
one- I don't mind. It's unfair.
A small
I know that
Regal?
they're outmatched.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I know.
No,
I
I
know a lot
don't,
of them
because
just
I
can't
nominate
keep up.
you
They don't
and
know what I'm
Keisha
going to say
Cochran at the
next.
same time.
I can be very unpredictable.
That's it. Steven was like the other day, he's like,
some people say that I can be
you
witty, but I can
NPC,
be-
you make all those videos of me. I
have some
only
good
made
comeback
one.
lines,
You know,
and say
everyone
things off
hates
the
you,
cuff,
Steven.
and I can
Not just
shock
one
them
person.
and just
Look at that.
put them on the spot.
It's
Have them
uncanny.
answering questions,
love
have
you,
them
brother
nervous,
Steven.
fiddling, and all that stuff. I enjoy all of it. I enjoy all of it.
All the
Putting
freaks
the
are
heat
coming
on
out
them,
tonight.
being felons, ones that have been in jail, all this stuff. I mean, it all ends up coming out in the end.
Nasty work.
You know,
This is
it's a
the guy
fun
with the
time for me.
crowd.
It really is. I get,
Yes, that's
I
him.
get enjoyment.
Yeah,
out
the
of it.
farting guy, yes.
I get enjoyment. out of
Party
it.
guy. He makes those noises. What is that, bro?
Good morning, Sarah. It's good to see you.
It's been that.
Was that you? They said good morning, Sarah.
So, Team Eagle,
1,000% that was not me.
seems like
Right.
Yeah, it
Good
wasn't
morning. Wait, let's do that again. Good morning, Sarah. Wow,
Team
you're
Eagle's
with that
lurking
team,
and
huh?
watching.
It's okay.
Seems
We
like
still love
everybody
you.
in the chat room is a woman, and it seems like no women like your channels and like you, you Team
Yeah, no
Eagle
woman
Demons.
likes our channels,
You
guys.
diamonds. You dorky, nerdy, virgin,
He
demon.
insists he has a girlfriend, but he's
You're not
on like
liked by the
6 to 12 hours every day.
Right. You
I
never
know.
seen her
I mean,
or heard her in the background.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's went there, found the girlfriend after I found his harem so many times, and it just seemed ridiculous.
Yeah. He
So-
told me this
My
yesterday.
another favorite thing that Bex called it is it's his pixelated harem. He doesn't
Yes.
actually have one.
Pixelated, huh? That's a good one.
In
Shout
a
out to
Cali
Bex.
pixelated harem.
Yeah. Shout out to Uncle Fatty in the chat. How's it going, bro?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Good. What's up, Laylo?
Mhm.
Queen Stephanie, yeah.
I don't call him Queen Stephanie because the name he chose for himself is ridiculous enough. King Stephen is ridiculous enough. It's insulting enough. I could just use his name.
That's messed up to talk to our boy Shift over here from Hyperspace Discord. That's his name, Kings, literally. Yeah, and this guy.
Just be honest, demons. Why don't you just be
Demon?
Previously on Desperate Housewives.
Oh my god, I forgot about this part.
This is an average American family.
I already know. Oh, no, Cecil in the
And so
middle.
is this.
Shout to
And
Cecil.
so are these.
Luke, did you not hear me and Paul just
Every
talk to each other
family is
about
different.
Panelverse, bro.
But some families are more different than others.
This is such good editing, bro.
It's hideous.
It's horrible.
It's home.
It's Steven.
Is that really as tight as you can make it?
Hello.
Look at that.
Big balls on the internet, but face to face, you probably fucking bitch out, man. You fucking bitch out. You'd be the one crying on the ground going, stop, please.
Is that OTW?
I didn't mean it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Jeez.
You
Rise of the
fucking-
NPC.
You think I haven't seen people like that? You think I've never seen people react like that to me? You fucking big head. You're such a fucking loser. I fucking like to wrap my fucking hands on your fucking face.
Says the loser. You can't beat me. You're like
Loser. I'm a loser. I'm a loser. I'm a loser.
Who are you talking to, Moose or
I'm a
Truth or
loser.
Cop?
JG.
Oh, look at me. Oh, look at you.
That's JP?
Whatever you perceive of
Okay.
me has any relevance here.
Out to JP. Uncle Fatty,
What do
you're
you
more
mean,
than
look at
welcome
me?
to come up, bro.
Never did I wanna be here again.
This is my part.
And I don't remember why I came. Demons, dreaming, breathing, breathing. I'm coming back again. I'm never coming back again.
Right. Steve Hand plays this dude too.
Spell woman. E-I-T-C-H. That is incorrect. Spelling woman
Yeah.
is W-O.
That's wrong.
Shows how much you know.
Now this is London, man. This is why it's perfect with the voice earlier to Regal. Hey Regal. What did you say? London, man. Check this out, Paul.
You, I'm home.
Oh, look at your artwork. Oh, you've been killing people again in your artwork. You got a twisted, dark sense of humor, haven't you, boy? Look at you. I got a surprise for you, by the way. Do you want it? Say lay low. Low. No, I said lay low. Lay low. Okay, lay low. There you go, my boy. Here you go, King Stephen.
Hurry up, give it to me.
Look what I've got for you. Bet you can't wait,
Hurry
can
up,
you?
give it to me.
Here you go.
Yo.
This
Look
what
at
you
that.
wanted. A Bex doll. Look at you.
He does love her, I think. The way it's like the grade school when you're mean to the girl you
It
like.
ain't gonna be good for you guys, okay?
Oh, look at you two, Bex and Steven, in the cage together. Take that. I'm gonna kill you, London. Okay, easy. Well, here we are. Since you like abusive men, Bex, here's King Stephen for you. I mustn't warn you, King Stephen, even though she's fresh out of the box isn't fresh. Bye.
Oh.
Give me that kiss. Lay down. Gonna do you so good, Bex.
The Pornhub.
Oh shit!
All you need is love.
Uh-oh.
Oh, community guidelines.
Love. All you need is love.
Confessions of Bexcapades.
You love me, yeah.
Is Steven really singing, bro?
Love me, yeah.
Oh, man.
The Red Shoe Diaries, Bex style.
The red shoe. That's old school, bro.
Love.
The sock. Skinamax.
All you need is love.
Emmanuel
Rubbing
7.
people's faces.
Emmanuel 7.
Love.
Dolly
All you
style.
need is love.
Jesus. London, man.
All you need is love.
Continue. Thank you, London.
Respect.
That was good.
Oh man.
Shit, man.
Wild.
NPC. NPC, yeah. Yeah, dude. I don't even really call anybody that, bro. Because my whole thing is NPCs are waking up. Some of us. Because we're all NPCs until we come into each other's narrative. You
More
know?
and more people I hear talking, they see the kids now with the phones, right? And more people in their 30s, 40s, late 20s, they start to, I hear more people say, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's a little bit much.
Right.
Be more conscious of it. You know, not in the last part, of course, because laws are being made surrounding the subject, but there seems to be a bit, you know, a bit more consciousness around the overindulgence in the dopamine thing, you know.
Yeah. We can't get enough. Right?
No, but that's what I mean. Some people start to kind of get out of it. You know, and it's funny. Often there's a lot of contradictions where they go out in nature, but they have to stream it on YouTube. You know, that's the topic.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, considering that I go out a lot, that's actually I actually now make an effort to not bring my camera at all. And I'm a photographer before the push of all this. So I already had this conversation with myself. Like, sometimes you are just meant to see this. This is not meant to be documented.
Yeah, you know what? Then you can internalize that, and then later on, you have something useful to say about it instead of just streaming it on because of some weird sense of validation. Is what I think it comes down to.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's what I had to decide with the thousands of lines of my notes I got lost. Right? Just be like, well, you know, I don't need those to think of the ideas. Like, I'm the one who thought of them. Right?
Yes, you have
your
own words.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like,
the next notes would be more probably better anyways. So but yeah, I want to challenge the NPC thing too. Right now, I'm challenging Benjamin Sadek, that guy who has the typology channel. I actually submitted one of my live streams, the one I did, the Enneagram and the MBTI test, and for the objective personality testing. But I'm just critical of their whole system because they don't know how it works and they just go ahead and default to stereotypes. That's my hypothesis. So what I think is that they won't be able to type me even at the extra data because they didn't answer the questions they want the way they wanted to get their stereotype. So that's my challenge to them.
Good point.
Yeah.
because a lot of times when I talk to the host there, he just judged me by my job and he couldn't really understand me. But the thing is, I don't have the job I probably should be in because society didn't give me a path to get there on a reasonable basis. So,
yeah, Hank, you definitely have a lot of variables. A very unique person. Can't really pigeonhole you. You know.
Yes,
you got a lot of stuff going on.
That's a good kind.
Yeah, right.
It's not good for me though, because then I don't know what to do, and other people don't know what to do with me.
Yeah. What do we say about that, guys?
Excuse me. I was gonna
Yes.
I was gonna say to you, MPC. I noticed the how would you call it? The actions of Illumi told me the other day showed me that you guys have parted ways. I didn't really want to say anything on Jax, because fucking big sister would probably feed into it a bit more.
Oh yeah. He already talked about me a whole stream. He did most of the stream, and also you came up too because you didn't say nothing because he said you're a no way. He called you that, yeah. So you already in the bad graces, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in
Too
bad
late,
graces.
London man.
But yeah, here's the thing. I got in bad graces before either you got in bad graces because I was part of a slave a little bit and I pursued him, but they were fighting over me. But Tom disregarded me because I wouldn't join his code either. So it's just hilarious. And he's not gonna. And so Tommy wants to call me out, but he doesn't really want to because I'll respond and destroy him like I always do.
Right.
Like that's why there's an open debate challenge of free will for moderated debate, because if he pipes out about how you destroyed Hank, well, the challenge is still open. I want moderated debate, so you can't mod spook me. I will wreck you. You can't win. So you might as well just shut up about me.
Exactly. Don't even bring him up. Yeah, and Hank, I wasn't even I wasn't in the Illuminati cult. How can I be in somebody else's cult when I'm cultivating my own cult of excellence? I mean, my own tribe. No.
It's simple. It's simple. If you're small, you just have to join the major parties. Yeah, join a coalition if you're small, just like in the British Parliament.
Yeah. But the London man, bro, like he disrespected the stream and me like last week when he came up here and acting like talking about the N-word etiquette, if there is even any. like I wasn't even there on my stream, and raising his voice, and it's like, bro, I mod guarded him, like dropped everyone down, not just him but everyone, because it was just cringe to me, bro. And I was like, no, man, let's not do that. And he lost his mind, bro.
Yeah,
and
I don't care. I don't care if he uses N-word or not, but I do care if he mod spooks. It's very annoying if he should just talk over everyone. Don't never.
Yeah.
This is an abandonment. This is an abandonment issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
but it does bother me just because it's rude, bro. And you see it saying hateful things. He thinks, and that's whatever it is. Even if he called someone like a fag or chink, all these things or whatever, like it's just done nowadays just to hurt people to their core, which is stupid, bro. It's lame. He thinks he's doing like some service to people by like, oh, I'm gonna exercise you from being. Nah, bro, he's just being a dick because he claims that like we need to get over these words so we can have real conversations. But what are we doing right here, family?
Real conversation.
Real conversation.
Exactly my point. Because I would go with the words, but he refused to have a real conversation because he won't be in control of words. So he's a hypocrite.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, so London man, I'm cool on him. Fuck that dude, bro. Like,
hey, to be honest, there was a point where I wanted to say to you, hey, careful now.
For sure, yeah. A lot of my friends, new and old, said that.
Yeah. It weren't my place, really. I thought, let you find out for yourself. At the end of the day, we all got to find out for ourselves, isn't it?
Right.
I knew the NPC was watching me when I had my fall with Tommy, so I thought I assumed he already knew what he was doing from the start. So
yeah, I did. I did, and it doesn't mean that, bro. Because I mean, I liked him. Why would I not? There's some cool things about him. He's pretty smart and like funny and shit like that, and like, you know. But bro, if you're a perpetual boundary stepper, fuck that shit, bro. Like, can't fuck with that, man.
Yeah, and he refuses to be contained by someone who's powerful enough to contain him, like me or Jack. So.
There you
So
go,
he just
man.
pushes you away because that's his survival technique.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Anyone that can build a fucking big sister, I look at you sideways anyway. Like
a big sister.
Yeah, I can't fuck with big sister. He's just evil, like, you know, like the embodiment of evil, trying to be a good person. Like, get out of here with that shit, man. No, man.
I think they're twins at this point to me. Yeah.
Twinning.
That's his only he won't say ally for whatever. That's the only person that'll kind of fuck with them, seems like.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But like, who cares? Because it's already pretty pathetic that nobody wants to really go over there because you want to get yelled at. You want to get like and plus it's like a dirty ass Goodwill couch, digital. Fuck that shit. Trying to get the skeebies and all that, whatever the fuck that is.
If couches talk, boy, damn.
Bro, yeah. It'd be like this. It'd be like, call the police.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you just burn bridges with people who are cool with you and shit. Like, yeah. And it's funny because he goes, you tried to step on me. You try to step over me in order to be like, you know, be the king of the panelverse, but I'm going to step on you to push you, bro. I don't want this shit, bro. Like, this is like, no disrespect to all the wonderful people I've met, but it's like, bro, it's like, you know, when I got married, I didn't have much money, so I moved to the worst neighborhood in the Bay Area, East Oakland, bro, 79th Avenue, right up there in the O, right, and it was temporary. It was temporary, right? And but I still have some friends that I met there that are still my friends. I consider friends today, you know. And for the people that still live there, good for them. I wish you well, but it's like, bro, it ain't that serious. This panelverse shit, you know.
Exactly.
There's communities everywhere. Yeah,
it's not that serious.
Not to me anyway.
And there's bubbles
That's
of
me.
panelverse too that don't interact with each other. So it's not even a big deal.
Right, because there's so many people, like probably so many good people up there in the chat that Ninja watch, but because of all the drama, some of these panels, they don't feel comfortable going up there, bro.
Yeah,
and I would hope that if you people are always welcome up here as long as you're respectful and want to have a good time and learn shit. Not shit, but learn. Yeah.
There's even groups of panelists that just don't talk to each other because the net didn't fall. They don't pop up. So I
think that a lot of. Sorry, go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just feel like a lot of people in this panelverse like get caught up in the trashy part of it because then that's kind of what brings the dopamine loopers in, and then they kind of get caught up in their numbers and they're like, oh, look at how much attention I'm getting from this, and they sort of stray away from some of the reasons they even came on here. And it's just like the topics that they'll push are the topics that.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
I used to get emails from like heavy.
Oh, sorry.
I've got some heavy hitters that are subscribed to me, you know, that really do this research and truth of thing. And I've had a few emails of them, even though they've been on my panel and done builds, but moving forward, they haven't liked what they've seen from certain people on the panel or in the community. Or they've chosen to stay away, but they're still around. They still watch, but they just don't like that. You understand? So
yeah. I bet there's a lot of people like that, man. It's like you said, heavy hitters, which is a shame because we need their builds and add-ons.
Facts.
To keep us honest too, and sometimes you need to destroy, chip away, so you can keep us honest and stuff. Yeah.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Shadow and Light said, Tom, Steven plus Snafu is quite the dream team. I forgot about that one.
So
Snafu,
Steven,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Axis of Evil.
Yeah, the Keystone Cop crew. That's why I nicknamed them. And it involves a couple more people, like Officer Tarek as well. But yeah, the Keystone Cop crew.
The Keystone Cop.
It
Three
sounds like
Stooges.
Legion of Doom. Those
Yeah.
three right there.
Yeah. Snafu, Big Bob. Yeah. Yeah, they're good for each other. Good for them. Misery loves company.
That's a fact.
Fatty. What did he say? He made a Lumatomius remix. Not sure if it's internet friendly. Plus, I dropped a hard on the live stream a bit ago. Figured it would be okay. Yeah, man.
A hard card, okay. But they don't care about that, actually.
No.
You know the crazy thing about Tommy, right? It's hilarious. The other day, I tuned into him, right? Just out of the blue, I just tuned into him. When I tuned onto him, the last word that he was saying was "nigger," right? But
Yeah. That happens. That happens probably 40% of the times when I went on his channel.
It's his channel jingle.
Yeah.
How did you do that accent so well?
It actually did sound very.
Because he's heard it too much.
Yeah, facts.
Probably dreams about it.
When I looked at the panel, I didn't see no black folks in there. When I looked at the chat room, I didn't see no black folks. I was thinking, what's he talking to? What's he talking about?
Yeah, himself.
That's hilarious. Great
Yeah.
timing. That's great timing.
No, it's weird because today he was like doing that. What's that movie? The M. Night Shyamalan movie with the guy who has different personality, Split, whatever. Because on one end he was going, I tell this, he doesn't even get it. NPC or nigger PC doesn't get it, right? He doesn't get it. When I say the N word, I'm talking about it's not a color thing. It's not a black thing. Right. I call white people that, blah, blah, blah. But then the next thing he goes, that nigger is a field N word, you know? It's like, which one is it?
He doesn't say it for progressive reasons. You know, the claim not to make it mean nothing, you know. Then you can go chair, you know, okay, that works. Let's try it with this. Tumor. Oh, stays kind of shitty, doesn't it? Yes, it does.
Yeah. And it'll be like, see, that's all I got him. They're all saying nigger now on the stream. I got him. I'm a dirty dog. Yeah.
I love my ranch.
Love my ranch. Machine Lives dropped the fucking truth bomb with the whole gay. What'd you say? Grinder? Getting meth on Grinder, but not having sex with the.
Yeah, that's real talk. That's gay Nazi optics. Yeah.
Gay Nazi optics. The Grinder.
Optics are high.
Yo, part 2. What?
Yeah. But I love you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off here. I might.
Oh, good, man.
I might sign back in when I'm on the road, but I gotta go drive out to the city because I gotta pay a speeding ticket. I'm going too fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pay a speeding ticket, then you learn from Paul and Slade. Fight that thing.
Yeah. I gotta ask them because I feel like that shit actually does work for speeding tickets. So I might actually, you know, I gotta figure out how they trick that.
How they trick that shit.
Yeah, because that $150. That's definitely something I need to hang on to. But blessings.
Yeah, take
I'll be on
the back of those tickets.
And definitely, we'll plan the next one out here. I got a lot more stuff, with it. But yeah,
absolutely,
definitely what we put down today, the psychology and the art side of it, the origins of those two aspects of it, right? Definitely.
Loosening up.
But
yeah. Marquise de Sade.
Yeah, and the Fabian Society, right?
Okay.
But yeah,
all right, the machine lies Earnhardt. We'll see you soon, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I'll try to sign back in when I'm on the road if my phone allows me to. But yeah, bless.
All right. All right, travel well, bro. Brother.
Yeah, safe journey.
Lelo. And then there was 4. It's all brothers on the panel.
There you go.
Yes,
Hey,
it is.
1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. Hey, Shadow and Light. Regarding your message earlier, Shadow and Light, The one that I think, the one that I think she knows what I'm talking about. The one where you
Mhm.
reply to my message, and I'm like, right, you know what I'm talking about. The only reason why I went over there is because he tagged me into something. Understand? He tagged, so I had to reply. It was Tommy actually. I was at Tommy's. I left a message over there because he tagged me in something. But when I went over there and replied to the message, I see Shadow and Light replied to my message as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's funny. She's cute.
Well, oh, she's great. Oh man,
Yeah.
she's amazing human being over there. I got the privilege to talk to her. We got a privilege to, she was holding court over there in the Discord the other day. Yeah. Yeah. You know, London man, yeah, like me and you got called out too today because somebody, like I think that weirdo Nemesis MC was up there. He called Tommy a pedophile or something like that.
Yeah,
and,
McNemesis.
yeah, McNemesis. Yeah, he goes, Tommy goes, nobody said nothing. Nobody, even my enemy, I would defend. Nobody said nothing. London man didn't say nothing. NPC didn't say nothing. Of course, I'm not going to say nothing when you just fucking act like an animal. Shit, come on, bro.
Say anything to who though? I'm confused. Who was I meant to say anything to?
I guess we were supposed to say something to Nemesis because he called him a pedophile or whatever, bro. I don't know.
Do you know what?
I didn't even hear it though. I didn't even hear anybody say it anyway.
Makes an outrageous claim, and you're supposed to go on with it, get along with it.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know any of this, but
I'm not even too sure. Well, I was on the panel and I can't even remember that now, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know.
But,
yeah. I'm just bringing it up now because after this, I'll put the book in on that. Illumitami, fuck that shit. I know he's probably ninja watching. No, he's probably white devil watching. I'll just say that. No, excuse me. No, that's not correct. That's right. Grafted devil.
I'm a brother, though. Don't worry.
Oh gosh, white devil watching.
I don't talk like that. He said just to say that he said on his panel, he's like, yeah, NPC was talking to me like he was talking about the panel verse. He was saying all these crackers, Jack talk. I don't even talk like that, bro. I don't even use those word cracker.
I'll watch your restream.
I'll say something else, but I won't say cracker.
Yeah,
that's some weak sauce shit.
I'll watch your restream, Tommy. Of course, I won't be able to say anything in the chat because no, you just blocked me via Google. I can't say stuff. I probably won't.
Right.
So, FPC, what did Steven say to you? He didn't call you a Negro this week or something like that.
Oh yeah, he didn't call me that. No, he's straight hard R. I said this guy called me the hard R multiple times. I didn't say that. Oh really? Really? Yeah.
This week, I think he said this week though.
Oh, this week. Oh yeah, he got jokes. I have to admit, like these guys are fucking funny in a sense, but it's just like.
And sad.
I love the intro of
the
latest video. Yeah, with explosion and shit. This is great.
Oh yeah, with Tommy's shit, with the explosion.
Yeah, I love
he
that.
explodes the vegan shit.
Yeah, everything. All the basically California is wiped away.
Right. Yeah. I'm not the Appalachians where he's from, right?
No, well,
he's from West Virginia.
Was that movie Deliverance from there?
No, dude, please.
So.
All right. What they do in that movie?
I don't recall. I looked.
They assaulted that man in that movie. Those hill people, right? I think it got like 3 Academy Awards and shit because the performance was probably so realistic and shit.
Yeah, but hey, here's a nice idea to think about. In closing, I think after having discussed all that stuff,
yeah,
tying it in with the NPC rise, all that, I think
it's all connected.
Confused. The text got our emotions confused, and we haven't ever since the day we started writing our little text messages on the mobile phones, the multiple hits on the one button thing. Ever since those days, we haven't fully assimilated to what has in the meantime also progressed and is now like social media and Web3 and blah, blah, blah. We're interacting with that shit and with people who might very well be real people sending real messages onto the system, communicating onto the network. we're dealing with it emotionally, physically, as if we are face to face with a person, even though we say a lot of things we wouldn't otherwise. Our emotional reaction and our being offended, etc. I don't know, I'm a little lost for words, but excuse me, that is fucking with us still, and a lot of this, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. And it's 100% that NPC shit where because we get triggered like animals into fighting and defending ourselves, we get so invested into the screen yet again, even more pull.
You're right.
That they got our emotions twisted. Look, we're chill here now, right? Okay, cool. We could be screaming.
Super chill. Yeah.
The screaming is exciting. I hate it. I hear that shit, on the sidelines here. And
well, they would say that we're just all retarded. We aren't screaming at each other because we're stupid.
Yeah,
That's
because
what
I'm
they
not
would say.
erratic and fast enough. I could talk like that. If I wouldn't not have smoked up, blah, 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 I can go there, dude. Yeah, with your white Christian qualities, get out of here.
Hey, what is Crazy Eyes? Shadow Buddha said I should use clip from Crazy Eyes. What is that, Mr. D?
This is Shadow Buddha said that he said with the comment, you should clip from Crazy Eyes from Mr. Deeds in the Panelverse. This motherfucker, watch. You don't know Mr. Deeds, Adam Sandler? Now, I'm still saying what you said, Rupert. You're right, bro. We don't have to be chaotic to have a good time and learn something.
No, we don't have to be chaotic, but also like naturally have some sort of. Don't forget to have some sort of indifference to. I know that we discussed today that a lot of indifference in modern pop culture is horrible and it's created and blah blah blah. It's bordering nihilism, but I mean, show some indifference to the machine you're dealing with. You're facing a two-dimensional flat screen and you're screaming at it, or you are depending on it for it to validate whatever you think you are actually there in your chair. Don't do that. Fuck them. Everybody. Fuck me. Fuck all of them. Be nice to them.
Yeah, you don't need it.
You don't need it.
Yeah. Fucking waste of time, bro.
It's like a waste of time.
Life is, I won't say too short, but it's too precious a thing to waste it on nonsense.
Yeah, look, it's staying, it's running in place, walking in place. Brother Regal says a lot of these things, they end up, people go, yeah, let's go for a joyride, and they all hop in the car happy, some of them getting stoned, and then they never go anywhere. Yo, the motherfucker just
speaking
showed
of
up.
Brother Regal, all the legends, living legend. The Regal man's in the building. I'll give him a lay low.
Lay low, Regal.
There you go. What's up, Regal?
Hear you, man.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Man, this is cool. I've never seen this. This is cool.
This is dope, right?
Better than
this is a new spot,
Zoom. Yeah.
It's our little
Take that, Bill.
I would use StreamYard and Zoom. They kind of overlap. Zoom does some things better than StreamYard, but StreamYard just so convenient. So
yeah, super convenient. And coming up on the third hour, what a better way with our good friend Regal. Any thoughts on the NPC, rise of the NPC, New World Order citizen, Mr. Regal?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to play with this thing to see if it could go to my speakerphone, but I think it wants to stay on telephone. But rise of the NPC, as far as people waking up, like you mentioned.
Yeah, let's go there. Let's go there.
Oh,
even though Rupert does contradict
let's go my
what he said
way
earlier.
first, and then your way, because that's where
Okay, let's go.
Regal's all about hope.
I didn't even hear that. I have to put my ear to this, or I'm gonna put it on Bluetooth. If you guys tell me if the sound is bad, let's see.
If it's gonna go Rupert's way first, I gotta play the fucking ominous music and shit.
Satani.
Test
Test mic check 1 2. Who the hell is this? Give me a 5.
Sound clear, Regal.
It works.
Well,
works.
it's not. It hasn't converted yet to Bluetooth. Okay, this is just a whole new system. Then, is anyone on their cell phone other than me? No. Okay. You guys are...
No.
Yeah, is that a no?
You sound clear. You can't hear yourself?
No, but he can't hear us. That's the point.
Oh, he can't hear us. I see.
Oh, that's a problem.
Like he needs to hold it up against his ear and get all that 5G up in his dome to hear us.
That means whatever he shares, it's going to be worth it because he's giving so much.
Okay, never mind. I've got it now. Thank you.
You got it?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, okay. So Christ is king.
Shut up, Rigo. Shut up. Shut up. Hold up. First of all, we're all clearly, the future world socialist democracy where everybody is happy through subjugation. No more wars, no more race hate, nothing. Everybody's a nice, safe little thing.
The biggest
that's happening.
issues.
That's happening.
The
biggest. That thing is clearly being made.
Christian
or at least
globalism.
nudged. And then NPC, the game here, Gabriel, our good friend from Taiwan, he thinks there's hope, as do I, to be honest, and saying people are indeed waking up a little bit out of being lulled into this zombie-like consumerism, essentially, right? What are your thoughts on?
Okay, so here are my thoughts. From my perspective, most people would like to wake up. Most people definitely are seeing the reality of things because of the travel of information through the internet. But the only problem is now the NPC is more willing than ever now to accept a state of cognitive dissonance, which is understanding that the house is on fire and that eventually the smoke will kill you, but still choosing to live in that house. And the reason that is because the alternative, or the only option you have once you realize that everything is rigged and fake, if you will, the only option you have is breaking down or losing the identity that you use in the fake matrix to exist. So most people aren't willing to stop paying their income taxes, or most people aren't willing to tell BLM and a bunch of black people, dude, racism is not your biggest problem. Most people aren't willing to tell virtue signaling white people and liberals on university campuses that they are absolute idiots for not seeing what the real issues are, and instead are dedicating their entire lives to these fake communist issues that are nothing. So because they're not willing to face the hard truths, they then have to force themselves to be like, okay, Android or Apple, what kind of person are you?
Right.
And it's like, wait, what? Like, your issue is what? Like, or oh, I think Biden and Harris are doing a great job. Or, I listened to Sargon of Akkad yesterday, one of his videos, and I sent that video to you.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to it yet.
And something that he made, a good point that he made on the situation is that if you pay close attention, the whole my body, my choice, and the whole liberal movement thing is not about doing what's right, but it's really about always feeling morally superior to what is right. So let's say dad is right, but we don't like that dad has so much authority and power. So how do we make dad a villain? Oh, well, he's oppressing me. Oh, he is. How? And then we twist it into some stupidity. Really, what boils down to psychopathy, where we're literally rooting for the poisonous insects that would kill us to thrive and succeed, because we feel that men trying to kill a poisonous snake or a spider or a roach infestation is a form of oppression to those snakes and those spiders and those cockroaches, because we simply aren't seeing things from their point of view. Yeah. So anyway, I'll take a break.
Delusional. So do you think that it's
Mhm.
by people's inaction that they in the field of ego, personality, whatever, that they get at some point the ball stops rolling and they find themselves in a handed over identity of sorts, saying that Apple Android choice, being superficial. Is that what you're saying? Like that's how the NPC rises, by people just you know let the pieces fall where they may, essentially, on having actual informed
I
opinions
think.
and stuff.
Well, I don't. It's okay. I don't know, but to kind of agree with what you're saying, Trump is running for president right now, right? And it's Trump versus the same people, Biden, Harris, the same Democratic Party that's been in office for so many years, right? I'm still not going to vote, as much as I am a a Trump side guy. I'm still not going to vote, and the
You
reason
think
why
you
I'm
are?
not going to vote is because whatever reality happens after I vote or not vote is gonna be it's unconnected to me. My participation in their game is not going to affect the outcome. That's my core centralized belief. And because of that, I'm sort of like what you're saying. I'm letting the pieces fall where they may, even though I'm a quote unquote woke individual. Like I do understand that,
You
you
could
know,
argue that you then can, vote with your money and your attention in that sense. Although I have to say that, I have to ask rather, do you think there's hope for democracy, quote unquote? Like, if we would all actually, just for once, try it out and vote for one specific party, one person. I don't know how it all works in everybody's nation, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
They'd have to come up with that answer, right? We've seen countless times in history that didn't go that way. Like, do you think there's hope, or like if we all actually voted
I would
consciously,
only
and not populistically, essentially?
I would only know that there were hope if people stopped um flogging to whatever the beast system promoted. So the beast system is promoting, in my opinion, right? And it doesn't have to be literal. It could be metaphorical or spiritual, which is it's Apple or iPhone or whatever, Apple or Android. It's Taylor Swift concerts. It's sports, the whole sporting world, professional sport world. Like, men are more than these things. Men and women they're way more complex than all of these monetized systems, except we live in a world where if you are quote unquote weird, if you're outside of
Yeah,
the established
when you do
norm.
not base your personality on the ads.
Exactly. If you don't pace your personality, like, what do you mean you didn't get those new Air Force Ones? What do you mean you didn't wear the new Air Jordans? Like, why am I so obsessed with having to have? Oh, are you wearing a Rolex? No, it's a lookalike. Oh, come on. You've got to be willing to sell your soul to buy a Rolex. Like, this guy saw my watch the other day and he goes, "Is that a Roly?" And I can't believe I actually felt bad to have to admit it was not a Rolex, but it was an homage piece. But I'm thinking, why the fuck do I care that I'm not wearing a $10,000 watch to this schlub who's sitting next to me in a fucking, in a social setting? And it's because it's that psychology. It's that conditioning.
For delusion.
Just
Yeah.
say mine is better. Just look at the ratings. I mean, I wear a G-Shock watch. You could just
Right.
say it's not a
Of course.
Rolex, but I get better
G-Shock.
watch for less price. But they won't
Right.
understand
But
that
see,
because it's all
everything
about, if we spend more money, this must be better. Freaking morons.
everything you're
Hank, I would
saying,
have thought you
everything
wear
you're
like a
saying is
watch with
valid.
the watch or wear a watch like calculator on 80s one.
Everything that
No, it's too fragile.
Everything that you just said is a 100% true and valid, except for, like I was mentioning, there's this spiritual force, this subconscious programming that's already been instilled in us to feel less than. Why is high school the most almost pivotal part of a young person's life, even though it has it's superfluous, whatever the word is. Like high school is in a way meaningless, yet that's where most of your feelings are at their loudest. If you're going to be the popular kid, if you're going to be embarrassed because you got picked up in a bucket, your parents or your brother came and picked you up from school in a bucket, and some hot girl saw you walk into a bucket, and you're like, oh, that's embarrassing, that's cringe. Why? Even though it's just a car, as soon as you get out of high school, you realize, dude, a car's a car. I don't give a shit because I don't, until I have money. It's because we've already been programmed and sold these certain ideas of life that are, they're just, a lot of them are falsities. And now, mind you, I know most of you guys are outside of the great abominable nation. I'm just kidding. I love my America.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
There you go. Outside. I know most of you are outside of Sodom and Gomorrah.
I'm still.
I think just two of us. What do you mean?
No, it's a lot of men
what do you mean, like,
in England, right? Well, not.
You mean the wilderness of North America, or
yes, yes.
Yeah, just me in London, man. London man and I. Yeah. Everyone else is
good. I'm good. That boy good.
Bro. Hey, bro. Last time I checked, Gabe, I'm not from America.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. See, at first you're a melanated black dude.
Rupert,
you're a melanated black dude from fucking Cleveland, Ohio.
You've just fallen victim to racism. He thought immediately, white. Oh, that's American.
When you live out, that shit don't even matter when you come out another country, because we all American. That's how they see you as a foreigner. American. Check this out. They want to see this. The chorus wants to see this. Mr. D's. London man, you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm back.
Cool. All right, bro. This is Mr. D's. Now, shout out to Rigo though for dropping that high-powered knowledge. Let's see this real quick.
Crazy eyes.
Here's Crazy Eyes. Who do you think he's talking about? Shadowback.
Hey, how you doing, pal? I got your pizza for you, just the way you like it. Oh, yes.
Who's that? London man. You
Fries
think?
and Oreos. You know me all too well. What are you in for? I'm doing a one-nighter for biting at the mailman. Guy was trying to cast a spell on me, like a lizard or something.
Oh shit!
Are you sure about that? I don't know. Maybe he was just waving. Wow. Hey, who are your friends? Oh, this is Chuck and Cecil. They're from New York. I don't like them. Okay. I seen you. Oh, look at DJ hanging out with McEnroe. That's
Looks like
awesome.
it's a total ball earth.
I love the Beach Boys.
DJ was always the best speaker in school.
TB.
Yeah. By the way, Your Majesty. I thought we were watching Scooby-Doo.
Can't even watch TV correctly.
Crazy eyes. Oh. Go. Peanut butter and gumballs. Nice combo. Don't worry about what happens.
Peanut butter and
Time
gumballs.
heals all things. Except these crazy eyes.
Well, it's good to be home. I know that much.
I wasn't talking to you, Deeds. I was talking to that squirrel over there.
Oh.
Although it is a shame about that Cedar fella tearing apart your uncle's company and firing all those nice people.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, I watch the stock market channel all the time. I just watch because I suspect that anchor man.
He watches the stock market.
Yeah. Bullshit everybody else, but he ain't fooling me.
Yo.
Damn, these things are fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Oh shit!
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah, like 5 people like this. People they're angry. They don't like to see that.
I need that shit. That was kind of dope.
Yeah, I like that shit later. Yeah.
Crazy.
But yeah, and also to the to Shadow and Light and everybody else from the great state of West Virginia. No disrespect to West Virginia. Actually looks like an awesome place. I'm moonwalking now. Yeah. Because I forgot she's the Oracle Shadow and Light is from the great state of West Virginia. And she said not everyone is like, you know who's Tommy out there. Yeah. Yeah. That's the real salt of the earth people. Right there. Shout out to them. But we got people like that everywhere, right? Right? Yes. Salt of the earth. Yeah. These men on this panel right now. Yeah, salt of the earth. Yeah,
They exist.
a salt lick, like a
No.
horse on it.
The sulk
no,
of the
Shadow
earth.
Knight's a
Yeah,
real one.
keep sulking.
She's sulking. Yeah, yeah. Dude, the NPC characters are so funny on the like on the Wojak memes and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick, like a question or
Go
a
ahead.
thing? Like, so something that like I feel like as I get older and the DMT wears off is something that I feel like I'm just trying to accept is that you have to sort of like you have to be like in on like faking it in life.
Yeah, playing
Like,
along a little.
yeah, like you gotta just like it's like you gotta pretend to just be like a hunky dory every day, whatever the thing is you're gonna play. Like if you're gonna be the dad role, it's like you just gotta even though you're like, man, I swear sometimes I could just fucking kill my family. Okay, maybe that was too much.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm trying to
Damn. I don't think I ever felt like
when you're
that.
like,
But
I'm ready to just like quit. I'm ready to just quit crying. Like I'm not gonna go to work.
You're muffled up, bro. Hi.
you have you haven't covered your mic.
Speaking of daddy, real quick, I have to quickly jump off and do some dad duties. It's nearly my son's
Okay.
bedtime.
Well, we'll do the. All right, Mr. London, man. Good to have you. I was gonna say Machine Live was right here. We could have done the tag team. You're out, he's back in. But he left. He'll be right back, I guess. London, man, always a pleasure, brother. An honor.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure.
You are a scholar and a gentleman in the
Thank
truest
you.
sense. Yes.
Likewise,
Yeah.
sir, to you.
And a badass motherfucker. Peace.
Hey, my man.
Hello.
Hello. Much love, family. Peace out to the chat room and the panel. Much love, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, and maybe the mods could put London Man's channel up in there. Up in the everyone knows London Man though. For sure. In the whatchamacallit, the chat. But Rigo, like what you were saying, the last part of what you said.
Just going with it, like in essence, like
oh yeah, okay, now
like stop noticing, stop waking up NPC and just NPC it for a little bit. Just NPC it.
Right, because first of all, what you said before that about the shoes and all that stuff and the Rolex, I get what you mean. It doesn't matter. But then again,
Hello?
what was that?
Hello?
Then again, what? Something
Oh
happened?
shit. Okay, there's something else.
So hurricanes
no.
going on?
It's a coup.
No, I'm saying-
It's a coup.
It's China.
No, I'm saying that no, I'm saying like the whole thing about faking it, playing a role with the shoes and the status and all that. Yeah, man, but I like nice things though. Like cool things like that. And I can understand why you might feel like kind of like, oh man, look at this dude. He has these Jordans and stuff. But actually not anymore, to be honest. As long as the shoe's comfortable and looks kind of fly, I really don't care what the price is. I had to think this through for a second.
No,
You're
but
kind of
it's more-
right though.
I think it's more in the sense of let you play along a little bit with the system.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what you mean,
Yeah.
Rigo?
Yeah, like I mean, sort of like it's kind of like even what Gabe just brought up, like talking about the shoes, right? Like the woke me would be like, oh fuck all that. I'm not gonna copycat all these advertisers and corporations that are telling me. But the part of me that's like, dude, calm down and just buy a pair of the damn shoes so that you'll fit in, even though you're not in deep with it. At least you'll sort of like be a part of that artificial harmony that the world, and hopefully through the artificial harmony there are greater bonds to be made on the levels that we're trying to get to. But it's almost like it's the gateway. It's like accepting the fakeness is the gateway to some of the
Yes.
realness.
Perfect. And this is what I think is the NPC saver, is that people need to know that they have the power and the reality of existing that they can come up with something fly like a pair of shoes they make themselves or find themselves in some 70s bucket and have
Yeah.
other people like that and emulate that. That's it, you know. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm saying that you are the same as whoever made that iconic shoe to you.
Right.
The power.
I remember.
You are creative.
Yeah, I remember when we first got married. That time we first got married, we moved to Deep East Oakland. We had this bucket car, the Dodge Intrepid, like '93, with
that was a nice car.
the balding. Remember those? The top of it was like rusted out. The paint and shit looked like it was balding. Like the car is balding. We called it. I called it Uncle Al after Aleister Crowley, bro. And then. And my wife had always wanted to go to that.
You were a Satanist.
Yeah.
Oh man, no! To get it right is the limit. The limit. No, nah, none of that. No, just aficionado. No, but we went to this. My wife always wanted to go to this fancy restaurant called French Laundry. You ever heard of that?
I heard of that.
At the time, it was one of the best restaurants in the country. And it was in Marin County, and we took Uncle Al. We drove to that 5-star restaurant. What is it called? Michelin star restaurant, and parked Uncle Al right in front of the garden that they get the nice fresh vegetables, and walked into that establishment and ended up paying like $700 for the meal.
Wow.
And then it was a great meal, but it's funny, but like in that old fucking bucket ass Uncle Al we pulled up. People had Mercedes and stuff.
Exactly it.
Yeah.
That's a jester type chaos you
Right.
need to carry around too, I suppose.
And and that's cool though. That's a super cool story because I'll be honest, I'm too NPC to do something like that. Oh, I used to be. I used to be like, oh no, we can't go unless we rent a Mercedes for a day, or unless we have like the one Armenian homie come through with his nice BMW to like drive us there. And it's like, come on,
it's a career car.
Like you've got to live your life, and that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
If you really just want to disguise your car, you could just go and rent a car. Just do
for sure. Yeah.
And in that sense, it's not caring too much about what other people say, which nowadays, again, ladies and gentlemen, mostly means what your screen says. Don't worry too much.
Right. Comment from Zephyr: progress is not an always growing up process. Like everything, it has the pendulum swing to it.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, that's kind of what we discussed earlier with that overstretching, right? And then bouncing back or getting.
Yeah, it's like Pierce from Dragon Ball says, before creation, there is destruction.
Right. It's kind of like when the door closes, or when one door opens, another door closes. I mean, for sure, it's life. The way life progresses is it's not a straight line, and that's not referring to the challenges you face, but it's more like a code. If I had to guess, it's more like a weird password to a video game, where it's like sometimes it's forward, sometimes it's 2 step back, sometimes it's 1 step up outside of the realm of things you're in. Yet, I mean, it's a mystery, dude. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just sang the Paula Abdul song. 2 step forward, I take 1 step back. So opposites attract.
I was just thinking Bobby Brown. Every little step I take.
Yeah, that too, right? And then also,
yeah, go ahead.
If it's up to us, we got to take control. You know, the Ghostbusters song you think that's pretty positive song. Take control of your life, man.
Right.
That's it.
Having fun with that, like that, with music, for instance, or would you guys just, you can't do that if you're consciously trying to be aware of how it works. And we talked about that the other day. Maybe we're not made to live and understand life at the same time.
Right.
Maybe only partially. Maybe it's not even voluntarily that we have to play along a bit.
He's gone, he said, but then he's back again.
He knocked the
He
fuck
came
out.
back.
Hello?
Yeah, he's
Hello?
back again.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I let the Matrix get me.
Yeah, you're
Gotcha,
parked,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Also, too, though, like as soon as you like realize that you're having this experience and you think like, oh, I get it now. This is what I am. Awareness as awareness. You lose it once you know what I mean.
But for you to consider it as such, you need to be merely human. You know, you go with your happy eureka moment. That's also what happens in the psychedelics. If you have the out of body experience, nice, have fun. The moment you go like, "Oh my god, I got it! I'm gonna tell everybody on YouTube about it," Mom, you'll be back in. You know?
Yeah, we call it giving into the astonishment. Hood X lit. Giving into this. Don't give into the astonishment. Not for the Terrence McKenna
Basically,
thing.
because those are your human senses, I suppose. What's that, Rigo?
Oh no, I was just gonna say that, like, to me, like, I think, like, knowing everything that I know and kind of like seeing and accepting things the way I see and accept, it's almost like the most reasonable man and the most honorable man is sort of like the most plain, predictable man. And the reason why he is the plain and predictable man and not the magi or the sorcerer Aleister Crowley, or why those guys could go kick rocks compared to these men is because it's almost as if the Matrix or the universe respects them the most and in the highest in a way, because they are not demanding for anything beyond what's already given, but they are like, it's kind of like they're accepting their role, and then maybe when they die, or maybe in their quiet moments, they have crazy enlightenment that none of us could ever assume they would have. Or we just continue to mock them and be like, that guy's a sleeping donkey, he's just a mule, I mean, whereas I'm over here like, I want to be the alchemist, I want to be the magician, I want to be the enlightened one, I want to be the chosen one. And it's like, dog, like it's not like that. Maybe it doesn't work like that. I don't know.
No, it's like the thing about the journey being more exciting than the location, right? The destination.
Yeah, but absolutely. That makes it bearable to go through things that are actually a struggle. When you realize that, even if you have a goal, like you're like, oh, the process, that's where it's at,
Right.
Yeah.
And I just want to
Able to
quote some words of wisdom by Cat Williams. Sometimes Diddy be wanting to party, and you got to tell him no.
That's right. That's right.
Cat Williams.
Yeah, that's him in the beginning.
Oh, Cat
of the
Williams.
year,
I did. Oh yeah. My mind was like thinking about my mom for a minute. I heard Cat. I thought it was Cat Stevens.
Oh,
Cats in the cradle.
Cats in the cradle. Morty is broken on that. Yeah.
A little
shit. But yeah, Cat Williams for
best
sure.
medicine, man. Levity
That's
is
right.
like
Look,
some of the best medicine. Oh my gosh.
when
Okay,
Peter
shadow
asks you to
back.
party, you're about to be pulled real deep into the thing,
Yeah,
Hey, cool question from Shadowback. He wanted to see
He-
this movie.
He's
He
trying
wanted
to
to
get
see a scene from this.
What's happening?
Shadowback wanted to see it. He requested a scene from the Shadow Buddha from the
Oh,
theme of
this is
earlier,
bad.
American
This is
History
a good
X,
one.
Right.
Oh
That's
yeah.
my people.
the basketball scene. So
Mein
fake.
Leute. Das ist mein
Mein-
Leute.
Mein Bruder.
Is that Justin?
I come in this game, right?
That Dimitri?
Basically, he probably drew it the wrong way.
That looks like I Show Speed.
Yeah, you're so right, dude. That's funny.
Yeah. Shout out to
Hey, look,
him.
we
1
got-
million stream live.
Look, they got Jason Kidd in the background with the black guys.
Jason Kidd. Which side? Oh, right
Right
there.
there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look like him, right? That does look good. Or the dude from Hills Have Eyes, Pluto.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
If you win, we will walk away. But if we win, no bitching, no fighting. Right here in front of everybody. Pack up your shit and get your black asses out of here. Fuck that.
Come on, bro. That's Venice Beach, bro. I know it ain't no like the Watts Towers and shit. Shout out to Shadowback and the Watts Towers. He walked those streets, those beach streets of Watts. Dude, it's Venice Beach, bro. It's still fucking skinheads ain't gonna be running the courts. You seen white men can't jump? Billy Ho.
Let's go.
Look at this. Let's judge this basketball for you ballers out there. Okay, you got the dunk. All right.
Didn't look like another
defense.
Can whites and blacks play basketball together?
Oh man.
It's like every shot's a dunk, like NBA jams or something.
Yeah. These guys
He's
all
on
fit
fire.
the NBA.
This guy.
Even dunk.
Okay, let's go. The guy has a mean right hand. No left hand. Oh!
Yeah.
Damn. Pistol Pete over here.
Non-done.
Defense.
There's your defense.
Bro, this is like... Is that...
Throwing it again.
Look at that shot.
That's
the Andrew Wilson right
there. They're all just practicing for prison ball. All of them.
Prison ball. Getting ready.
Like,
oh, that was uncalled for.
Oh, damn.
Bullshit, man. That's fucking offense. Man, get the fuck out of here. He moved this. If you want to go, I'm ready. Don't be throwing fucking elbows. You want to go?
Dude, he has a straight swastika on his chest.
Yeah.
He ain't dropping hard R's.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
see, he's respectful as fuck.
He pronounces all his letters.
Right. He's smart enough to know that there's somebody in the cuts with the chopper and the fucking Mac 10, all that shit. Yeah. I mean, he probably has some guns too, though. Don't get her twisted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Look at this guy. Tommy.
Free throw.
His little boy haircut,
Little brother.
sex bunny.
Oh, the check isn't respectful though.
Dude, I don't know if that was like my generation, but what's up with all the hot little whores with the boy haircuts and the boy clothes with the fucking
the
flannel
little
and
shirt.
white
Yeah, you're so right.
Predictive programming.
It is predictive programming. They're like, because next we're gonna make something else. Surprise!
You're a lesbian, a full-on lesbian.
Oh, it's over 100 years old.
I mean, the reason why they say that the women, they go, it's hot. That's why I cut my hair.
Yeah.
It's hot out here in LA.
Don't you? I know, dude. It's hot.
Look at that face.
Like,
Yeah.
bitch, you're just trying to
Damn,
flex
that's-
your psychopathy.
I ain't having that.
Look
I
at
just
that.
want to shave half of my head.
Hey, get
Right.
your Backstreet Boy ass out of here.
They do that, like the red pill will tell you she cut her hair because she doesn't respect you anymore.
As
She
long
wants
as
to
you got a
she wants to
fat
embarrass you, or she fucked around and now she's ashamed. So this is her way of a way of punishing herself.
a way of punishing herself.
Yeah,
She'll be
right.
She'll be
I don't know, man. I feel weird now talking about like what a woman does with their hair right here. It's like those people talking about the N-word when I was up on here. It's like we need a woman up here. Come on. Why did they cut? Why y'all cut your hair?
You know,
We like it long.
We talk about
Exactly.
But look, she's
Hey,
part of she's vegetarian.
okay.
She's supposed to be manly. She's supposed to be tough.
Uncle Fatty,
It's a character.
Uncle Fatty in the chat says 90s grunge chicks were super skanky.
Yeah.
That sums it up right
All
there.
I know is, dude, I have a fucking natural hard on.
Natural skank? Oh, sorry.
These like thick white women with the sort of boy haircut where I'm like, why? Who did this to me?
Was that in your
Who did
consciousness?
this to me?
Rigo, that's what
Ain't specific.
expose. Such an expose.
Dog, bro. When
I
I
love
see
you.
when I see some hot looking lesbians, dude, and I'm just like, gosh, like, how are you so hot and a
I'll bring you
lesbian?
back to
This
the
guy.
Lord, he says.
Bro,
I'm
we
like,
gotta put
huh.
you on that AJ Volton, this comedian dude, this young cat from he likes to rizz up with the hidden camera with like studs.
Studs?
With studs?
Like studs like a masculine, more manly lesbian.
Oh, like yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You just said she's a lesbian with her short hair, and I assumed she was pretty though.
I don't
like
think
more
that
feminine.
I've seen like.
Oh, you like the
lesbians-
stud?
No, not this. I don't want no ugly ass butch. that's
can't think
that's like
enough.
that's like extended family right there. I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
Oh, that's
like,
my neighbor.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about those girls like this chick. Look at her. She could be one of the. She could be like if she was making a pretty face, she could probably be like on the cover of a hair dye box.
She could, yeah, she's right. But she's in the movie. She's the most nasty person in the movie. She's constantly dropping hard R's.
But she shows them tits and ass.
Remember?
I think.
Oh, she does, huh?
Remember? Oh yeah. Shut him down,
What she
Derek.
said. Looking.
Who is he?
Do you hear? her?
No.
That guy. Who is he?
He's
like-
he's their mentor.
What is it?
I was gonna say he's like the white, like the ultra white, the ultimate
He's
white.
like
He's the guy with the black robes, you know. He's whispering in his ear.
He's like Chris Cantamo, rest in peace. He's like the
Oh my
OG
God.
of the.
Oh, dude. Don't bring up that
Rest in
time, bro.
peace,
I will
my
go
motherfucking-
down. I will go down that road. I will.
Oh shit! Ooh, that's the next show, man. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Shout out to Chris Cantamo on Hyperspace.
Shout
We love you.
Shout out to calling FBI on the
Or the panelverse will know this as this guy as Andrew Wilson from the Whatever podcast. Hank, see a guy haircut. No, fuck it. That's Hank. This is Hank versus Illuminati.
Damn, he's giving him that death stare. Like, okay, okay, motherfucker.
Come on, Hank.
Boys like you before.
This idiot over here smiling like he did something good. Oh,
Yeah, but that smile made me think you got.
I spit in my house. I've got no respect.
Oh, I thought we were gonna fight, dude. What is this?
Oh, it's coming.
It's a dance off.
It's about the game. Oh, we got the steal.
Let's go.
Fucking Allen Iverson over here. White Iverson.
Oh.
Oh, come on. That's so
Damn, reverse.
Oh, come on, chat.
With the Vince Carter.
He pushed the X button for the turbo. What the hell? Look at this shit.
No, but this X-Men was the swastika.
The swastika power. Powered up.
Yeah, exactly. He's faster.
Bro, look at this. Like he has to look down to dribble.
The
If you can dunk
swastika?
like that, you don't need to look down to dribble.
Yeah, really.
The
Look at this.
swastika gave him jumps.
Yeah, give him power, bro.
Give him
That's
power
the
of the sun.
It's
We have to-
that's
we have to-
Islam. The swastika. Legs, was it legs? Legs, arm. What is that? Legs, arm, mouth. You know,
we have
whatever.
to
that-
characterize everything to
Oh,
take
you
its
mean,
power away.
The Sufi
The acronym?
swirling,
Yeah, the swastika. That'll be the new. That'll be
Look
the
at
new
that.
thing.
The weird
The
X.
swastika, like a frosty,
Swastika.
a windy.
Yeah,
Hey.
bro. Did you see his half frost swastika?
Yeah. Did you see his new swastika?
And the barbed wire.
Oh
I
my
guess the
God,
barbed wire is
girl.
also
Yeah.
The
Oh,
tribal
beautiful California.
cringe tattoo.
Look at that little Hitler youth right there, just
Yeah,
clapping
little
the
Hitler.
audience.
Have you seen him lately?
Yeah, and look at that.
Dude, he looks so
Edward,
bad.
Edward
Poor
Furlong.
kid.
Looks bad.
Poor guy.
He's like older than us. We're like, poor kid.
I'll take
Dude,
back.
seriously.
He'll always be a kid. He did the
This
salute.
guy-
He saluted.
He's faster. I just learned from Uncle Fetty.
That's my
faster.
Hey,
favorite.
he saluted. Andrew Wilson saluted. Oh, I said bye bye. Oh, okay.
Oh, bye bye.
He scared me for a second.
Yeah, but that's a Roman salute, you know. That's plausible deniability.
They're like, it's our court now. Then the Mexican Soreños like fucking clock them in their hand with a turbo i4.
They on the court for a whole, like, I don't know, week or something.
Dude,
It's a
Look
public
at this
court.
guy. London man. This is the black sun, bro, in the earth. It is, huh?
Black
London man with the
hole
esoteric in the earth knowledge. Bro, this is 2 basketball scenes in one broadcast, bro. It's a first here.
Oh shit!
It's like
Just London Man earlier, New Jack City.
If you had to write like what they were thinking and saying, it's like, oh, it feels so good to be white. Oh.
Yeah, the glorious music. It's nuts, dude.
No, they'll say it's okay to be white. Yeah.
No, I know, but with the music and
The
everyone
music,
cheering, like, wait, they literally just won a basketball game and they're going this ham? Like, damn.
Wait, is that serious, right?
Like, did they gamble? Did they risk a house?
Well, they got the court, bro.
You now get to
That's
live.
He owns for, I guess, a week. Who knows?
A week.
You may
I don't know.
continue living.
They act like the Mexicans really don't run shit down there.
Well, that's why when you said the Mexicans, I was like, yeah, the Mexicans are gonna flood. They're gonna flood that whole court. Like, dog,
bro,
you can't compete with a whole country with a
you
whole.
know, Rigo, even the SOS in the will be in there, dog.
Oh well,
The
that's
Samoans,
Carson,
huh?
Long
Yeah.
Beach and Carson. Yep,
Yeah.
that's my kinfolk.
The Crip Mac, he's a Samoan, part Samoan, supposedly. Yeah.
Who?
C-Mac, Crip Mac.
Oh,
You know, Crip Mac?
yeah. Supposedly his mother is a Venezuelan or something, and his
but he
father,
said he's Samoan or something too, right?
well, yeah, his father's supposedly Samoan.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy. Crazy.
Samoa.
Samoa. Samoa.
How do you spell Samoa?
Samoa.
Well, that's right. A wingo wet, a wingo wet, a wingo wet, a wingo wet.
Totally different continent.
That's just forget about it.
He's like, you're like Samoa, and then you're like, te peña ricardo. I'm like, no, that's closer to Cuba, dog.
It's a Cuba, dog.
That's closer to Cuba, dog.
You gotta see that Samoan nightlife.
Yeah, you're
Bro,
right.
you know the Rock. The Rock is Samoan, and man, he's an Oprah cider now, dude. I don't know what's wrong with the Rock. That
He's a
boy
what?
is
He's an
crazy.
Oprah cider.
Oh yeah, he's on the side of the universe, of their universe.
Oh, an Oprah cider. Okay,
Oprah.
she's on that side. Okay, okay.
Oh yeah, that's downtown. My dad was just there last month.
Yeah, I'm gonna disconnect. I want nap time now.
Yeah, I want nap.
Let's do a nap down there.
Yeah, dude.
We're
Don't
request
show-
Uncle
don't show-
Fatty.
Don't show
The
Samoa,
Jesus
bro.
Christ
We
is
got-
my
we
nigga.
gonna
Yeah,
fall
I've seen
asleep.
that. That shit's kind of funny. Jesus Christ is my nigga. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
When the guy pulls a cap on him, on his wife, he pulls the gun on her.
Oh, the white people rap, the like Pentecostal
yeah,
rap. Yeah, that was so
Yeah.
hideous. To
Yeah.
me, those are the same. Those are the same Christian people that are
That's
kidnapping and trafficking children.
Yeah,
They are the special beta
But-
version of the NPC, dude.
yeah, definitely. To keep it 100 though, that was actually a film project by some college students.
Oh, perfect. That's
but it looks pretty real though.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, embarrassing. I would hope the Christians wouldn't do that.
Look how beautiful
Yeah.
the sky is over the
know.
over the volcanic island.
Yeah, there's no aerosol injections.
You're right. There's no chemtrail. Where are the chemtrails?
What's going on up here?
We need more chemtrails.
Yeah, that's right.
Subscribe, like, and
Please.
comment.
My life, bro. Woo. It's beautiful there though.
Yeah.
Someone was talking. Shada was talking about Guam.
Guam.
Have you been to
maybe-
Guam before? That's close to me.
No, I've only
Guam.
been to Samoa and Tahiti.
Real hotties from Guam.
Guam.
Did you like this one? We gotta show you the tortas in a second. We were looking at earlier than the. You know what a torta is?
The Mexican torta?
Yeah, the Mexican sandwich.
See.
Oh
Right?
yeah, I've had them. Yeah,
But
sometimes they're good.
that's slang for Mexican BBW. The torta, the torta hunter. We'll show you. He's funny.
That. I may have had one in my day.
Sure. The torta needs love too.
Oh, I have.
Oh, I have. Dude, those are people. This is how it looks like. Kind of looks like Taiwan in the country. Yeah.
Sweet.
A lot of Christian. Is there a lot of Mormonism there?
Shouldn't have asked that. Shouldn't have asked that. He just dropped out.
Oh, you did, huh?
I was about to say there's probably a lot of missionaries there, or have been at least.
A lot of missionary positions.
Oh, let's mix it up. They said.
Okay, let's mix it up. Okay, let's go.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the missionaries.
Oh yeah, mix it up. AJ Bolton. Was he the torta hunter? This guy does this.
I
this
bet
character
there is
where-
though. Hey, to not leave your question hanging like that. I bet there is.
What's that?
The Latter-day Saints being there.
Oh yeah. I definitely know one because a lot of them moved to the Bay Area, Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, because like the king of Samoa, or I get Tonga and Samoa confused a little bit. I switch them. Like one of the royalty moved back. I was telling them like one of the royalty moved back from Samoa or Tonga, and they settled in the peninsula in the Bay Area. So there was a lot of Tongans and Samoans there that are related to the royalty. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
I knew this Tongan girl that she was from Frisco. She was from Frisco, and man, that girl was so bad. Oh, she was so bad.
She was so bad. Not bad meaning good, but bad meaning bad.
He's so gentle. I love you.
I would take her over one of the butch lesbians any day.
Damn.
Right on.
Oh, it's Hank's not here. Yeah, I was gonna say there's some. Like he's in East Oakland. This guy, this is AJ Bolton, this young guy.
These girls are toxic.
He does these funny ass
And
videos.
I'll catch you on the next part of the
Where
video.
he dresses like a mo, like a person straight from Mexico that started doing construction in America.
My girl left me like last weekend. I've been going through it. Like I've been drinking
He's
heavily,
trolling.
buzz balls, cuff. It's because these girls are toxic. They don't want love no more. They want money.
That's where we used to live, East Oakland, right there on 73rd.
Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Hey, I appreciate the advice, OG. Yeah, low key, this is the hood, chat. This is the hood. I'm not gonna lie.
He's from
Go find a
Texas,
liquor
too.
store real quick. It's a sad day though, because my girl broke up with me last night.
That's not true.
Yeah, so that's true. But all these girls want nowadays is fame, money. They don't care about love no more. It's not the same nowadays, cuh.
He said, "Cuh."
I'm about to get a bottle of liquor. Turn up. Yeah, Latina. I love Latina, but they toxic as fuck, huh? I'm going to a one-way ticket to Harry Hines. Finding me a good one.
You before you miss.
That's true. Appreciate you, G. What's good, cuh? Have a good one. Have a good one.
Cuh.
Yes, sir. W man.
Look at this full shirt that
Look
said
at the buzzball.
Latina Hunter.
I can't believe this was happening to me, bro.
Oh,
Anyone trying to
I was
squabble?
trying to understand what it said.
Type shit.
L-A-T-A.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Reek?
Oh no, I couldn't
W
understand
man.
his T-shirt. I thought it said LA.
Let's get a buzzball.
No, it says LA Hunter. And his hat says
Right,
I love
Latina.
tortas. His hat
Oh,
says I love tortas. He's not, mind you, he's from fucking Dallas, I think, Texas. And
I
he's
don't
in
look at him. He
East
looks
Oakland.
half white. It's always these mixed guys.
Yeah, these weirdos, huh? Like he goes to these cats in the liquor store. Doesn't know. He goes, "Want to squabble?"
Oh, that's
I can't believe this
hilarious.
is happening to me, bro.
That's
Anyone trying to squabble here?
That's
Type
great.
shit?
You want to squabble shit?
Yeah.
They know who he is.
What up, boy?
They're
Y'all
like,
ready for Junior
quit
Latte tonight?
messing,
Stop playing, bro. I
quit
need me a buzz. Where the buzzballs at?
Hey, you want a shot?
Well, I can't believe left me
Buzzballs.
last night, bro.
Buzzball, you caught that, Rico?
Yeah, I
Buzzballs.
just know. I've
Stop
never
playing
drank
with
them.
me. Y'all got honey
Ghetto.
pack? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get
You
one
said
of
you got a
those.
honey
We're about
pack?
to go crazy tonight. That's
You
fine.
know what
The
those
Junior
are?
Latte concert is here.
No,
You
what's
know
that?
Yeah.
It's like a liquor store, like erection pill.
Okay.
He said, "Y'all got some
Bro,
honey
you did-
packs."
That's fact. The Junior Latte concert is.
You want a shot?
Well, like
That's
Kimberly
good.
left me last night, bro.
Oh, it's
I'm heartbroken
Kimberly.
right now.
His girlfriend. His
Yes,
fake
Peach
girlfriend.
Sad Boys, bro. Stop playing with me.
He's going to the
Y'all
sad
got
boy
honey
concert.
pack? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get one of those. We're about to go
Honey
crazy tonight. That's fact. The Junior Ache concert is here. You heard about that? Yeah. Oh, for real? You did that?
OG's gonna pay for everything out of nowhere.
Nah, OG about to
You ever
flex
that
on
guy
me, bro.
Rupert? Or...
Anyone
Yeah,
else?
he
Come
wants
on.
to
He
get
got
out of
everything. He got everything.
He wants to get out of there.
You get a 24 pack? Bring it up, bring it in, bro. Y'all
You said 24 pack?
bro. We really turn up.
I was taking advantage of his kindness.
El señor bestia. Everybody.
That's cool. That's cool when you run into like dudes like that. They're just like,
why are you? I'm an O one, bro. I'm just a
They're
cub.
cool.
I'm just a sad cub, bro.
Right.
Hey, well, he really turning
Like,
up.
all
Right
right,
now. Shout out
no,
this
I got
man.
it.
Hey, yo,
Just stop
everyone say thank you to OG right here.
Get okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I might do that, like in the right mood, huh?
Muchas gracias.
Catch me in the right
Yeah, we know,
spot.
bro. We teaching manners over here. We got teaching manners, baby. Let's go.
Make sure they're over 21.
We all are
right,
right here,
bro.
bro.
Sure, dude.
You already know. There's some real ass supporters. I promise them I'll take a shot.
Oh, legs.
And a lot of y'all ask me this, but I've
Let's
never
that.
done a video not sober. So I'm gonna take a shot for the one time though. Everybody, fuck like Kimberly. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Fuck like Kimberly. Stop
Fuck
playing,
like Kimberly, his ex-girlfriend, his fake girlfriend. Respirado, tequila.
How much for the shirt, cuz?
25, but not right now.
Oh, the ops?
Ops,
Go, run,
bootleggers.
cuz.
Niggers.
Yeah, ops after them, bro. They don't want to see them hustle. How much is it?
20.
Is there something more? I'm not used to paying that small amount. I like spending money, you know?
No, it's 20. It's always been.
How much you want then?
It's 20 over here. It's this what it's always been over here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's free over there. It's 20 over there.
I wanted to pay 100 for parking. I don't pay anything less than 100 for parking, bro.
This ain't the Cowboys or the
Yeah.
basketball.
He said he wants to pay 100.
Come on now. 2025 limited edition.
Man, ain't nobody. I just ain't gonna do nothing.
All right, bro. Have a good one, bro.
That's Alameda County Fair. Alameda County is where Oakland is. They have like concerts at the Alameda Fair.
Those are all Texas license plates, though. I think
Let's
he's
go.
in
Let's
Texas.
go change real
Yeah.
quick.
Are
Feature
you sure?
sandwich today, Kyle. You already know.
Look like
Feature Junior.
Were they?
I've seen most
Yeah.
people as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. I thought he said he was in Oakland.
Yeah.
Pay 100 for parking. I don't pay anything less than 100
Okay.
for parking, bro.
This
My
ain't
bad.
The Cowboys or the basketball. This is
You see this?
Oh,
car,
yeah,
bro?
Cowboys.
Come on
Yes,
now.
man. I get it.
2025 limited edition.
Man, ain't nobody. I just ain't gonna do nothing.
All right, bro. Have a good one, bro. Oh, Chad, I'm driving a Corolla, by the way. That man said, man, ain't nobody.
He plays his
let's
character where
go,
he
let's
wears
go.
like clothes from Ross, like designer cheap jeans from Ross. Ross is like a group in America where you like they have dressed to impress for less, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Get
I'm
up.
gonna change real quick. Feature sandwich
So
today.
his character is like a construction foreman that's from Mexico that's living in America for a while that's trying to have some fun on the weekend.
Oh, you already know. Feature Junior, that's your cup. But yeah, I'm trying to get some.
Titas,
I'm
sis.
speaking my language, cuh. What's the actual color of your hair dye, cuh? Like you,
His wrist.
yeah, you glowing right now, cuh. I ain't gonna lie. Golden brown. Let me write that
Cuh.
down, cause I'm not gonna lie. That shit remind me of my ex, cuh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you single by the way? Go ahead, write your IG down.
The wrist.
Pinche tóxica, cuh.
Oh my god, baby. Please.
He said
He
he said
toxic?
pinche toxica. Pinche is like fucker. Toxica is like toxic girl.
Uh-huh.
He's just trying to call her a toxic woman, and then she's like,
Yeah. that's what
okay,
it
I'll
is.
give you your number.
I feel bad.
Yeah.
No.
Y'all look like a couple of toxicas though, cuh.
Oh my god.
I hate my ex so much, cuh. So I'm trying to get over it. I think you're gonna help me, cuh. Hey, have a good one, Queen. Have a good one, cuh. La verga, con todo, cuh.
Oh,
You already know, cuh. Where the buzzball at, cuh? Where the buzzball at, cuh?
We got buzzballs, bro.
Oh,
Everyone loves that.
That's gay. I hate
Kimberly
that.
broke up with me last night,
You
cuh.
hate that what?
Depressed as fuck right now,
That's
cuh.
so you,
Pinche
whatever.
toxica. You got a toxic in the back too, cuh. I can't, nah, bro. I can't trust y'all, bro. I need a car full of sad boys, cuh. La verga. Hey, y'all have a good one, cuh. God bless. Wait,
Look at that
why is there a
torta.
girl in your group, cuh? It's sad boys only, cuh. La verga. Pinche toxica.
That's a buzzball.
Nah, she a toxica for
Is
sure,
that a
cuh.
buzzball?
Yeah, you see that shit? How big that was?
No. Dap it in, dap it
Get
in.
buzz.
Appreciate it, cuh. What's up?
Tostica.
Pinche toxica, cuh. She looking at buzzball. Nah, she a toxica for sure, cuh. Oh, that's good, cuh. What's up?
YouTube.
No. Dap it in, dap it in. Appreciate you, cuh. I'll pull on your YouTube. If you sub, I'll give you the hat. Hey, yo, bless her, cuz. I can't, bro.
Record him taking a shot.
I chat. My filmer gonna take a shot. Cause y'all about to kill him. Hey, have a good one, cuz. God bless. Let's see.
That kid's 15.
No. We're putting you to the test.
I
right
know.
now, no. Bro, for it. I give it back. Look. Oh, there. You got it, bro. You got it, cuz.
Oh, you
Hey, yo, he about to go torta hunting, cuz. A torta broke his heart, too, cuz. Hey, yeah. Let's get a flick. Hey, cuz. You look like that one Bayern Munich player, Musiala. Hey, you got a good catch right here, cuz. I respect that, cuz. Game, respect, game, cuz. Good catch right there, cuz. You got himself a good torta right there, cuz. What's good with it, cuz? Is this someone's girlfriend, cuz?
No.
That's what I like to hear, cuz. You ain't one of the boys, cuz. You ain't one of the boys, cuz. She probably breaking hearts, cuz. Yo, be careful with her, cuz. Be careful with her, cuz. Hey, what up, cuz? I didn't know Mexican OT was pulling up here, cuz.
Mexican OT, the rapper.
My girl left me last night.
Look, he won't let go of his hand.
All I got today is the Junior H concert, cuz.
Is that really?
You won't let go.
I'm a little depressed right now, cuz. So
I think it's
you
a
holding my
lookalike.
hand, no Diddy, that should help me a lot,
Looks
cuz.
like it.
No Diddy.
I want to break down.
Yeah, he won't let it go of his hand. It's his girlfriend left
Maybe
him.
it is OT. Wow.
No.
You're not even looking at.
No, that's not it.
I don't think that's him.
Right now. Give me 360, cuz. Give me 360, cuz.
Look at that girl in the background.
What up, cuz?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to cuz. What up, cuz?
BBL.
En un
National.
sueño. Yeah, you look like a tóxica, though, cuz. You scare me right now, cuz.
Teach you Spanish, man.
Let's get a flick and cuz con la pinche tóxica, cuz.
I mean, you already know Spanish. Mexican American Spanish.
You know, I should write songs because of girls like you, cuz.
I literally love it.
Hey, yo, be careful.
Do you know
Don't break your
Spanish?
heart out there, cuz. Estoy
Poquito.
atrapado en un sueño. My girlfriend left me, bro. La verga me la pela esa pinche tóxica, cuz. Hey, yo, chat, I'm opening up. And they started laughing at me, cuz. Pinche tóxica, you see that, cuz?
So put the check,
Now,
cuz.
¿cómo se ríen de mí, cuz?
Nobody's
How you
talking
gonna
in the
laugh at me,
check, cuz.
I'm heartbroken, cuz. All right, cuz. We're doing a little experiment right now. I'm going to start breaking down and crying, but these toxicas, they don't care about God's feelings, cuz. Excuse me, cuz.
These
Do you
guys.
guys have any advice for a breakup? Going through it right now. Y'all really laughing at me, cuz? Now, let it go. Now that's crazy. They all laugh. These toxicas don't care, cuz. Hey, I know you, bro. Pinche Lalo Gambrady.
Oh, this guy's not having it.
Si ella me escoge a mí porque a mí me gusta lo que ella me hace a mi, cuz. La verga, cuz. What's that, cuz? What you mean?
I'm not in the mood right now, fool. I don't know you.
I thought you was Lalo Gambrady, cuz. He funny as fuck,
I know
cuz.
you, nigga.
What you mean, cuz? You trying to squabble then, cuz? No,
Well, he said, I don't know you, nigga.
He goes, you trying to squabble, cuz?
Yeah, he always says that shit.
And then he pulls up his pants.
Yeah. And this guy, today's fifth hour, fourth hour of the show is brought by the Sensodyne toothpaste.
I already got kicked out of Junior H concert. I got VIP.
Mostly by Regal. His presence bringing us into the fourth hour here. Thank you for
Fourth and final hour.
Yeah.
The last couple minutes.
Bismillah.
$1,000 ticket, Junior H, once in a lifetime edition, cuz. Let's squabble then, cuz.
Let's squabble.
Let me cuff my hose, cuz. But he wanted to smoke, cuz.
I'm telling you,
Lalo Gambrady, a funny I do, and he got clout too.
Leave him alone. He's angry.
All right, cuz. Bro got heated because I said he looked like Lalo. Bro, Lalo, funny I do, cuz. Be honest, cuz. Y'all got any advice for me? Me and Kimberly broke up last night. Like, why y'all laughing, though? Cuz.
Hey,
sorry, cuz, but I just need him.
Pamela, how do you pronounce his name?
I need some advice.
So crying at the name of the video.
Takache.
Takache, that's his character's name.
What advice y'all got for a sad cuz like me, cuz?
Oh, you can't see?
Move on.
Because
the Takache crying at the Jew.
How's it spelled?
Takache, Takachuache.
Tequache.
Y'all got any advice?
Tequache. I don't know what that sounds. That's like a
Aztec
Mexican thing. Yeah.
I miss her so much, bro.
Look at they don't care. You got no heart. Oh, she did?
Y'all really laughing at me?
Oh, you know, because it's a sad boy concert.
So you
It's
have to have,
kind of like
metal shirts.
no, it's a Suicide Boy concert. I think that it's the headliners for this concert.
That works.
Okay,
Y'all really laughing
that's the name
at
of the
me,
band,
I'm
though.
heartbroken. Nah, y'all some tóxicas, ka. Pinche tóxicas, ka. What you think about that, ka?
Think about what?
About these girls, they don't care about man's feelings. They don't care about love. They just want money, fame. That's it, ka. What's up?
I'm looking at the way they dress. And they don't have no sentiment about exposing themselves. You know what I'm saying? Some shit personal and private. You know what I'm saying?
That's low-key true, cuz.
The OG was saying that yesterday on the John Galt show. He was saying that like women nowadays, he's like, if you with somebody, he's like, you don't need to show everything anymore.
Yeah,
there's no need to do that anymore. Yeah, he's like, if you're a man that needs to have their woman dressed like a slut, then there's something wrong with you.
That's awful. That's what the guy in the green shirt just said now.
That's what he said too. I'm saying they both are the
I
same.
couldn't decipher it.
Yeah. Maybe she can dress like that at home.
And they walk around, why you holding your skirt down? What you putting it on for?
They're walking on with their cheeks out, huh, cuz?
You know what I'm saying? Butt hanging out and shit. But it's all right. They don't mind.
We ain't gonna complain, but we ain't gonna cuff them, cuz. That's it. Hey, yo, real recognize real. Bring it up, cuz. What's your name, cuz? Yo, WJ, cuz. That boy spitting fast, cuz. Y'all ever been heartbroken before, cuz?
Once.
Once? You belong here, cuz. You ever been heartbroken, little cuz?
Yeah.
Cuz you belong here, cuz.
No, yeah.